think that's right. No, it might be digital. You might be hearing some kind of digital signal.
Well, a listener called in probably about a month ago, was saying something about the old AM radios. There was like a Morse code that he used to hear.
Oh, yeah.
There's some kind of Morse code. The screener, I let her hear it. Is right before I went on the air with you, it quit doing it.
I'm going to guess that's a digital transmission of some sort, and that's just a guess.
And when you do your shortwave, do you usually have like a certain number that you're on when you do it? On your ham radio?
Yeah, and we're going to pick a new one pretty soon. I'll let you know about that. I'm not currently on the air. I've got to get my equipment going.
You know what? Maybe you came back for a reason, Art, because the power went off, and then you led the whole valley.
Are you here?
Yes.
Where are you?
I'm in Springfield. Oh, I'm in the middle of an ice storm in Springfield here.
Oh, okay.
About an inch of ice going on. Thanks, Art.
You're very welcome, and take care. It's weird weather. I don't care what anybody says. We are having profoundly disturbing weather around the country, and part of it is here. Wildcard Line, you're on the air, Drew.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Glad you're back.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you've ever heard about this. I think our junk DNA is remnants of our own that have been unplugged by the Anunnaki to better control us. Now, there's a scientific theory out there called the cataclysmic continental drift theory, which replaces Pangea theory. And that 250 million years ago, we were hit by a large planet, and it mutated split in half. Earth is ancient Sumerian for the cleaved one. And we were split in half, and the core material, radioactive core material, mutated us and changed our DNA. And our DNA is healing, I think, and the junk DNA is actually foundation for potential other helixes, like a third or fourth or fifth strain of helixes.
Well, that's as good a theory as any. Or you could have a theory that so-called junk DNA is DNA that is yet to come into use. In other words, as we evolve, that DNA may switch on and give us abilities we don't now have.
Right.
Who knows? Okay, appreciate the call. Thank you very much. Intriguing. Junk DNA. Jim in Lakewood, Ohio, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. You know what, with JC, I want JC to understand that Jack Kevorkian recently got paroled, and if there's a medical consult, that's the way to go. But anyway, my thing about cats, you have cats, I've always had cats. And the ancient Egyptians used to evacuate cats out of a burning house before women and children because they idolized them. They used to shave their eyebrows during the period of mourning when a cat died. And I feel like that. I have a condition called mitral valve prolapse where my heart palpitates sometimes. Right. My little cat used to lay on my chest and make me feel better than any medicine I've ever had. That purring that cats have, they look for years as to why the purring has a certain sound to it.
Actually, they have no idea, sir, why cats purr.
I know that's what, and you know what? Believe me, Art, I know when that cat laid, because she was 21 years old when she died, but when she laid on my chest and worked better than any medicine that I ever had for my condition. She would purr, and that is sort of like, we'll call it an ultrasonic feeling. It made me feel like a real person.
Actually, sir, I think there's science to back that up. I believe there is actual science to back that up. That when you pet a cat or a dog, or you allow a cat to purr with you, it has a healing effect. And then, of course, you mentioned, I believe, the Egyptians. Well, there's a saying that the Egyptians once worshipped cats, and cats have never forgotten that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air, Larry.
Yeah, Art.
Yes, sir.
First time I ever talked with you. I'm sure I got the chance to, and I've been studying astronomy since, the 50s, and seen my share of UFOs, but that's not the question I want to ask. Mars, that fascinates me, of course. And this is my theory, just a theory, me and this other guy. I think there's life in the caverns of Mars. I think that's where the life's going to be found. I think it's going to be found in there's going to be water underneath there because the surface, of course, is very hostile.
Well, a lot of people agree with you. If there is going to be life on Mars found, it's going to be found beneath the surface.
Yeah, and I'd also, a friend of mine knew somebody that worked for, I think it's in Pasadena, where it makes the Mars landers. And he thinks what he heard is kind of bizarre, that they already found fossils on Mars. I don't know if you ever heard about that, but they already found like brachiopods and gastropods and plesiopods and stuff like that. And that they
Larry,
already found it, and they're keeping it hushed up.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I've said this for a long time. It would be so disturbing, even if it was fossils. It is my opinion that it would so disturb so many people on so many levels that they simply would not release it right away, or perhaps ever. First time caller line, James in Auburn, New York. You're on the air.
Yes, sir. Love your program.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you were aware of a UFO being on the movie Jaws.
No.
Well, it's there.
Wait, during what part? Because I've got a copy.
Well, good. Our driver is on top of the boat, and it's kind of like dark. And he's looking through this thing that he brought, a bag or something for a drug.
Right, right.
And you have to watch very quickly because it's just a red streak behind his head, and it's coming down about like a 30-degree angle. What I did was I was watching it, and it was a VHS tape. And when I was taping it, I noticed it. And I said, "What the heck is that?" You know. So I rewound it, and I hit the pause stay button.
Right.
And I jogged it. I jogged it back across the screen, frame by frame.
Right.
And I was able to see in front of the streak a white light. And I went all the way across the screen, down behind his head, and then went out of the focus. I went out of the picture. But I continued to watch, and as you look, they kind of panned back with the movie that they were taking, and the boat was just bobbing in the water. And if you look over to the left, you can see, which I think, it came back around and went into the clouds up on the left-hand side.
Okay, how far into the movie is that?
Well, maybe halfway.
1.5, okay. I will go take a look.
It's before the shark started banging in the bottom to make it sink.
Got it. All right, I promise you I'll take a look. I've got to go because the show is over. And this is Crystal. What a voice. All right, everybody, that's it. See you next weekend. Everybody have a good week ahead. From the high desert, good night.
17 items. Voice guide. Up.
Welcome to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest. Pretty neat place for a network, actually, to originate from. I bid you all good morning, good evening. Welcome to another edition of the best in live overnight talk radio, the largest as well, where you never know what is going to happen. Where I never know what is going to happen. And that goes for tonight, once again. All right. Welcome, I'm Art Bell. The hurricane season is heating up. This just came off Reuters. Check this out. It's going to be a quickening kind of night, I can tell you. The already busy Atlantic hurricane season got even busier Tuesday. Tropical storm, get this one, Humberto, and 2 new tropical depressions, I said 2 new ones, are brewing in the Atlantic. The National Hurricane Center says Humberto, with winds near 65 miles an hour, will probably turn into a hurricane Wednesday. that storm off the coast of the Cape Verde Islands in the western Atlantic, about 1,100 miles east of Humberto, an unnamed tropical depression has formed east of the Lesser Antilles. Forecasters expect that depression to strengthen, possibly becoming a tropical storm named Iris by Wednesday. Another tropical depression is swirling off the Andros Islands in Bahamas. Forecasters say it could dump heavy rains on southern Florida. Now, I told you it was going to be big. So have a lot of people. Told you the hurricane season was going to be fierce this year. And so far, they're right on the money. And it's just beginning. I mean, this is the opening chorus, folks, of one. Well, I knew about this story yesterday, but I really didn't want to comment on it until today, because I wanted to be sure I had the details correctly, and they were a little unsure yesterday, but they're not unsure today. It began with a late-night traffic accident in Detroit, and it ended incredibly with a woman jumping to her death from a bridge over the Detroit River. While dozens, now get this, dozens of people stood by and hooted and hollered and cheered. Now, it was about 3 o'clock in the morning, as I said, on a bridge over the Detroit River. Witnesses say they saw a 33-year-old young black lady, Aletha Word, drive her car into another car, in other words, an accident. The other car contained 3 young guys. Angry, one of them took a crowbar and smashed all her windshields in. They dragged her from the car and ripped most of her clothes off during the scuffle. 30 to 40 people watched all of this and cheered and called for her, in fact, chanted for her to jump from the bridge. She did. Of all the people there, as many as 40, 2 of them at this late stage decided to try to save her, jumped in, tried, but she was dead. The driver of the car, 20-year-old man, has been charged with second-degree murder. Her mother's comment, the mother of the dead young girl, said, "You know, I wouldn't treat a dog that way." Even NBC yesterday said the story stands as more for what it says about our society. And what does it say? 30 or 40 people watched the attack on this young lady, watched the clothes ripped from her, watched her terrorized, and as they watched, cheered for her to jump. Now, I don't even know what to ask about this. In Detroit, there are 500 murders a year, give or take a few. I guess I would first ask, should they, the 30 or 40 people that chanted for her to jump and cheered when she did, should they be charged with something? Now, you can't tell me, you can't tell me that this doesn't mean something profound and sad and hard to even discuss about our society. When have you ever heard of such a thing before? I don't know what to say about it. I'll let you say it. I wonder whether these 30 or 40 onlookers and insurers ought to be charged with, I don't know if they'd be charged with, inhuman behavior. I don't think that puts you behind bars. Maybe it ought to. Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. Maybe the price of life has fallen faster than the American dollar, and there's just nothing we can do about it. It is the end. If not the end, then certainly the warning bells of the end. In Rwanda, some more bells chiming, same type. Remember the horror last year in Rwanda? The hundreds of thousands who died, macheted to death, then more than 1 million that fled Rwanda to Zaire. The thousands who died there now, guess what? Zaire has set the whole thing off again. They are kicking out the Rwandan refugees. In fact, they're doing it at gunpoint. The Zaire government is forcing hundreds of thousands of refugees to go home at gunpoint. They will simply no longer tolerate their presence in Zaire. A year ago, over 1 million crossed the border to escape the brutal civil war. The Zaire army, as it is pushing these poor refugees along, is in the process burning, beating, raping, looting, whipping. The United Nations has been told to not interfere. They are there. They are watching all of this go on, and they are supplying water when they can to the refugees. That is the totality, apparently, of the ability of the UN to do anything about anything. As usual, they're not able to accomplish a damn thing. Iraq. I thought so. Today, Defense Secretary Perry said, quote, "There is no evidence that Iraq is preparing to invade its neighbors," end quote. Well, that's pretty plain. No evidence Iraq is preparing to invade its... this story felt wrong to me. But we sent yet another, I believe, 1,300 troops just dispatched to Kuwait. Something is up. Something felt wrong with this story. What are we doing? Obviously, we're pushing Saddam and cooking a little bit of the of what's fed to the American press. And when I heard that story, it felt a little bit cooked, and I told you so. O.J. Simpson. There was a threat yesterday by the judge to throw television out of the courtroom again. The judge thought the lawyers were playing to the cameras, which of course they are. There will be a ruling on the tapes, the incredible Furman tapes, next week. It's beginning to get dangerous. Racial tensions are growing. If cameras were pulled, would you cheer or cry? And with regard to the Furman tapes, isn't this process of slow leakage very, very dangerous immediately to Los Angeles and its environs? Again, Reuters, O.J. expert finds mystery prints. A forensic scientist has testified that he's found, get this, a second set of footprints at the scene where O.J. Simpson's ex-wife and her friend Ron Goldman were murdered. Dr. Henry Lee said the prints could not have been made by the shoes prosecutors said Simpson was wearing when he allegedly committed the murders. He also said the mystery prints could not have been made by Goldman's boots. He'll be back on the witness stand when they resume this debacle on Wednesday. And this comment, hi Art, love the show. By the way, this one will get you. As the wife of an ex-wife, I guess this is, of an LAPD officer, I can tell you my opinion of the whole O.J. Simpson, Mark Furman mess. I believe O.J. did it, and he will get off because of sloppy and or questionable work by LAPD, the coroner's office, crime lab, and prosecution. As for Furman, I know his racism was not only tolerated by the LAPD, but sponsored, fostered, and supported by it. Any officer who bucks the status quo won't be able to wear enough bulletproof vests. He or she will pay, most likely with his or her life. I can't hate or outright condemn my ex-husband or his fellow officers, because I've seen how each one goes to war every day, as long as they last. Imagine fighting in Vietnam or Kuwait for 20 years. Those who do make it to retirement have totally altered outlooks than those of us who lead civilian lives. And let us civilians not forget that there is a vast population out there that feels no compunction to abide by the same laws we automatically obey. We are perceived as holders of the goods they want, and the police are perceived as the enemy. I'm a civil servant too, but not expected to put my life on the line every day for everybody else. The officers are expected to do that. Even their most vocal critics expect total sacrifice on the part of the police, with just one 911 phone call, no matter what circumstances led to the call. What's the solution? I have no idea. I find it a pity, though, that Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman had to die like they did to bring this mess to light. Now I bet O.J. gets his kids back. There's no justice here on earth. Maybe when O.J. meets his maker. In America, latest survey says 80% of American parents want their children to get a college education, but only 30% think they'll ever be able to afford it. Death in Texas. I said Texas, not Texas. That was an NBC story, and I'm trying to calculate my attitude about this. It is a story down there in Texas that you Texans can help out with. It involves a young model and an old, now dead billionaire. He was 89-year-old J. Howard Marshall, an oil tycoon worth an estimated $1 billion with a B, $1 billion. She is 26 years of age, a model, very good looking, an actress. She apparently had a 5-year courtship with our billionaire, an 11-month marriage, during which time she was given $1 million in jewelry, a $50,000 a month expense account, and after an 11-month marriage, he up and died. Now, apparently, the billionaire's son, by a previous marriage, somehow got hold of power of attorney and has cut her off. And so he now, I guess, controls the money. The attorneys are going back and forth on it. But I don't even care about any of that. Here's what I've got to say. It will sound sexist, and who cares? If I was a billionaire, and I was 89 years old, 89, mind you, and I wanted a 26-year-old, and she wanted me, well, let me put it this way. My attitude is, good on you, you know? I mean, if he wanted to go out and get himself a 26-year-old and court her and give her diamonds and all the rest of it, and marry her and, who knows, maybe bed her, well, then more power to him, you know? I mean, it was his life, his money, and he had a right to do what he did. So that's my attitude when you get to that kind of a story. I mean, you know, it's his biz. He made all the money. And as far as I'm concerned, he's got a right to spend it the way he wants to spend it, and if it means he's going to spend it on a 26-year-old 10 on a scale of 10, well then, more power to him, and I really don't have a problem with it. I know that relatives do. Dear Art, regarding the story that Noah's Ark may have been found atop Mount Ararat, first off, we've got to confirm it really is Noah's Ark. It would seem to be in the correct general vicinity. What else that is bigger than the Queen Mary and buried in a mountain in Israel could be there? Actually, Turkey. If it is confirmed to be Noah's Ark, there would be sweeping changes in the religious community. A major part of the Bible and Christianity would be confirmed in scientific fact, so that would prove that Noah existed, that all the animals went 2 by 2 into the ark, and that there was a massive flooding that wiped out everything that was not on the ark. This would change a lot of people's opinions about a part of the Bible that some was pretty unbelievable. Just something to think about till we see if it really is the ark or not. And in a moment, I have from a friend in Missoula 40 ways that you can hasten the quickening and help destroy the earth. You're sure not going to want to miss these. Now, you will not hear all 40 because I considered about 4 or 5 of them to be not advisable to broadcast, but you will hear the remainder. Mike in Olympia, regarding the story up in Detroit, said, once again, we are tragically shown the necessity of the need for at least a 5-day waiting period for crowbars and federal legislation restricting automobile gas tanks to less than 10 gallons. And then this. It's just been a real joy lately, you know, fathers gluing their 5-year-old daughter's eyes shut with super glue, mothers in Chicago tossing children out of windows, children tossing children out of windows. Now the story in Detroit, the mother in South Carolina. And this, aren't added to your list of child killings. Supposedly, Saturday, at a local San Antonio mall, a 9-year-old boy from Colorado who was visiting for the past 2 weeks with his dad in San Antonio went into a restroom at the mall. He didn't return. According to his father, he searched for him, but found him missing. 15 hours later, on Sunday, the father finally reported the incident to the authorities. 15 hours, folks. The same day, Sunday, the poor child's body turned up in the river. Autopsy revealed the boy had succumbed to severe trauma to the stomach and chest area, and the child also showed signs of previous abuse. The father questioned extensively, but let go for lack of evidence. He was kept under surveillance, however, as the most likely suspect, the only suspect they had. Tuesday, after making contact with the man's 27-year-old girlfriend who was in Tennessee, they apparently developed sufficient information to justify arresting the 35-year-old father. He was picked up without incident at his apartment and is now under a 5, knows the one I use. So I was sent this over the internet. People these days are constantly harping about the upcoming Armageddon. But when is the world going to finally end? Most people don't realize that it can't happen without their help. Below are a few little things you can do to help end the world. 1. Use motor oil to fertilize your lawn. Feed lead to pigeons. I won't number these. Vacation by your local polluted river. Serve chlorofluorocarbons as appetizers at your next party. Find the remaining woodland in your town and use it for kindling. Leave your car running all day. drive to the bathroom. Spray your yard with DDT and not those other wimpy pesticides. Pour Agent Orange into your local reservoir to enhance the flavor. Wear only polyester, never more than once. Become a megalomaniac and gain control of vast nuclear stockpiles. Use them. Dump your food leftovers into the recycling bin. Keep the bubonic plague virus around as a lovable, low-maintenance pet. Use at least 3 gallons of water for each tooth when brushing. Create an oil slick in your backyard for fun science experiments for the kids. Have 37 children. Name them all Bill. Strangle a bald eagle. Spread styrofoam balls all over your lawn for winter fun all year round. Email Al Gore petitioning to test nuclear arms above ground in major cities. Offer free cigarettes, alcohol, and drugs to all pregnant mothers. Own at least 43 television sets per person, per household. Watch them all at once. Build a simple coal-burning power plant in your basement. Remove your catalytic converter and muffler. They just ruin the fun anyway. Aim X-ray machines at unsuspecting patients in the dentist's office. Sunscreen? It's for wimps. Carve holes in the ozone layer. They make great gifts. Drive an M1A1 Abrams tank to work. Develop condominium complex in beautiful Chernobyl. Develop a secret neurotoxin that makes females pregnant. Oh, I can't say that. There's one I missed. Buy something you don't need every day, 3 times a day. Dump it on the freeway. Work for the government. Aerosol hairspray can be used for a lot more than personal grooming. Putting up posters, cooking lubricant, antiperspirant, ant and roach killer, personal defense, and party favors. Burn your own garbage for fun and profit. And finally, enclose dead relatives in lucite blocks. We hope these simple ideas will inspire you to create your own methods to drag the planet further into its own grave. Remember, every person counts. So, it's come to this. So, I think I'll open the lines, and with that as the setup, heaven only knows where it's headed. Here we go. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. I have several appearances scheduled in the next several days. I think in the morning, tomorrow morning, I will be on KCMO in Kansas City at about probably around 9:30 Kansas City time. Then I have an appearance somewhere in Ohio. I'll get that one for you. And on Friday, I think I'm doing a morning show for KFYI in Phoenix. I think that's lined out. So it's going to be a very busy week depending on where you are. You might listen for my... Now, you've got to bear in mind that by, 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, it's beginning to get to be late evening for me, so even more than usual, I'm allowed to say about anything. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Bell. I was only kidding about your working Saturdays. Can I comment on the Mel Reynolds conviction?
No.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, okay, I don't care. Yeah, that's big news, of course.
Well, one of the big jokes, or something I was told years ago, that the people that are most vehemently anti-gun are really the biggest crooks on earth. And they sort of use gun control as a smokescreen to mask their own illegal activities. What do you think of that?
I'm trying to think of how it is you're connecting that to the conviction.
Well, just look at some of the most vehemently anti-gun people in the past.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what does the Reynolds conviction have to do with guns?
Well, it seems that people that are themselves very immoral and engage in immoral activity sort of throw on the gun control thing as a smokescreen to cover their own types of activities.
Why didn't you just start off on gun control? The two have nothing to do with each other.
Well,
I mean, gun control is what you wanted to talk about, right?
Mel Reynolds is one of the most vehement anti-gun people out there. And I'm just saying that in the history of Congress, if you look at Biaggi, he was a gun controller, he was later convicted, and old Tom Gard of Connecticut was put out of Congress. I'm just drawing a correlation between some of the people that are vehemently gun controlled are, in a sense, some of the biggest criminals themselves.
Yeah, all right. Well, all right, I'll take that. It is true that it seems like people who preach constantly about morality are frequently themselves then the target of or convicted of something rather immoral. I mean, go back to remember all the troubles with television ministries and all the rest of it. These guys who preach and preach and preach. And I've got to tell you, there's been a couple of instances in my own life. Naturally, I'm not going to name anybody, but I mean, people have been real preachy, you know. You got to follow God's way, they'll say, and it's almost annoying to be preached to the way some of them do. Very high and mighty on morals. I'll tell you, some of these people, and this is a truth, and I don't care whether you believe it or not, have turned out to be thieves, cokeheads, low class. I mean, it is the most, and I was the one who got preached to. I got preached to by these lowlifes. Turned out to be lowlifes. And you want to hear something even weirder? After they were caught stealing and more, they kept on preaching. You know, preaching to me. I actually flipped my top at a situation a few years ago, which I won't go into, but you know, and it's not necessary that I do. I'm sure you take my meaning. So from that, in that spirit, I understand exactly what you were saying, sir. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Supposed to be calling from Memphis.
Oh, well, good. Turn your radio off.
I got it off.
That's good.
It's my first time calling.
Oh, from Memphis. Glad to have you, sir.
Well, we almost didn't have you. We started off with a top 70s music format on a news talk station. That was kind of strange.
Well, somebody threw the wrong switch or something.
So I got a hold of the news desk and asked them to look into it. They said they would.
How long was the top 40 on?
About the first 10 minutes of your show.
10 minutes, huh?
I guess you didn't have too much. I got you on WOAI though.
Well, we live in the electronic age.
Right. I just don't know what else to say, except I wasn't prepared to get through this early.
Well, when you're dialing over there, you know, then you should imagine you might get through.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Positive thinking comes through.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about people, religious people, pointing the finger.
Well,
I work with the Postal Service. I see a lot of the religious tracks come through, and one of the things I notice is whether they talk about themselves, their own beliefs, or whether they spend a lot of time putting down the other beliefs. It tends to be, you know, like Jimmy Swaggart pointing his finger at Jim and Tammy Baker, and then a few months later saying, I sinned.
Yeah, I know. Look, sir, thank you. I take it right down to my personal life. I told you. There's a couple people, maybe even 3 in my life that have been that way. I mean, you almost can't be around them because they're so damn preachy about morality. And I'll be damned if they're not the ones who turned out to be thieves, dirty dealers, totally screwing over their neighbor and their business associates every opportunity they got. In other words, the lowest of the low and the preachiest of the people I've ever known. It's you know, there are a lot of people, and I don't mean to disparage them, who are quietly moral and quietly ethical, and I applaud them. But I'm telling you, look out for the ones that make a lot of noise. At least that is my personal experience. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Carson, California, Art.
Okay.
Yeah, that is west of the Rockies.
It is, yes.
And
your telephone is still no better than it was 2 years
well,
ago.
Well, Art, I don't have time to hook up my real phone. I mean, it's a real phone, but it's anyway. I just wanted to say that Chuck Carter has Stanton Freeman on. He's down at the Telford Hotel doing a seminar for the next couple of days about Roswell and so forth.
Oh, yes.
And I was hoping you'd try to get him on your show if you could this week or sometime soon.
Well, I've had him on many times.
Yeah, well, it's good to have him on again.
Yeah, well, let Chuck have him for a while.
Okay, anyway, about the story in Detroit, I was absolutely flabbergasted when I heard about it yesterday. And I don't know what to say except I think that...
well, do you think people who cheered this on should somehow face some legal penalty?
Well, I don't know what to charge them with, Art, because it's like they're almost cheering on the murderer. I mean, they according to yesterday's account, even though it got straightened out today, one of the accounts had the woman hanging on the railing for dear life, and the attacker was beating her on the fingers of the crowbar until she let go and dropped into the river. That was the other account, which I was a more killing account, and I just assumed that was probably what happened, along with the cheering and the clapping and the laughing. And one bystander tried to get someone with a cell phone to call 911, and they refused while this was going on.
Hey, sir?
Yeah?
What do you do when you're constantly throwing conspiracy theories up against the wall and they won't stick?
You chuck them?
You chuck harder.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm part of that. And
Have a good morning, sir. On Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Unbelievable.
Really?
See, you're easy to get hold of.
Well, there you are.
This is just only the second time it rang, and it's probably only redialed 12, 13 times.
Well, it's kind of like a lottery.
This is Mark in Albany, Georgia.
Hi, Mark.
You have talked a lot lately about child abuse, and I think that's a very pertinent subject for today. One thing that I haven't heard mentioned on any talk show, and I listen to an awful lot of during the day, is circumcision. And I'd like to know your feelings about that and hear some callers and what they think about the needless amputation of a body part on infant male, without their approval or what do you think about it? What do your callers think about it?
Well, I don't know if I care. In other words, a lot of people consider it a medical procedure that is performed for cleanliness throughout life, and I don't think it constitutes abuse. So I don't, from an abuse point of view, my answer would be I don't think I care. It's up to the parents, huh?
Well, I just think, I disagree with
it's not
that.
abuse.
I don't think that amputation of a body part should be up to the parents.
It's not amputation. Amputation is when you actually remove a member. That is not what occurs, sir, and you know it.
Well,
all right. Well, I thank you for the call, but I don't follow your abuse charge, and I don't think it's a big, important, or even very tasteful issue. And I think it's up to the parents. That's what I think. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Hello.
Hey, I was listening to you the other night, and a gentleman called and asked you if you believe that aliens had anything to do with our evolution. And you commented that...
I said I don't know.
Well, I was just wondering if you believed, in your personal opinion, if they've had, in the past, far past, they've had any manipulation on our progress.
Beats the hell out of me. I said I don't know. I meant I don't know. I have no proof of it. I have people who come on and talk to me, all kinds of guests with all kinds of credentials, who say all kinds of things. Do you now, maybe you can help me out here, sir. Do you have proof?
Well, I don't have, tangible proof, but I've been, doing a lot of reading, about like, Mayan calendars that go 400 million years into the future. They have, astronomical, maps.
Yeah.
They have,
Yeah, and we got the Bible, too.
yeah, well, and they also calculate thousands of years ago, the rotation of the moon, which today, if they calculate it, they differ by like 4 seconds.
I've got books that could convince you about anything if you want to read them. But, until I can put my hand on it, until I see scientific proof, one way or the other, my answer remains, I don't know.
Okay, can I ask you one other question?
Sure.
I heard the story about how people believe that they may have found Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat.
Yeah, oh yes.
Okay, now, did I hear you correctly when you said that satellites found it like in 1947 or 48?
No, I said there was an earthquake on the very day of the creation of the nation of Israel in 48, and that then later they found the Ark through satellite imagery years later.
Do you know how long they've seen or have known about it? Since, now they're...
No, I really don't. Not that many years. And they are going on a dig, and we'll know soon. And can you imagine if it is Noah's Ark? Wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hi. Let me turn my radio
Yes, on. On.
How are you? It's
I'm
a wonderful program. I enjoy you so much.
Thank you.
I'm from Texas.
I can almost tell.
Oh, really? That much? Okay. On the divorce in the state of Texas, it's a community property state.
Right.
But anything that he had before he married her, she's not entitled to. Only money's gained after they were married.
Bearing in mind, he's a billionaire, was a billionaire, that could still be a
You
lot
can imagine the money that's been, that's just in interest, in investments that he's gained
Sure.
since he's been married to her. So she is entitled to half of that.
Where are you in Texas?
I'm in San
San
Antonio.
Antonio. Well, tell me something. I've got a big secret to tell the people in San Antonio coming up here shortly.
Oh, goody.
But listen, what do you say about what he did?
I say that was his choice. He knew what he was doing. He was certainly not a slow man, or he wouldn't have been a billionaire. He knew what he wanted.
That's right.
And I'm sure that he got a lot of satisfaction out of just being with her.
Well, that part we may never know about, but I mean...
Well, I don't necessarily mean physically.
I
I mean being
understand.
around her.
That's right. I mean, my attitude is more power to him, and frankly, at 89 with $1 billion, I might do it myself.
Yes.
On that note, I'm going to have to go. Listen for the surprise. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995.
Before we get into the serious news, good morning. Those stations that join us at this hour. Those stations that actually join us at this hour, you guys ought to call those stations and ask them to carry the beginning of the program at 11 o'clock Pacific time. Because you've missed a lot. and I can only sort of recap. Before I get into the serious stuff, this is from Bryn Marie in San Francisco, who never fails me, listening to the mighty KSFO. And some guy called up and said that he thought there was another star system out there sending messages to Earth, and the government was receiving them but not telling us. I said, well, what are they? And he said, well, I don't know. So then I started wondering, you know me, if you could, interstellar messaging is very expensive. It's not like a pager or something. And so if you could only send one sentence, one message to Earth, what would it be? I already have a couple of answers, my facts. Here's Bryn's. If I were living in a parallel universe and had been observing Earth transmissions for years and could only send one message to this planet, it would have to be something considered after long hours of thought and observation. Here's what I'd send. If the minnow was only on a 3-hour tour, where did Ginger get all those dresses? And this, top secret, message from Sister Solar System, send more episodes of Dreamland. Signed, Gecko, Goleta, California. Well, by the way, to once again announce, the good people at WOAI, the monster in San Antonio, are going to begin running Dreamland this Sunday, and we've got several other joins, and Dreamland now hits, or sits, at 139 affiliates, maybe 140 by week's end or more. Amazing. There are 4, maybe no less than 5 would-be hurricanes out in the Atlantic right now. Very serious ones, most of them in the process of strengthening. And you attribute that to whatever you want. Maybe this. It began in Detroit with a traffic accident, ended with a young woman, terrified, jumping off the bridge to her death, while dozens of people, as many as 40, stood by and cheered and watched and chanted for her to jump. About 3 a.m. Saturday, witnesses say they saw 33-year-old Aletha Word drive her car into another car. It was an accident. That car containing 3 young men. Angry, one of them jumped out of the car, took a tire iron, smashed her windows, dragged her from the car, ripped her clothing off. During this, the crowd is loving it, right? 30 or 40 people watched, cheered, and finally she did it out of absolute fear, jumped off the bridge. She's dead. To their everlasting credit, at least 2 people did try to save her after the fact. The driver of the car 20 has been charged with second-degree murder. The mother of the dead girl said, I wouldn't treat a dog that way. Even NBC yesterday, mystified at the story, said it really stands more. I mean, there's 500 murders in Detroit every year. But they said it stands as a comment on society. What our society has become, you tell me. I was wondering if the people involved in that should be charged with something. You know, the ones that were chanting for her to jump off the bridge. There's really nothing to charge them with legally. But I got facts here. Is that art? How about conduct unbecoming a human? I'd really like to know what those 40 people are feeling right now. 82% of the American people say they want their children to go to a college, but 30% think, only 30% rather, think they can afford to send their children to college. Then there is the death in Texas story, not taxes, Texas. The young model and the old billionaire. This is an 89-year-old guy, dead now, J. Howard Marshall, an oil tycoon down in Texas, worth, they said, about $1 billion. 89 years old. At 89, he married a 26-year-old, easy 10, I mean, beautiful woman, just beautiful. beautiful model actress. There was a 5-year courtship, an 11-month marriage, $1 million given to her in jewelry, $50,000 a month in expenses, and now, of course, everybody in the family is going to fight. I guess his son, by a previous marriage, got power of attorneys, cut her off, and there'll be a big fight and probably a settlement. But, you know, when I think about this story, I think the 89-year-old guy with $1 billion, you know, maybe in his 88th year, he decided, what the hell? Let's have some fun. I've got $1 billion. I want a 26-year-old. And maybe it was true love, and maybe it was for the money, and, you know, I don't know that I care. It was his money. He did what he wanted to do with it. If it had part of the, you know, and I'm sure some of the enticement was the money. So what? So what? He says. The guy did what he wanted to do, and it's his life and his money. That's my attitude. Then people started sending me stories of more child tragedies, you know, to make my day. 9-year-old boy in Portland killing his 5-year-old sister with daddy's hunting rifle. First they thought it was accidental. Now police have charged the boy with murder. Another case in southern Washington about the same time where 2 young children got the parents' Magnum out, a .357 playing Nintendo, a fight. One shot the other with the .357. And I've got more, but I don't want to read them. It's like I've had it. If this is not the quickening, the one we had the other day, the 5-year-old little girl who had her eyes glued shut by daddy with super glue, that was nice. The mother who threw her baby out of the window in Chicago. The woman in Detroit that I just told you about, the mother in South Carolina. And so, somebody sent me this, which I will now reread on the internet. It's very cynical, but here's how it reads. Comes from Missoula, Montana, by the way. Entitled 40 Ways, and I'm not reading all 40, you can help to destroy the earth and hurry the quickening. People these days are constantly harping about the upcoming Armageddon. But when is the world finally going to end? Most people don't realize it can't happen without their help. Below are a few things that you can do to help end the world. Use motor oil to fertilize your lawn. Feed lead to pigeons. Vacation by your local polluted river. Serve chlorofluorocarbons as appetizers at your next party. Find the remaining woodland in your town and use it for kindling. Leave your car running all day. Drive to the bathroom. Spray your yard with DDT and not those other wimpy pesticides. Pour Agent Orange into local reservoirs to enhance flavor. Wear only polyester, never more than once. Become a megalomaniac and gain control of vast nuclear stockpiles. Use them. Dump your food leftovers into the recycling bin. Keep the bubonic plague virus around as a lovable, low-maintenance pet. Use at least 3 gallons of water for each tooth when brushing. Create an oil slick in your very own backyard for fun science experiments for the kids. Have 37 children. Name them all Bill. Strangle a bald eagle. Spread styrofoam balls all over your lawn for winter fun all year round. Email Al Gore petitioning to test nuclear arms above ground in major cities. Offer free cigarettes, alcohol, and drugs to all pregnant mothers. Own at least 43 television sets per person, per household, and watch them all at once. Build a simple coal-burning power plant in your basement. Remove your catalytic converter and muffler, they simply ruin the fun. Aim X-ray machines at unsuspecting patients in dentist's office. Sunscreen is for wimps. Carve holes in the ozone layer. They make great gifts. Drive an M1A1 Abrams tank to work. Develop condominium complexes in beautiful Chernobyl. Develop a secret neurotoxin that makes females I can't read that one. I should cross that out. Work for the government. All right, and this. Aerosol hairspray can be used for a lot more than personal grooming. Putting up posters, cooking lubricant, antiperspirant, and roach killer, personal defense, and party favors. Burn your own garbage for fun and profit, and encase dead relatives in lucite blocks. We hope these simple ideas will inspire you to create your own methods to drag this planet further into its grave. Remember, every person counts. Then you have to wonder what the other star system is going to say when it begins to get... Now, they're probably still seeing Lucy, right? But eventually, they are going to begin getting the O.J. Simpson trial, which continues later today, unless they decide that it shall not be so, and that could happen. The judge threatened to take it off TV yesterday, saying the participants, the attorneys, were playing to the cameras. Gee, I haven't detected that. How about you guys? Playing to the cameras? What a charge. Anyway, the ruling next week on the Furman tapes is going to be made. Now, I don't know whether I believe this one or not. I think not, but it's entitled New Spin for Needle, and it shows a picture of the Seattle Space Needle from the air, looking down on top of it. And it says the top of Seattle Space Needle is painted to resemble the spinning wheel from the television game show Wheel of Fortune. The new look is intended to promote the show, which will be taping in Seattle. Now, is that a true or false story? And they actually show a picture of the Space Needle here, but you can't trust photographs anymore. Have you guys really done that? Is the Space Needle really painted to look like the Wheel of Fortune? It can't. Say it ain't so. And I'm getting all kinds of faxes like this. Dear Art, having been a citizen of this planet for a sizable length of time, it amazes me how a species could be so intelligent yet so narrow-minded with regard to visitors from other planets. Most Earthlings, including yourself, assume that for interstellar travel, the aliens must be of superior intelligence. It's not possible that although more advanced in travel techniques, they might be far behind in other areas of knowledge. For instance, you are by far the best late-night talk show host, but might not have the intelligence to become a great politician or a psychiatrist. Just a little late-night snack to ponder on. Keep up the good work. Well, number one, I'm smart enough to know that. I don't want to be a psychiatrist, and I certainly don't want to be a politician, and I'm very pleased doing what I'm doing. There is the Peter Principle, and I do not want to ascend to it. And that is that somebody will eventually be promoted beyond their level of competence to a job for which they are not suited, fitted, nor competent. I have no illusions about wanting some greater position. I enjoy doing precisely what I'm doing and wouldn't change it for the world, and have fought not to, as a matter of fact. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art Bell.
That's true.
Okay, you're probably not gonna like what I have to say to you.
Well, this happens all the time.
Okay,
so
I hope you don't hang up. I hope you don't hang up on me.
Oh, I might.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Okay. I think you're copping out.
On what?
On the UFO thing. UFOs.
Really? See, now here it was. Somebody called and said, do you believe or not believe?
Right.
And am I correct?
That's true.
And my answer was, I don't know. And that remains my answer. And it's not a cop-out. It's the truth. Do I believe that they're here? I have no idea.
Did you not see a UFO yourself?
Yes.
then what's the big deal? What's going on? You
Well,
have listeners-
I don't know where it came from.
You have listeners
Wait,
out there.
just uno momento.
Okay.
I saw it, and I described it in very precise detail.
Right.
But for all I know, it came from Area 51 over the hill here. I have no way of knowing that it came from another star system or dimension, or I don't know.
But you tried to explain it. Now, how would you like it if everybody just said to you, I don't believe it? How would you like that?
Well,
You have people
a
out
lot of
there
people
that-
have said that.
What, huh?
A lot of people have said that to me.
Yeah, but you're really cutting people down all of a sudden.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You're
No, sir. I was asked a question, and I gave an honest answer.
I'd say the last couple of weeks you have really copped out on the people. Okay, what about the Roswell incident? You were so up on those pictures. It was unbelievable.
I
and
said,
now,
wait a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
No, that's not true now. I said now, I will say now what I said then, and that is, it is either the real thing or it is the most elaborate, best done hoax ever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's still what I think today. Do I know for sure it's real? No. Have I ever said during this whole thing that I know for sure it's real? No.
But you cut people down.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No.
Okay, let's ask your audience out
How
there.
does that cut people down?
Let's
Give them an
ask
honest answer.
No, you have a way about you to where you put bad feelings to people. They want to explain something to you, and you're really negative about it. In fact,
Like what?
you're just negative. Trust me.
Like what? If it is negative, thanks for the call, brother. But if it is negative to give you an honest answer, then by all means, you go right on ahead and regard me as negative. And I don't give absolute affirmative answers. You will learn as you listen to things that I cannot lay my hand on or scientifically prove. I have a hell of a lot of interests in areas like UFOs, life after death, mysteries that we cannot answer. I will continue to investigate them avidly. But the question was, do I believe, as an article of faith, that we are being visited? And my honest answer is, I don't know. And if you regard that as negative, then I don't care. I don't care. It's an honest answer. There are a lot of things in this life that I do not know and will not accept as an article of faith. It's kind of like religion. People call me up, Art, this moment, accept the Lord. Do you accept the Lord? Do you accept everything about the Bible? No, I don't. Automatically. And there are a lot of things that I don't have answers to. And so I'm not going to jack you around. If you come out and ask me a question like, do you believe they are here? I mean, can you absolutely say they are here? Will you say it? No, I won't. Sorry. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art, Libertarian Nationalist, Aurora, Colorado.
Hey.
How you doing?
Well, you're listening.
All right. Well, yeah, actually, just heard the opening of your show and wondered if you'd had much conversation regarding the woman from Detroit.
A lot of it, yes.
I would think that the people who were standing by and cheering and chanting for her to jump could be charged as accessories.
No, I don't think legally. Morally, yeah.
If they were actually encouraging her attackers to do what they were doing.
Look, I've told a few of my callers to go jump in the lake. If one of them did it, does that mean I'm accessory somehow?
Well, Art, I'll tell you, with legal standing these days, Media Bypass Magazine, the August issue,
Yeah, I know.
said that
Call us toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. I think so.
they said that in Frank's home state of Massachusetts, that Army actually could have been charged with some kind of hate speech.
Hate speech. Oh, that's exactly correct. I think it is correct, yes.
So if somebody could be charged for calling somebody else a name, I would certainly think that people who are urging three thugs to attack a woman and then to urge her to jump off a bridge, knowing what state of mind the woman must have been in, could certainly face some sort of charges.
Well, a faxer, I think, had it a little bit earlier. Maybe they ought to be charged with conduct unbecoming a human, but I think there's really no legal...
presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired August 22nd, 1995.
Here again I am. I'm catching up a little here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Arthur. What's going on? It's Mike at Bakersfield, KNCR.
Hi, Mike.
Well, I've heard a lot of bad news about killings and kids killing each other. I'd like to share some good news tonight for you.
All right.
I had the privilege last night at 23 minutes after 5 of witnessing the birth of my daughter.
It is the most remarkable thing that a human being, I believe, sees while you're alive.
Yes, it is.
I witnessed the birth of my son as well. And there's nothing to compare to it, is there?
No, Arthur.
Thank you, sir. Maybe the whole O.J. trial is not of this earth. Advice to a new father. No, I don't have any. I really don't have any. I'm no Dr. Spock. Maybe closer to the one with the pointed ears than the one that used to tell you how to raise children. I don't have any advice. Except follow your heart. That's all you can do. So I'm sorry, I hope that doesn't disappoint you. I really don't have any advice. Somebody writes to me here and says, I live with this Seattle Space Needle only a half mile from my front window. It has not been painted to look like the Wheel of Fortune. At night, the Space Needle looks like, just like the flying saucer in the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Boy, it does. It's incredible. But how would you know, unless your house is higher than the Space Needle, how could you see what's on top? Now, I don't know who sent this to me. I think it was just a joke. I'm hoping that's true. But it's actually painted just like the Wheel of Fortune. They wouldn't do that, though. They just wouldn't do that. The Space Needle is too sacred. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. He's playing me back to me. I don't want to hear that. Hi, Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Charlie, liberal in California. 2 points. The first being is that, what happened to this lady on the bridge, certainly if people were laughing at her and egging these guys on, that's one thing. But, I've listened to several talk shows. There have been people calling in saying they would have intervened. There's a line between being a hero and being a stupid idiot. Anybody that would confront 2 armed guys, one weighing 300 pounds with a crowbar, is an idiot. And so you
but see, that's not the argument. Only an idiot would try to turn that into the argument. The question was not whether or not people were intervening or should have intervened or should have taken the chance to intervene. The question and the comment and the social problem is people cheering it on, even chanting for her to jump.
Well, I understand the problem there. But as far as intervening...
You understand the problem there? Well, okay, that is a problem. So what is your comment on that?
Well, we've had that problem for... let me tell you something. This is my second comment. I honestly think that people who think society is going downhill, yeah, there's problems, but these people who say there's a quickening...
Yeah?
That,
they're all wet, huh?
Well, let's put it this way. Society is not in any... There are 2 things that could take society out. A full-scale nuclear war and a comet or a meteorite or something like that. Both those things are extremely unlikely. As far as environmental problems, yeah, they're going to be a problem. They're going to be a serious problem into the next century. But there's nothing imminent that could take human beings out. Human society is going to be around for the next 100 years, probably. Now, whether society deteriorates and we live in a Mad Max type of society, that's possible.
You said 100 years. That's not very long.
Well, no, it's not very long. But people who say people that say human existence is on the brink of being gone, I think they're out of line in saying that. I think human beings are going to be around for a while.
Well, maybe they will, but maybe if they are, it will turn into your Mad Max scenario.
Well, yeah, it could go in that direction, but it could go in another direction. Who knows? But I know. But
well, is a person reasonably able to look at current events and discern a trend?
Well, yeah, you can discern the trend that society is deteriorating. but you can't discern the trend, which I think when you talk about the quickening, I think you're talking about, and excuse me if I'm wrong, I think you're talking about human extinction. And I don't think that is something that's imminent. It's something that's...
No, I'm not. Actually, you're wrong. I'm not talking about. As a matter of fact, I'm not ascribing, Charlie, and I really mean this, I'm not ascribing anything to it. I'm not saying it's biblical. I'm not saying it's religious. I'm not saying it's Armageddon. I'm not saying anything. I'm simply giving you an observation from having done this talk show for as long as I've done it. And I think it is an accurate observation.
Well, I think it's an observation, but I think the clarity there, because I think most of the people who call into your talk show and talk about the end of the earth, they're talking about human extinction. They're not talking about society deteriorating. They're talking about humans being gone. And I think those people who say that are wrong. Now, as far as there being violence in the streets, riots, disorder, in a totally different society in a few years, yeah, it's possible, but I think it could go either way right now. I think we're right on the brink of going either way, and I think that's going to depend on a lot of factors.
If it did turn into a Mad Max kind of world, Charlie, what would you do?
What would I do?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It depends on it. Let's put it this way. If it came down to either protecting civilization or protecting myself, I'm going to protect myself. And you'll have a lot of people call, if there's some type of imminent danger, you'll have people calling in saying how civilized they'd be. Let me tell you something.
Would you use that service revolver? I mean, you're always calling for gun control, and you tell me you carry a gun, right?
Yes.
Part of your job. So would you use that?
Yeah, and actually, if society completely deteriorated, I'd have no problem with everybody having weapons. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. I mean, not fortunately, but that hasn't happened yet. So I don't think there's no need to. But no, I'd have no problem with everybody carrying a weapon if we lived in a Mad Max society.
But according to your world, you're trying to get the guns away from people. So if it did turn into that, they wouldn't have guns.
Yeah, but I think
people like you would be the Mad Maxes.
Yeah, that's something to think about, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Good morning. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, sir.
Turn your radio off, please.
Yes, got it up. On those alleged autopsy photos?
Yes.
Over the weekend, it was interesting. The BBC Science in Action mentioned them.
Yes,
and
sir.
so did Deutsche Welle. They both tried to twist it around without actually saying they were untrue, but gave strong implications by going to outside experts, alleged experts. One fellow had to do with human physiology, who claimed that 1 out of 2,000 Europeans has 6 fingers and has an
they do not.
Well, that's what the Deutsche Welle had. Now the BBC went and
then end of the credibility on that one. Next one.
Well, the BBC interviewed taxi cab drivers and got their reactions, and then a psychiatrist who said that people who had great interest in these things ought to see.
Oh my God, there's another one. Now, taxi cab drivers in London, was it? Sir?
Yeah, the BBC Science in Action. It was interesting. Within an hour, switching the station, it was quarter to midnight on Saturday night Central Time. Their show, they ended that up with that. And then on Deutsche Welle, they had it as part of their world news.
Well, it beats the hell out of gardening shows, and they spend a lot of time on gardening on the BBC. All right, sir, thank you very much for the interview. Well, there's a meaningful scientific survey. The Roswell autopsy film, real or fake? The following report, compiled from a survey of London taxi cab drivers. Real hard evidence. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, this is Jim calling from Portland.
Hi, Jim.
You asked for proof that aliens were tampering with human evolution?
Well, I said there is none. Now, are you going to prove me wrong?
Yes, well, there was an article in this month's Scientific American. And that was about an asteroid that hit the Earth, a very large one, that hit the Earth only 2 million years ago.
So how does that prove alien intervention?
Well, they estimate that 10% of the Earth's crust was blasted up into the atmosphere.
Yeah, so?
Now that is probably a larger asteroid than the one that killed the dinosaurs.
Okay.
So
what?
Now, there was no major extinction 2 million years ago of animal species on the planet. So why the difference?
I don't see, I'm sorry, I don't see how the asteroid or comet or anything else that plowed into Mother Earth proves alien intervention. Now, maybe I've missed something here.
Yeah. See, the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago was a large asteroid. This one is probably larger, but there were no major extinctions after this.
Well, maybe there was no major life.
2 million years ago?
Well, you know, they say there was, but I mean, who knows? Sir, I don't see, you started out the conversation by saying you don't believe, and so here's the proof. What's it proof of?
It's proof that the aliens operated differently 2 million years ago. Instead of, they replaced all the major species after they exterminated all life on Earth, as opposed to what they did 65 million years ago. They did not replace the dinosaurs.
All right, sir, I'm converted. Thanks for the call. God. I mean, how is that supposed to prove anything? I'm very interested, of course, as you know, in looking toward trying to get proof of something, but a call like that discourages me. I mean, first of all, I don't know about what has or hasn't plowed into the Earth, but I fail to see how aliens have anything to do with it. On the other hand, listen to this story from the Herald News. Area farmers who have been swathing and baling hay in the early morning hours have had their long and tedious tasks enlivened considerably in recent weeks. Farmers from Bonanza to Klamath Falls have reported seeing unidentified flying objects overhead as they work. One rancher reportedly sighted a cylindrical object he said was the size of a football field. There have been 10 reports in the area since the early morning hours of July 31st. Now, that too proves nothing, but it is very interesting. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, this is Shiloh from Fenway, Washington.
I have a cat named Shadow.
Shiloh.
Oh, Shiloh.
Yeah, I'd like to...
Too bad. I was about to be partial to you, but... Anyway, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. The person that said that the Space Needle wasn't painted like the wheel was wrong.
Oh, no. Now, do you know that for sure?
Yeah, it was on the local news.
They painted the top of it to look like the Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, it was all the different colors.
It can't be true. It can't be true. I don't believe it. You saw it on TV?
Yeah, on Seattle News.
How do you think the people of Seattle feel about that?
I have no idea, but I would think
Well, I'm going to find out. Are you sure it's true? Do you swear on your TV guide it's true?
I saw it on the news, not the TV guide.
Well, I know, but you swear on your TV guide with your hand on the guide?
Yeah, but I think it'd be easier just to put this tarp over it than to paint it. Now, another question.
Yes?
It's like, see the comet?
The comet, yes.
Say it was a spaceship.
Say it was.
And it was on an exodus to the nearest livable planet because their planet died, and they got in contact with the military here. Would you think they would shoot it out or let them come on the planet?
Well, let me put it this way. Do you remember the Star Trek with the probe?
Star Trek 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one with the probe?
Mm-hmm.
If it is not a big rock, a snowball rock comet, then it's a probe. Just like the one in Star Trek.
Okay.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Feed the whales.
Yeah.
See you later, sir. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, I get a question first. Your first-time caller line?
Yes.
How do you know someone's a first-time caller when they call on it?
Well, because I have a really cool memory for voices. Now, occasionally somebody might fool me, but if I catch them fooling me, I bar them for life.
Okay.
And, you know, I do. They might get me once or twice, and then I nail them, and then that's it.
Okay. See, I'm calling through Kogo,
Yes?
Kogo,
Right.
and you're talking about the person that was jumping off the bridge. They had a couple incidents here where that happened.
Yes.
And the main head fellow who's on the radio every day, who hires at the station, he was very in favor of the person jumping to ease the traffic. He was very cold about it. He called himself insensitive. And but that's what he was doing. He was saying he wants the person to jump just to clear the traffic. So they don't have the right to do it. And I disagree with that, but anyway.
I find that hard to believe.
No, that's what he said. And, yeah, he was very in favor of it, in favor of the person jumping just to clear the traffic. He said they had no right to back up.
I refuse to believe somebody would seriously say that.
Oh, he's serious. He is, and he also criticizes you for your belief in UFOs, etc.
Well, that's cool. I'm used to that. If I was a doll and, you know, people were sticking pins in me, you wouldn't be able to see my face for all the pins. So that's all right.
Yeah, and then earlier you were talking about religious people who are always, or something, they're always pushing their morals or even standing on street corners preaching.
No, those are not the people I was criticizing. What I said was, I referred, of course, to the evangelical scandals that we had, but then I referred to people in my own life. People that I know that are just preachy as hell, and I mean really preachy, about morality, little tiny sticky points of morality, preaching to me about my doing this or my doing that. And these people turned out to be thieves, cheaters, the very worst sorts of people you could imagine. And even after all of that was revealed, they still go on preaching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I myself personally like to pray to Jesus if I want to, but I have a T-shirt that I wear that says, "Jesus, protect me from your followers."
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
And it hit home. But also, let's see, I have a UFO Investigations T-shirt too that I got at a conference where I met Bob Exler.
Yes.
And I received some discrimination on that because I was in a gay rights parade marching with some friends and families, a straight contingent in the parade. And one of the fathers who was with the church there, I said, "Would you welcome gay aliens into it?" And he said, "No, we'll stick with humans."
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, what happens, you know, if we find out that there are aliens here, only they are, as a norm, homosexual. That is to say, they are of one gender and reproduce in that manner. I mean, it's entirely possible. Two questions then. A, would we reject them and go to war immediately with them? And would we allow them to march in Earth parades? Yeah, I get criticized all the time, you know, because I allow anybody to talk about anything here on the air, and whether that includes aliens or whatever else it is we happen to be talking about. And if you've been listening for a while now, you know it's anything on any given night. So who cares? I mean, life's too short. You know, I'm 50 years old now, and I'm bound and determined to do this program the way I want to do it, which is to have it be an open forum, which is to have unscreened calls. And if some of these heroes out there who are criticizing me would like perhaps to try for a few hours to do what it is that I do and take unscreened calls, then after that experience, after they have tasted the unexpected, the unexplained, sometimes the nearly intolerable, after they've tasted that, then they could bitch at me with some basis. But they don't. They hide behind their little screener TV screens. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995.
The board operator at KCMO in Kansas City, this is reference a call we had a lot earlier. Somehow, at the beginning of the program, KCMO got a switch in the wrong place or something, and there was rock and roll music on there for about 10 minutes, and then they got my show back on again. He called up and said, sorry, new at the job, threw the wrong switch. See, that kind of thing happens. So there you are. I will be on KCMO, Kansas City, during their morning show, I think around 9:30, somewhere in there. So if you're in Kansas City and you stay up that late, I'll be on the air. Probably a lot of people who listen to KCMO at 9:30 don't even know who I am. Night creature that I be. All right, to the telephones west of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Kogo and also L.A.
Yes, sir.
In L.A. That situation in Detroit, I don't think is an indictment of society. It's an indictment of this growing urban criminal subculture in every large city. And the story kind of reminds me of a man who was killed during the L.A. riots here in 1992. His name was Mr. Epstein, and he was actually lynched by a mob.
Reminds me of the story in New York where the woman was stabbed while everybody watched.
Yeah, that was back in the 60s.
Yeah.
You know, many people were killed during the April 1992 riots, according to the LA Times, but no one was ever brought to justice. And the Times says it's because members of the community, the black community, are protecting these criminals. And I would like to see somebody stir up this pot because people like Mr. Epstein deserve justice.
Well, I absolutely agree with you, and you might even say, how many times now has Rodney King been arrested, but not jailed?
He has an unlimited get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah, and so it's sort of the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I know the LA Times won't even send reporters into many parts of that city now. And it's just like that lady who called in earlier said that there's just this huge population that wants what the other half has. And the only thing between them and the other half is the dwindling number of LAPD and sheriff's deputies.
It's a true statement. Yep, that was a good letter. As a matter of fact, thank you. If I can find that letter, I'll reread it. But even now, yeah, here it is. I'm going to reread this. You people in LA, you'll love this. Hi, Art, love the show. I'm an ex-wife of an LAPD officer. I can tell you my opinion of the whole O.J. Simpson, Mark Furman mess. I believe O.J. did it. And he will get off because of sloppy and or questionable work by LAPD, the coroner's office, crime lab, and prosecution. As for Mark Furman, I know his racism was not only tolerated by LAPD, but sponsored, fostered, and supported by it. Any officer who bucks the status quo won't be able to wear enough bulletproof vests. He or she will pay, most likely with his or her life. Now, I can't hate or outright condemn my ex-husband or his fellow officers, because I've seen how each one goes to war every day for as long as they last. Imagine fighting in Vietnam or Kuwait for 20 years. Those who do make it to retirement have totally altered outlooks than those of us who have led civilian lives. And let us civilians not forget There's a vast population out there that feels no compunction to abide by the same laws we automatically obey. We are perceived as the holders of the goods they want, and the police are perceived as the enemy. I'm a civil servant too, but I'm not expected to put my life on the line every day for anybody or everybody else. These officers are expected to do just that. Even their most vocal critics expect total sacrifice on the part of the police with just one 911 phone call, no matter what circumstances led to the call. What is the solution? I have no idea. I find it a pity, though, that Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman had to die like they did to bring the mess to light. Now, I bet you OJ gets his kids back. There is absolutely no justice here on Earth. Maybe when OJ meets his maker. That's Jan from San Francisco. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Hello. Is this the Art Bell Show?
Yes, it is. Turn your radio off.
Yes, it's off now, sir. Hi. You were soliciting comments earlier about whether this is a quickening or not.
Right.
Yeah. Well, biblically speaking, and I'm not here to oppose nobody's opinion or nothing, but this is my opinion. Biblically speaking, Jesus said that we were in the last hour, or the last minute of the last hour. I don't think all this is really new. I really think instead that because of our modern technology and stuff, that we're just hearing about it more. But that's not to say that I'm in disagreement with the fact that it's happening. Actually, I'm saying that it's been happening for a long time.
Well, actually, I'm saying I've been doing this talk show for 11 years. During that 11 years, sir, I have had constant modern communications available to me, television, radio, wire services, all of the, with the exception maybe of internet that's come lately, but otherwise, I've had access to information for 11 years solid, doing a show every night, 5 nights a week.
Right.
This show, and then 6 nights a week otherwise. And I'm telling you that all events are indeed accelerating. It is true.
No, I believe. I didn't say I didn't believe they were accelerating. I'm just saying that these events have been happening on an accelerated basis since that time. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and it sounds like just like what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. I'm agreeing with you.
I see.
And I wanted to say one more thing. As far as not just children's eyes being glued together and such, but that the one gentleman earlier that commented on Democrats and Republicans, and he made it synonymous with socialism. I don't agree. I think you can be a Democrat and not be a socialist, and I think you can be a Republican and not be a socialist either, or the opposite of.
Well, I happen to agree with that. It's called the Great Middle, and I do agree with that. Dear Art, all those subhuman spectators should have their eyelids superglued together. Dear Art, what a bunch of BS. Answer this. Did you or did you not say to Mr. Morningstar that I too believe the Earth is alive? Yes, I did say that. What proof do you have? What can you hold in your hands? Silence from Mr. Missouri, Mr. Nuts and Bolts, as I suspect. Not likely, Steve in Santa Barbara. Oh, I know who you are. I said, exactly as you quoted me, I too believe the Earth is alive, and I do. Now, that is not saying that I said, the Earth is alive, I know this to be a fact. Steve, read your own sentence. I too believe the Earth is alive. I have a lot of beliefs, but a belief is very different than my stating something as a fact. Do you see that distinction, Steve? I'm not saying something is a fact. I'm not saying it is a scientifically verifiable fact. Believing something, that's a different story. I believe O.J. Simpson is guilty. I don't know it for sure, but I believe it. I generally believe there is a very good chance we are being visited from elsewhere. I believe there is a creator. I don't know any of those things to be absolutely true. Steve, west of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, I'm calling from Seymour, California.
Okay.
KMJ Country.
KMJ, yes.
Yes. At the first of your program, you had a list of 40 ways to destroy the Earth.
That's right.
I have one more to add to that list.
What would that be?
Okay, increase the speed limit from 55 to 85.
85 miles per hour?
Right. This would help deplete the ozone, use up more gas, use up
Kill more people.
more trees, kill more people, take care of the population explosion. It would also help the employment.
More police, more ambulances, more
Right.
hospital bills.
Right, more coroners.
That'd be
We would
good.
have to build more hospitals to contain all of the amputees. Great idea, huh?
We could insist that every person who drives a car have a gun in their glove compartment
At least one.
so that traffic disputes could be settled with more finality.
Right.
All right, well, that's good, ma'am. You're on track. Thank you.
I enjoy your program. Keep it up.
Thank you. Have a good one. Art, I took a spin on your webpage tonight. This is one of the best I've ever found. Myron McLeod and Keith Rowland have done a nice job with it. Keep playing in Peoria. Don. Thank you, Don. I have not been on my own webpage. Isn't that pathetic? I'll have to do that. Here's yet another entry in the message from another star system. If I were sending it, it would be, quote, could you come over and play? Patricia in Woodstock, Illinois. Could you come over and play? Yeah, but I can't stay the night. Wild card line, you're on the air.
Radio Free America.
Well, there's a voice.
Well, I tell you what, it's harder and harder to get through to your programs.
Well, I'm glad you've made it.
Well, I'm glad we got to hear from the sociopath in Kansas City. It sounds like he's drinking his midnight cocktail of sour grapefruit and lemon.
Ooh, he did sound sour.
No, he cracks me up. Hey, that Noah's Ark story is quite interesting, especially your caller last night, who seems to know a little about what's going on over there and the sonic reading that he was talking about.
That's why I let that call go on for a bit. That was a good call.
Oh yeah, Art. I'm gonna lobby here. I've really wanted you to do that on either this show or on Dreamland, to have that guy that's doing the research.
I'd love to.
Also about the Ark of the Covenant.
Yep.
That's really fascinating because what do you think would happen if they had literal proof that the Genesis, that far back?
That it all happened as described. Well, I think, first of all, there would be a certain percentage of the population that absolutely would not accept it no matter what. No matter what. I don't care what kind of scientific proof there would be. They would not accept it because it would spoil everything they believe. I think that a lot of other people would turn to religion, that a lot of people, percentage-wise, maybe even the majority, would turn to religion.
Don't you think it would be a huge threat for the powers that be, so to speak, to make that apparent?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. I'll talk to you later.
See you. If they find the Ark on Ararat, and they're going to be, the digging is, as we speak, beginning. You tell me what else it could be high up on Ararat. Something, I saw the photographs. It's clearly in the shape of a ship, a very large ship, larger than the Queen Mary. How would that get up on a mountain? I believe the stats I heard quoted the other night on encounters were that it is better than 100,000 to 1 that it is not anything from Mother Nature. Okay? Think about that. 100,000 to 1 that Mother Nature could have formed this perfect ship-like object up there on Mount Ararat. Coincidence that it was seen right after the earthquake there on the day the nation of Israel was formed? Boy, that's some coincidence, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello?
Mr. Bell.
That's me.
Yeah, I have a lot of empathy for you with the gentleman who called in and complained about you raising the subscription.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, hasn't he ever heard of inflation? You know, I subscribe to Harper's. I pay like $10, $12 a year. New Yorker, I pay like 33 cents an issue. They've been in business for 100 years. You're trying to put out something new.
Yep.
You know. What I wanted to talk to you about was, you know, the woman in Detroit.
Yes.
33-year-old. You recall Kitty Genovese in New York City?
I do, yes.
There were at least 40 people. You know, this occurred, you know, in the middle of the morning, too, where a man was beating and raping her in front of a brownstone.
That's right.
And
everybody watched. They all looked out their
They
windows.
looked out. I think a couple people called, but in New York City, sometimes the police are, you know, a little slow in getting there. But they were so slow that he came back an hour later.
You know, let me say
and
this.
killed her.
Sir, let me say this. Then, that many years ago, that story stood out. That story was horrifying and not typical and not something you heard every day. And we were all shocked as hell, and nobody's ever forgotten it. Now, today, this kind of story is becoming routine.
Right. Now, you know, you're on K-Ram here in St. Louis.
St. Louis, yes.
You know, and I have you on most nights. I fall asleep, you know, it's on low, you know. The people that follow you come on from 6 to 9. They're young people that have been fired from several stations here in St. Louis.
Well, most people in radio, sir, have been fired many times in their career.
But, I mean, they're two individuals that their producer announced this. How I found out about this yesterday morning at 6 o'clock, because I hadn't read any papers over the weekend. Their producer announced it, and then they laugh and make a joke of it. And this Steve and JC that are on here following you on K-Ram
Made a joke about, you mean...
laughed about the woman in Detroit. You know, because their whole show is, you know, they're in their mid to late 20s, and their whole show is just nonsense.
Is it a shock jock kind of thing?
Yeah, right, exactly. And I couldn't believe,
it's hard to imagine anything at all. Thank you for the call. Funny. At all funny about that situation. It is so sad that I worry. I worry for all of us. And as I said, the New York City incident, you'll recall how shocking and awful that was. Today, I can hardly come on the air without hearing about some 5-year-old's eyelids glued shut by daddy. One child who kills another, a lady jumping off a bridge. Mama throwing a baby out of a window, crack mom. You know, I really could go on and on and on. In other words, what once was shocking and very unusual, today is becoming, I guess we're all getting a little numb. And I'm sorry, but it's...
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995.
From John in Escondido. Dear Art, you're so negative. I wonder why. Today's current programming has a tendency to be that way. Heck, it's hip. It's what we do. We focus on negative because we like to know things are worse for others than for ourselves. It keeps the responsibility other people's in quotes. We are selfish and spoiled. Art, to actually be responsible in this day and age is being made criminal. Therefore, more and more people are becoming criminal. They're caring less and less. It's really too bad. John. Thank you. Art, that's got to be one of the funniest things I've heard in a long time. What if the aliens that came here, or are here, are all gay? How absolutely hysterical. I'm not gay, but I don't really give a... I can't read that word, sir. I don't give a... You know what? If somebody or anyone is, everyone freaks out too much about the whole subject, including the gay community. Well, I don't know, it's just one of those dumb things to consider. I mean, it's eminently possible, isn't it? If there are aliens, who's to say their reproductive systems mimic ours? Who's to say they even have different sexes? So, what if it was just one sex? We couldn't handle that, could we? We'd probably be at war. Shooting them down. It's nighttime radio. Somebody else here asking about the ratings. You know, I don't. It's almost a good subject. I don't know why the ratings are so high for this program. Everywhere, not just in one place, but everywhere. The ratings are just absolutely flat out, unbelievably high. You tell me. There's people that are getting angry at me for it. They're actually getting angry at me for it. And I think it's because they don't understand it either. To them, they listen to the program and they go, you know, what is it? Why? How come? And this is, you know, these are some other broadcasters. And I wouldn't begin to know to tell them, or even you, or myself. I don't know why, fully. I don't understand fully why. It has to do with the format of the program. There's no magic here. It's just open radio. As far as I can see, that's what seems to be doing it. It's just open line, blah, 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 whatever comes up, radio. Maybe they're angry about it because their formula is not achieving the same thing. And I guess I would only say, look, anytime you follow somebody's formula, it's like marching behind Rush Limbaugh, you know, in lockstep. We all do our shows that way. Then pretty soon they're too much the same. There's just one Rush Limbaugh, not a million of them out there. And there's, I'm thankful, I think, just one of me. And so I do the program the way I do it, and I'm thankful that it works this way. I don't want to make anybody angry about it. I don't even like feeling that anger. So I don't know what to say about it. I've got a couple of faxes about that here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Ardell.
That's me.
Your friend Charlie, Mr. Illiberal in California, certainly shows his mentality or lack thereof by his comments.
Well, what he shows is his hypocrisy. Now, you notice he wants to take everybody's gun away, but he says if it turns into a Mad Max world, he's going to take his and, you know, be part of the Mad Max syndrome.
That is for sure. Any gentleman on the scene there would have certainly defended not only her life, but her honor. I think if it turned into a Mad Max society, he would be roadkill.
Maybe it is turning into a Mad Max society. It sounds to me what just occurred up in Detroit is a big step in that direction.
Well, I think people take this whole quickening thing a little bit too far, but I do agree with you.
Do you believe or not believe that they have painted the entire top of the Space Needle as the Wheel of Fortune?
Well, as you know, I am in Bellingham, Washington, so I'm very close, and I doubt that very much so.
So you don't believe that?
No, I do not.
Would it be, in your estimation, a travesty if it was true?
If it was true, it would certainly be shine a negative light on our society.
All right, thank you. All right, the west of the Rockies line is now open for Seattle, Washington only. We're going to settle this right now. Have they done this or not? Is this true or not? I almost refuse to believe it. Now, I know, don't send me any more photographs. 2 people now have sent me photographs showing the top of the Space Needle, painted as the Wheel of Fortune. I kid you not. It is the wheel. Now, I was there. I tried to broadcast from the Space Needle. That's a long story. But I refuse. I don't believe it. So, the west of the Rockies line is open for Seattle residents who will tell us the truth about the Space Needle. It just can't be. Tell us it ain't so. Are you in Seattle?
Yes, I am.
You are. All right. What is your first name?
Dusty.
Dusty, are you on a speaker phone?
No, I'm not.
All right. Dusty, what do you know about this?
Well, I just picked up today's issue of the Tacoma News Tribune,
Yes, sir.
and the front page of the local section
Yes, sir.
has a giant color picture
No.
from above the Space Needle.
No.
And true to life, there's the Wheel of Fortune.
No.
Yeah, believe it or don't. What a travesty. I guess they're coming to town to film, so they painted the top of the needle to look like the wheel. Actually, yes, it would have been yesterday. It's the 22nd issue of the Tacoma News Tribune, Section B, front page, big color picture.
You swear this?
I'll fax you a copy of it.
No, I've got a copy. I mean, if this must be the picture. I've got it here. It shows I would say the closest, let's see if I'm right. There's the $500 and the $350 and a blank spot in between.
And off to the left-hand side, you can see the bankrupt square.
Bankrupt, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Oh, God, it's true.
Yeah. I don't know. You just can't tell with some of these people.
It's nearing the end, sir.
I'm telling you.
Have a good morning.
Hey, one comment for you.
Yeah, sure.
What happened to the Gold Rose Company?
Oh, they'll be back. The Gold Rose Company, as a matter of fact, I think they're already booked back, so they'll be on shortly.
Well, good, because I wanted to get one and didn't have a chance to ever write the number down. And
Well, 'tis the season soon. You know, we'll head toward Christmas, and you'll hear them back on.
Okay, great.
All right, thanks.
Have a good night.
Yep, you too. No. How did this happen? The Space Needle is the symbol of Seattle. The symbol of Seattle. I mean, when you think of Seattle, other than the movie Sleepless in Seattle, you think of the Space Needle. How can this be? On my Seattle line, you're on the air. Are you in Seattle?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'm calling Harpel.
First-time callers, area 702-727-1222. Oh, no, Joseph, you're not allowed to give your last name on the air?
Oh.
So give us only your first name, Joseph, right?
Right.
Where are you calling from, Joseph?
Arroyo Grande, California.
Oh, well, but I'm holding this open for Seattle.
Well, I guess I'll have to try again.
All right, thank you. Couple more Seattles. I mean, I sort of halfway think people are screwing with me here a little bit. It's just one of those things that couldn't be true. On my Seattle line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, this is Bill from Ventura.
No, sir, I'm holding this line for Seattle.
Oh, you're still holding it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I am, Bill. Thank you. I want at least a couple of more calls. I mean, I don't want to just depend on one or two calls. This is the kind of thing you need confirmation of. On my Seattle line, you're on the air.
Howard?
Yes.
I'm from Seattle.
You're from Seattle. All right. Turn your radio off.
I just did.
All right.
Off now.
What do you know?
Saw it yesterday. Big multicolored on the side. On the top, it's got the Wheel of Fortune.
The Wheel of Fortune.
So now the Seattle symbol is a little bit more colorful.
All right, let's try this angle with you. How do you feel about that? How do you think Seattle feels about that? I mean, wait a minute. Let me even back up further. Am I right? Is the Space Needle the Seattle symbol? I mean, for not only the nation, but the world. When you think about Seattle, you think about the Space Needle.
Pretty much. I really don't think about it that way, but I guess it could be feather shapes. I don't know.
So is there a sort of sacrilege putting the Wheel of Fortune on it?
I think it's kind of stupid. It, makes it kind of colorful, but that's what I did.
Does it sadden you as a Seattle resident?
Yeah, pretty much.
All they're missing is a statue of Vanna White on top,
Picture of Pat on the elevator.
You know how this is really going to seem irreverent, but I believe it's down near Buenos Aires or in, somewhere in, where is it anyway? It's in, I think maybe Brazil, where they have this very dramatic statue that they'll zoom in on with a helicopter. You've seen it, haven't you?
I might have. You described it.
Somehow I see that except Vanna White on top of the Space Needle. I mean, it's a logical follow-up to what they... So this really is real, huh?
Yeah, I first I didn't know it was a Wheel of Fortune. I just found out tonight that it was. All I could see from the side was, red, yellow, and, other colors.
Oh, all right, sir, thank you. All right, I'll open the line for everybody now. It's true, I guess it's true. It's the quickening. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Jane in Seattle.
Well, good.
Can you hear me clearly?
Very clearly, yes.
Oh, good. It's true, they painted the Space Needle. My folks celebrated the 52nd wedding anniversary on top of the needle tonight.
Really?
Yes, really.
How is this, I mean, this must be, or is about to be, a big topic of talk radio in Seattle. I mean, I would like to know what Seattle people generally feel about this change.
Well, I've decided not to worry about it too much because other topics that you cover on the air are much more brain-grappling than the painting of the Space Needle, and I'm just going to trust that eventually they'll repaint the Space Needle to its original pretty hues. After the flapless Wheel of Fortune is over with, I'm trusting they will repaint it back to its typical Seattle grace.
Well, as I look at the picture here, they could actually turn it into a, in Las Vegas where they have the wheels that you spin?
Yes.
And a little ball could roll out from the top. Anyway, you did have something more serious. Even though, I'll tell you, this is serious. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. I was just addressing the seriousness of the issues you usually cover on your program. And,
we cover anything, and I got this picture of the Space Needle, and I don't know, it seemed like sacrilege to me somehow.
Well, since we're down usually at the bottom and not flying over the needle, I guess we don't have to look at it quite in the same perspective as what you experienced looking at it in the newspaper from the top. And I find it rather interesting and somewhat humorous. And I really can't take it that seriously because up to this point I've not flown over the needle. But it looks like I was over the needle about 2 weeks ago coming back from...
Well, now, wait a minute now. The restaurant is above that, right?
I believe the great painting is above the restaurant part.
Oh, it is?
Visible from the air is my understanding.
Well, okay. That's right. The restaurant is literally in the round area.
Yes, it is.
So even the people in the restaurant don't have to look at it, really.
That's true. All they have to look at, really, are the gorgeous Olympics and the gorgeous Cascades and the sunsets and the sunrises and the rainbows we have around here. That's what...
Now, would you feel that it would be going too far to have a giant statue of Vanna White on top?
That's going way too far. I prefer a replica of the Statue of Liberty to a statue of Vanna White. Then I would object.
You know, with the state of America today, my dear lady, a lot of people would not be able to tell the difference.
Isn't that the truth?
Thank you very much for the call.
Thank you.
And you take care. You must continue to laugh occasionally, even at things that don't seem like they should be laughed at, so as not to cry. Hey, I forgot to tell you, I got a copy of... Patrick's copy of his check as a GIF picture on our computer system. And so if you would like to see the check that Patrick deposited to get his 95 grand, call our bulletin board service. It is called simply check.gif. And you know what I want now? I want a GIF picture of the Space Needle. Anybody who can send that to me, attach it to email or something on AOL. If anybody's got a good quality picture, I mean, this is the most incredible thing you've ever seen in your whole life. I would love to have a photograph of that, a good one, as a GIF photograph, and I will put that up on my bulletin board too. It's actually not my bulletin board, by the way. It's put on by a kindly gentleman here in Pahrump, Nevada. Actually, he's a pretty cool guy. He's a retired FBI. See the kind of friends you have, Art? East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. This is OJ in Kansas City.
How you doing?
KCMO, doing fine.
I think I'm going to be on the morning show there this morning.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
That's what I said.
You stay up that late?
Well, it's 9:30 there, it'd be 7:30 here. Yeah.
That's not so bad.
Right.
You know, it's not as easy to be chivalrous and save damsels as it used to be.
Apparently. Not even in vogue anymore.
No, first of all, you have to have a fairly large arsenal to carry around with you, because the first thing you have to do is kill the perpetrators so they can't sue you. Then you have to kill the witnesses so they can't finger you. Then you have to make sure there aren't any TV people around. It's not as easy as it used to be.
Well, you're exactly right.
Unfortunately,
a little
that's true.
Cynical presentation, but the truth of the matter is that there is a step from that, or in other words, not participating, not jumping into the middle of it, but gee whiz, folks, to cheering and chanting for someone to kill themselves. Now, please. Yeah.
I tell you, I'm going to do the right thing no matter what it costs, but I hope it doesn't present itself to me. I'm too young to go to jail. Thank you for being there.
Yeah, thank you for calling, sir. Have a good morning. On the first-time caller line, you are on the air.
Oh, Art, let me turn my radio down.
That's good. Do that.
Whoops, sorry.
It's all right. You are a first-time caller.
Yes, I am. First-time caller on any show.
Oh, fine. All right.
First, I wanted to tell you about a little tip for disciplining kitties. I heard you mention one time you got to spank yours every once in a while.
Yeah.
Just keep a little water gun next to you. You don't even have to get out of your chair.
Well, see, I have no problems of that sort. Problems occur. My cats are inside cats. I don't let them out. And if they make a run for the door,
oh, I see.
then they get themselves a swat on the tail end. And cats take it rough.
Yes.
I mean, they really do. They sulk.
Yes, they do. But I thought you meant like furniture scratching and that kind of
Well, I mean, it's for their own good.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, it is. Yeah, mine are indoor cats, too. And I wanted to mention one more thing.
Yes.
Asking one time about what you thought people would do if there was a comet that was going to hit the Earth.
Yeah, if you had days or weeks or months or even years.
I think they say all people are really three people. The person you think you are, the person other people think they are, I think you are, and the person you really are. I think we all become the people we really are.
And so then what result would that yield?
I think that people would just be surprised. The masks would all come off. I mean...
Well, okay, I'm trying to pin you to the wall here. When they did, what kind of society would we have? I mean, would everybody quietly go home to be with their loved ones? Would there be mostly rape, pillage, Mad Max time? Or?
I think most of them would probably go home to be with their families.
How much Mad Maxing would there be?
Oh, probably less than there is now.
Really?
I think so,
Well, that might be all right for a period of time.
Yeah, I think that when it came down to it, and you knew you only had a certain amount of time, the things that were important in life would come out.
All right, we'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995. Time. Tonight's program originally aired August 22nd, 1995.
I'm wondering how our society is going to absorb this whole Roswell autopsy film. It's a very interesting question. It will depend, of course, on how they present it. If it's with a wink and nod and a chuckle, maybe it'll just roll over everybody. If it is presented seriously, there may be an impact on society. Art, the horrendous things that are taking place in our current world makes one wonder if somehow, as a species, we are thinning out our own overpopulation problem. Perhaps there is a kind of species consciousness that works within the balance of nature, and this is simply man's way of keeping that balance in check. Sort of a lemming kind of deal, right? Or perhaps our world is but a mere image of Sodom and Gomorrah, homeboy. Remember, there were many atrocities taking place there, from open murders, child molestation, almost again. History and Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, anyway. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, hey, Art.
Hello.
Yeah,
Where are you?
Pleasantville, Nebraska.
Okay. Glad to have you.
Yeah, hey, first of all, aliens of one gender would be asexual, not homosexual.
Well, I know. I said that, asexual, but I mean, to a heterosexual, mainly a heterosexual people, they would seem homosexual.
Yeah, I guess, but then brothers and sisters may be arguing over who gets to date one.
Well, there would be some of that.
Really though, which do you prefer, dogs and cats revisited, or how the Earth is a living being?
Let's go with the latter.
Okay, well, you know, the theory on global warming, the depletion of the ozone, first of all.
Yeah.
You notice all the thunderstorms we have?
Yeah.
Lightning creates what? Ozone.
Right.
Earth's fixing itself.
Think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
You bet.
See you later. You guys have got to see the Space Needle. I would not have believed it, actually. Even seeing the photograph, I did not believe it. And it shows you how you can be in doubt about things. But they sent me the photograph. I saw it. It's a Wheel of Fortune, for real. Painted on the entire top of the Space Needle. And it's one of those things you would expect to see, you know, a doctored photograph. Ha, ha, ha. Isn't this funny, Art? It's real. I bet there's going to be a controversy in Seattle. Maybe we ought to have one here. I could do that. I wonder if I could find somebody in favor of doing this and get somebody over on the other side. That'd make great debate, wouldn't it? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. This is Steve Bone from Tempe, Arizona.
Hi, Steve.
Yes, I'm kind of curious about this film of the alien autopsy.
Yes.
Are they going to make it available to the public in a complete, what they have left of the film?
Well, I don't know whether we're going to get it all, but I know we're going to get a good, healthy dose on August 28th. Being promoted now on Fox.
Is they going to actually show a good portion of it, or are they just going to give us a little tease?
I think a pretty good portion.
Huh. That's going to be interesting then. Are you or your show or anybody affiliated with you going to be are you going to be making the videotape itself available to the public?
Well, no. The owner of the copyright, who gave us permission to publish, Santilli, is already making it available. You can get a video or something.
I thought maybe he would.
Or if you're smart, you just run your VCR when they broadcast it on the 28th.
I'm planning on that anyway, but.
So there you are.
I was just wondering if they're going to show the craft pieces at all.
Somebody sent me a wonderful gift. Thank you. I don't know about the pieces. I think they may. Somebody sent me in a glass tube allegedly the symbols that were recovered on a piece from Roswell, and I have that. And they do look kind of like hieroglyphics. That's as close as I can come. And it is supposedly an accurate reproduction of those, and I've got that. It's encased in glass in a tube. It's really kind of neat. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey, you're not from California.
Well, hello.
Hey, you know why your show's so good?
No.
Well, because you focus on the callers, and they feel important. That's why.
Okay. I'm not sure that's true. I mean, I'm not even nice to everybody.
I know, but the callers are kind of like the show, and you're just there.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I really don't understand this whole theory about if we find out, like, there's aliens and extraterrestrial life that the world's going to fall apart. What are we, like a bunch of kids finding out that there's really no Santa Claus?
Yep.
I think that's ridiculous. I think everybody's blowing that part way out of proportion.
Well, then you don't properly understand the religious beliefs of people and what would happen when they're challenged. I mean, look at the wars around the world, dear lady. They're fought over differences in religious views.
Well, then maybe it would be a good thing.
Well, but don't minimize it. I mean, if something came along that destroyed or strongly challenged religious views, I assure you, blood would flow. Alien and human.
Alien, I know. I think that people are so stubborn that it probably wouldn't make any difference at all. They go right on believing whatever it is they believe. You know, saying, well, you're not real, or something like that.
Well, I'm sure, a lot of that's going to go on after the showing of the Santilli film.
I know, I can't wait to see that. Is it like on a show, or are they just showing it?
Well, it's a special.
Ah, okay. Because I don't really watch TV very much.
Well, be sure to watch this.
I will. Good night.
And good night to you. It will depend on the presentation. But there's going to be a lot of reaction to it, and a lot of it is not going to be positive. Which probably means that even if there really was sudden absolute proof of aliens, a substantial portion of the population simply would refuse to believe it. Or anything else like that. I mean, maybe we have arrived in the day and age where no matter how good the proof of anything, it will not matter. People will doubt. For me, there is a threshold of proof, a scientific proof. What is science? It is the ability to prove something by repeating it and achieving the same results time after time. you can prove something. So there is a threshold. It's a fairly stiff and a severe one, but I will accept something as scientific fact at a certain point. That threshold for me has not been reached with regard to aliens, or abductions, or crop circles, or life after death, or our maker, or a lot of things. I have not reached that threshold of proof. And I hope that you understand, some of you. I am intensely fascinated with and pursue these topics. Do not translate that to, I'm saying it is so. Because I won't do that until I get to that threshold of proof. West of the would have been. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Dick calling from Kaneohe, Hawaii.
Well, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Very well.
You've discussed this, and I've missed it. But this is something I'd like to bring up concerning the pictures of the aliens.
Sure.
There have been so many people who claim to have been abducted, right?
Yes.
Have any of them looked at the picture and said, oh, these are the people that have been coming and getting me?
Nobody I've talked to yet. Well, one lady.
What did she say about it?
Those are the people that got me. Roughly that. Yeah, I did talk to one lady who said that.
Yeah, it seems that if there are the thousands of people that are being abducted night after night, that some of them would come forward and say yes or no. It's a very, very interesting thing.
You've got to remember, other than, say, my newsletter, which, got permission to publish these photos, and some other various leaks on the internet and so forth, the general public has not yet seen these.
Well, you're right there. I mean, I'm a nethead, so I'm on the World Wide Web all the time, and I've seen it for weeks. So yeah, I guess that they haven't been widely distributed.
How do you think the American public will absorb this information? It's a hell of a question. I mean, when they show it, if they just show it, what do you think will be the result?
Well, I don't know, because I consider myself a reasonably intelligent human being, and for years the subject of UFOs was something that I never really thought about. I thought, well, yeah, there probably are aliens. I don't know if they're coming or not. I saw so much of the tabloid stuff, and one night driving home from work, I happened upon your show, Dreamland.
Yes.
You were interviewing John Mack. And
yes.
My goodness. And I went home and listened to it till late in the night, and I went, these guys aren't crazy.
Oh, no.
And so I started listening to your show, and I started reading the literature, and there is this wealth of information from credible sources.
I know.
That people don't know anything about. It just isn't out there.
I know.
I'm a reporter at a television station in Hawaii. And
you are?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
and if I tried to do a story on any of this, and I did, we had those sightings in Kaneohe last January with some lights in the sky.
I recall.
Yeah, and my news director said, "Well, we can't put this on the air. This is crazy. It's just too. There has been I believe, such a good job of discrediting this that the general public, it just goes right over their head. They just think it's tabloid stuff. So I don't know what's going to happen."
Well, I really appreciate your comments. Thank you. I am past the point of letting it bother me. As I say, it's an open line talk show, and a lot of you have decided you've gathered here to talk about certain topics. I'm not going to stop you. I'm fascinated by them. I've been investigating them for years. I will continue to do so, always in the hope that we will together approach that threshold of proof. And so you just keep working toward that. In the meantime, these are all fascinating things, and I, for one, will continue to pursue them until they come and take me away. They're coming to take me away. Remember that one? Got to be old enough for that one, too. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Yes, good morning. Calling from KDX, Portland.
Yes, sir.
The only thing that I find surprising in that Detroit fiasco is that popcorn and candy apples weren't sold at that thing. It seems that lately, you've talked about in your show before, the desensitization of human life in this country seems to be rampant.
Yeah.
I volunteer for a child abuse hotline about 4 times a month, and the rancid, disgusting pus of behavior I hear is just sad to me.
Okay, here's another one. These are just all over the place this morning. Listen to this. Hi, Art. Here's a local news story you may want to comment on. A local man with learning disabilities is being tried for the child rape of his 15-year-old daughter. However, the girl is refusing to testify. She does not want him convicted. So, the judge has thrown her in juvenile detention and/or under house arrest until she takes the stand. It's been about a week so far, and she is still not willing to testify. Dale, listening to KVI/Como.
Sad commentary.
Yeah.
Also, if I may add one story to the two you mentioned earlier about Portland and Washington area.
Sure.
I think last week a 16-year-old boy and a 17-year-old friend killed the parents of the 16-year-old, and then if that wasn't bad enough, they took the 5-year-old little brother and drowned him in the bathtub.
Oh, God.
I don't like you say, maybe that quickening thing, maybe there is something really to that.
I'm sorry, but I think there is.
Yeah, life doesn't mean anything to a lot of people, and I'm not saying everybody, but like I said, that hotline I work for, there's a lot of people that just don't give a rat's.
I know. I thank you for the call, sir. The quickening is real. It's real. I've been doing this talk show, this particular talk show, for 11 years now. 11 years. And I can tell you, during that 11 years, I've always had access to all the news that is the news that's worth reporting, as they say. And events, crime, social misbehavior, the lessening of the worth of life, our political system, our institutions, everything, events have been accelerating and deteriorating, and it is real, and I choose to call it the quickening. It's just a word, but it describes a whole range of events that are accelerating at an incredible pace. It is something to see. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
KMPC Legend.
In Los Angeles. Yes, sir.
Hey, remember when they were talking about, this goes back a little bit in time, but about how the, I guess gang people were putting the damper on drive-by shootings, in L.A.?
Well, it was the Mexican mafia, sir.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think that's a bunch of hooey, because they had recently, in the last 2 weeks, a shooting up in Boyle Heights where a 14-year-old kid was killed. The news crew went around and started interviewing the people in the neighborhood, and they said, if anything, the shootings on the street are worse than they've ever been. So I think there's a little bit of fallacy there as far as, what effect this has been having as far as,
Well, maybe it had an effect and a very short one.
Yeah. Hey, when you were talking about genderless aliens.
Yes, that's right.
Well, what would these prophylactic companies do?
They would still need prophylactics, sir, because even aliens of a single gender, which presumably would have, fingertip to fingertip, or whatever it would be, however their mating habits would be, would still have concerns about not wanting to have little alien children when they didn't want to have little alien children. So, no doubt those companies would simply adapt. And I don't want to say any more about that. We're going to break here, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995.
cats at a cemetery in the Queen Anne Hill area of Seattle. Maybe they're related to Stephen King of Pet Cemetery fame. In any event, the quickening moves on. However, for these kids, it may be the slowing. Washington state laws makes deliberate acts of cruelty to animals a felony. And so it should be. You know, if I were to add up the stories I've had out throughout the night tonight and read them all at once as a 10-minute newscast, I would leave you in tears. I'm serious. The cruelty of human beings to human beings and to animals and to everything around them has grown to the point where you could take a night like tonight, combine the stories, put them all together, and probably take some of the strongest people out there to tears. They're saying now this girl didn't jump, she was pushed off the bridge. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Mr. Bell?
Hello?
Yes. I was just listening to what you're talking about, cats and kittens.
Where are you?
I'm in St. Louis.
Yes, sir.
My
Turn your radio off, sir.
I have my radio off.
Okay. No, you don't. Thanks for the call. A wild card line, you're on the air.
Hey, good morning, Art. This is Bill from Portland, KEX.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, can I just run one quick thing about Absolutely Fresh Flowers?
Sure.
It's a great deal. I've done it myself. One little teeny flaw that I found in it was that I sent them to my wife as a surprise, and I put on the card, "Guess who?" and they signed my name at the bottom. But that's just a minor flaw. The deal is astronomical.
Wait a minute now. You sent them to your wife, and it was supposed to just say, "Guess who?"
Were they asked?
But they actually put your name when you didn't want them to, is that correct?
Well, I don't know if it was. They asked who they were from, and I said...
No, I just want to get straight what happened. You wanted just Guess Who on the card without a name?
Well, they asked me who it was from, and I said, well...
Well, no, sir, please answer my question first. You sent it, and your instructions were to just put Guess Who on it?
Yes.
Not your name?
No.
Thank you. Maybe they figured they were doing you a favor.
They did all around, believe me. On this subject about that poor gal in that bridge incident,
Yeah.
I've been in towing for years, and I tell you, if you can put a ring and a curtain around an accident scene of whatever magnitude, you could get more money out of it than the Tyson fight. I tell you, the people out there are sick with this. And I've been to dozens and dozens of fatalities, and I've seen more accidents from the rubbernecks going the other way.
Yeah.
You know, the fender benders and the
But
bumper bumping.
still, sir, it's a long way from that to chanting jump, 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 or whatever.
I don't know, Art. I've been there at the fatalities and stuff, and seen the people robbed, their cars pillaged. I tell you, people don't have a conscience over any of this stuff anymore. And I might be wrong. It was my understanding that she had bumped a couple cars before this happened
Yeah,
on a hit and run.
might have.
Yeah. I tell you, the frustrations get so high anymore. It's just unbelievable how people act. And being around the accidents that I've been around and stuff, I was just in one the other morning, you know, at the scene of one. And it's a sad situation all around. But the people there, the gawkers
Yes.
and the rubbernecks and the comments, you know, in one turn the police get battered down with, this Rodney King and this Tyson, Simpson trial and all that, but they don't give them enough credit, really, out there for what they do on the sidelines.
I know.
Helping people out. They really do. And the firemen, I tell you, don't get any credit. These guys are outstanding people for it.
I know, but the police particularly now probably have never in America been at a lower point with regard to respect and support. I don't think they've ever been at a lower point, have they?
I don't believe so. They've been kind of shunned into their own little group, and they're just kind of amongst themselves, friends, and their own personal tight-knit family.
All right, thanks for the call, sir. from Steve. Now, Steve is the guy who faxed about the living Earth. Remember Steve? He was the guy I put on the air with my guest Sunday on Dreamland. Dear Art, he says, point taken. I suppose the difference between you and I is that I will not believe anything anyone tells me when speaking of the paranormal. Words don't do it for me. Now, I do understand that sometimes a theory can jive with one's own personal experiences. I'm not a bomb thrower, but when I was in college, I had many debates about the living Earth idea. As long as I've been arguing this subject, nobody has ever presented anything more than a feeling for evidence. I don't mean to insult your beliefs, sorry if I have. I've been around the world more than once. I've seen things that I would not think could happen. I just think it's important to separate what is known from what could be. It could be the black helicopters are out there to do unspeakable harm. But we use our common sense to judge these claims. So, let me ask you this, and I don't mean to be confrontational, in all seriousness. What experiences of yours, or things you have learned, that lean you in the direction of believing, not knowing this fact, the Earth is of a consciousness? What is it that makes you not dismiss this as just so much rubbish? I'm genuinely interested. Steve in Santa Barbara. Boy, Steve, here we go again. First of all, I'm not suggesting, Steve, the Earth has a consciousness as you and I define it in our human condition. However, the Earth is a balanced ecology. Call it nature, call it God, call it whatever it pleases you to call it, but there is a balance that exists. And so that in a very real sense, I'm not saying there is a consciousness, I'm saying that the Earth is an organism itself. A living, thriving organism that reacts as an organism would, perhaps in self-defense, perhaps in effect in gratitude, if challenged, if irritated, that it would act to correct its own environment. As the caller said, lots of lightning, lots of ozone. Lots of hot weather that will end up in effect, balancing something else. It's the best I can do, Steve. I believe the Earth is, in that sense, a living entity. Not necessarily a conscious entity, as we define consciousness, though I don't rule out that possibility, but simply alive in the sense I just gave you. Best I can do, Steve. First time caller line, you're on the air. No, he gave up. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, this is Aaron, the atheist, calling from Fairhaven, Washington.
Atheist, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not afraid to admit it.
No God. Is that right?
Never seen any evidence for any sort of supernatural being.
Well, I guess I would have to say then, if that's the definition of an atheist, then I'm one too. But I'm not. In other words, even though I can't see it and put my hand on it, I don't declare it not to be any more than I declare it to be. I declare it possible, even probable. And I don't see, I have as much trouble with your position as I have trying to come to terms with my own. How can you know there is not something?
I think you're laboring under an ill definition of what atheism is.
Really?
Not actually.
I thought atheism was a belief system, much as belief in, absolute belief in a creator is. That you believe there is no such thing. Dead, gone, quiet, nothingness, the end.
Philosophical atheism is not the belief that no God exists. It is the absence of any belief in any God.
That's a pretty thin thin line there, sir.
Well, you talk a lot about science, and my position is, strictly speaking, scientific. And according to your criterion, you also have to entertain the possibility of leprechauns, gnomes, trolls, and any other such supernatural.
I do. It could be.
Why waste your time with such silliness and such superstition?
Well, that's fine to say until you meet a leprechaun.
I cannot disprove the existence of any God, but as Bertrand Russell once said, neither can I disprove the existence of Zeus or any of the other myriad of deities in ancient Greece or in ancient Rome.
Well, to me, that makes you from Missouri, not an atheist.
When you move above and beyond the evidence, you can say whatever you want to because you've unfettered yourself from factuality.
From factuality?
I can't actually invalidate any claim that any believer makes because it isn't falsifiable in practice or even in principle. For instance, if you were to tell me that God exists...
I wouldn't.
I said for instance.
Yes.
If you said that for instance, then I would ask you, how could I attempt to...
Prove
But positively, how could I attempt to verify that? Where is this God?
Yes.
Where can I meet him face to face?
Mm-hmm.
And I might say a bit cynically, why is he such a hidden God? I'm here.
Why does he let the babies die?
Hey.
If your God is good, why does he allow tragedy? Why does he allow people to be pushed off bridges for automobile accidents?
You did have a caller on who was, you guys were talking about infants dying before baptism and thus
I recall, yes.
St. Augustine, a very famous Christian philosopher, the early Middle Ages, he was very adamant and explicit that any infant that in fact perished before baptism was condemned and consigned
I'm aware
to
of
eternal
that.
punishment.
Yes, I know.
This is a Christian doctrine, and it's easily ascertainable throughout the good book.
Well, I don't think you're an atheist.
Well,
you're an agnostic.
The believers make me feel like an atheist.
Well, I know, but go look it up. You're really an agnostic.
No, agnosticism is dishonest atheism. If you have no belief in a God, you're an atheist. That's
No,
what
an atheist, I believe, believes, as an article of faith, there is not a God.
An atheist, strictly speaking, again, is somebody without a belief in a God. That's
Okay, so by then your own definition, you're not one.
I said that I don't have a belief in a God. That makes me an atheist.
If you, as an article of faith, believe there is
It's not an article of faith.
It's not.
No.
In other words, you can't prove it one way or the other?
I don't have to prove anything. I'm not the one making the
Ah,
claim.
you're an agnostic.
Label me and negate me. I don't care.
Okay, I can do that.
I respect your position, though, that you're interested in the great mysteries of life.
Well, should we not be? In other words, isn't investigation or continuing and striving to reach that threshold of proof that you and I would both like, isn't that important?
Absolutely. I would even go so far as to call myself a God seeker. I just have not as yet found anything.
All right, sir. Thank you. Believe me, as I understand the definition of atheist, you are not one. But if you want to call yourself that, sir, suits me. I'm not bothered by it. Call yourself anything you want. I just don't think you are. I don't think there are a lot of atheists out there any more than... We'll be right back. On our West of the Rockies line, you're on the air. Hello there. Going once, going twice. Go on. Wild card line, you're on the air.
Hello, this is Mark in Honolulu.
Hello, Mark.
Hi, how you doing? You've had a really interesting show tonight, and
Thank you.
You're absolutely correct. My facts, it was in a total panic. It was absolutely fantastic flowers, because she really called me in a panic, and she goes, I don't know what I'm going to do. I've absolutely ran out of vases. I don't know where I'm going to put all these things. They're absolutely wonderful. I got thick marks.
Thank you for calling and verifying that.
Yeah, I wanted to also say that if, you know, like with Santilli's upcoming release and all that kind of stuff, if people really got on to the fact, if it was so, not saying it is, but if it was so, and say maybe there was just a mass landing so that everybody in the world could really see that there was other intelligent life in the universe, and we weren't the only ones created in God's image. My goodness, I think a whole lot of people would be back to the 20 stock crash. A lot of people would be running around very, very numb.
All right, let me present you with an alternative idea. Suppose somehow these people did have really good transportation, and so they made it here, but when they came down off the ramp, they were like Dumb and Dumber.
They had high technology, but they've been dumbed down in their education system.
So they were total twerps that came down off the ramp. How would we treat them?
That would be a good question. I wouldn't know. I would imagine under, at least in this country, I think that most things, depending on how many there were actually there, if there was just a shipload, they'd probably be whisked off.
No, I'm going with your scenario, that they would be landing all over. There would be thousands and thousands of them, and they were all mental
basket cases.
Basket cases, that's right. Now, as you know, our Constitution prohibits slavery of human beings.
Well, yeah, supposedly, but I would imagine that under the circumstances right now, I would say the scenario would go that they would be put institutionalized and studied, and their technology would be whisked away and reverse engineered as quick as they possibly could and use it for other purposes. I don't really think that, you know, the whole world would be so benevolent as to, you know, give them a box each of fresh flowers and thank them for dropping by and ask them when they're coming back.
All right, sir, I appreciate your call. Thank you. Have a good morning. First-time caller line. We're getting short on time here. You're on the air.
Hey, good deal, Art. Thanks a lot.
Sure. Where are you?
I am in Everett, Washington.
Everett, yes,
yeah,
sir.
I wanted to say something about the Wheel of Fortune deal.
Oh.
Just real quick.
Yes.
I guess Vanna White was downtown in Seattle at the Pike Place Market.
Yes.
You ever heard of that place?
I have, yes.
Yeah, and she was tossing fish at the fish market.
She was.
Yes, that's what I heard on the radio this afternoon. So, but
would you think that it would? I mean, how do you feel about having this on the Space Needle? I want your true feelings.
Well, you know, I don't think that we really need it. I mean, it's kind of a defacement of something that. I mean, if you look at products that come from Washington State,
isn't the Space Needle sort of sacred in a way for Seattle?
I think it is. You look at products that come from Washington State that go all over the world, and you see pictures of the Space Needle and everything, and you just, I don't know, it kind of makes me sick to think that we are so commercialized in today's world that we need to see things like that.
I can only see it topped off with a rotating giant statue of Vanna White.
Yeah, that's about as far as they could go. That's the only way they can top it, so to say, I guess.
Well, maybe they've painted it all up there with water-soluble paint, and God knows you get lots of rain in Seattle, so...
Exactly.
That's a quickening. I gotta go, sir. We're out of time. So, tell America good night.
Hey, America, good night, and thanks a lot, Art. We'll talk to you some other time.
All right. That's it. Clock says we gotta go. I can't believe it. We'll be back again tomorrow, I think.
From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippine Islands, 7,107 islands, that's a lot of islands, not all of them occupied. Manila. Hey there, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Friday night, Saturday morning edition. I'm filling in for George Norrie, who has a well-deserved day off. this day. He doesn't take very many days off, that's for sure. So I get a 3-day weekend, 3 days with all of you. And it's going to be an interesting, it's going to be a very interesting night. The webcam photograph, late breaking news first. Earthquake, Andaman Islands, India region, not a good place. Andaman Islands, 6.1, no word, that just happened, no word on any tsunami alerts or anything like that. But I see the Philippines and all over Southeast Asia, we are alive with activity in the ground. A lot of earthquakes, one here in the Philippines as well. The web camera photograph this night, you can see by going to coasttocoastam.com, and I think they will have Art's webcam on tonight, is of Dolly, our newest acquisition, this little noisemaker. You may well hear her tonight. What's happened is that Dolly and Abby have fallen in love. Now, I don't say this lightly. We think they're lovers, not in the biblical sense because she's only 5 months, but in every other sense, they are inseparable. When we took Dolly to get shots, Abby went berserk. And likewise, if Abby is not to be seen, even in another room, Dolly will begin crying to the point where you think she's had a knife that's just gone through some part of her body, and Abby will immediately become alert and go running to Dolly like, what's wrong, little girl? So that's Dolly. That's those little marks on her nose are play wounds. Some of them are from before we got her. She is a Philippine cat. She is a Filipina, and so they are war wounds, some of them, and some of them have been acquired here in the act of play. Not fighting, but play. It is Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody. Christmas here in the Philippines, in Southeast Asia, is incredible. And I mean incredible. 87% of the population here in the Philippines is, of course, Catholic. And so you cannot possibly imagine what it is like here. We went to a mall yesterday. Big mistake. When I say there were thousands upon thousands upon thousands, there was not elbow room. This is a big mall. We have big malls here, bigger than the U.S. Maybe there's one, I think, up in the upper Midwest that might, for example, exceed the size of what we call the Mall of Asia here. But the Mall of Asia is, I think, the second largest in all of Asia, and it is monstrous. And oh, baby, let me tell you, there is not elbow room. Filipinos are out in the millions. Shopping, last minute Christmas shopping, it is berserko here. Fireworks every night leading up to a crescendo at the New Year. It's just amazing, absolutely amazing what's going on out there. Christmas here is what it is like in the U.S. times about 10. It's just unbelievable. Everything is decorated. All the buildings, the giant skyscrapers in Makati are all decorated. The full buildings are decorated. It's a doggone sight you ever saw in your whole life. Now, this is, of course, the end of the year, and it is traditionally a time when we, on Coast to Coast AM, reflect. And we will reflect next week in doing the predictions for 2007 and reviewing the psychic knowings of you all for the previous year, about 2006. Always kind of fun to do, but we might reflect in a different kind of way this night. I recently, I'm an avid reader. I read and I read and I read. And recently, I read a book by my friend Dean Koontz called Life Expectancy. I wonder how many of you have ever read this book. It's really interesting. By the way, in case you didn't know, open lines. All night long tonight, open lines. Life Expectancy is about this man named Tak. Let me read you what it says in the back of the book. Life expectancy. Before he died, on a storm-racked night, Jimmy Talk's grandfather predicted there would be 5 very dark days in his grandson's life. 5 dates whose terrible events Jimmy must prepare himself to face. The first is to occur in his 20th year, the last in his 30th. What terrifying events await Jimmy on these 5 critical days? What challenges must he survive? The path he follows will defy every expectation and will take all the love, humor, and courage he possesses. For who Jimmy Talk is and what he must accomplish on the 5 days his world turns is a mystery, both dangerous and wondrous. It is an amazing book. If you get a chance to pick up Life Expectancy, Dean Koontz, of course, I had on the air and interviewed. He's really a cool guy. He's my kind of guy. He writes my kind of book. And since this is sort of a time of reflection, I thought we might open all lines tonight. Any line, I don't care. I won't make it a special line. We'll make it a special topic. And if you can get through on any of the lines, fair enough. What have been the best and the absolute worst days of your entire life? Do a little reflection on that. Again, what have been the best and the worst, the horrendous days? The day when you just can't believe you're alive. Or if it gets any worse, you won't be. That kind of day. And then, of course, the most joyous day, the most wonderful day of your life. That book made me think that would make a pretty good topic for open lines. Let us review the state of the world. Never good, but I guess we're required to do so. In Baghdad, insurgents attacked 5 more American troops west of the Iraqi capital, according to the military, on Friday, making December the 2nd deadliest month for U.S. servicemen in 2006. So far this month, 76 Americans have died in Iraq, same number that were killed in all of April. With 9 days remaining in December, the monthly total of U.S. deaths could meet or exceed the death toll of 105 in October. The district attorney dropped rape charges Friday against 3 Duke University lacrosse players after the stripper who accused them changed her story yet again. But the men still face kidnapping and sex charges that could bring more than 30 years in Pokey. What a mess in Colorado, huh? Denver's snowed-in airport reopened Friday for the first time in 2 days, but backlog of flights around the country could take all weekend to clear. Many of the nearly 5,000 holiday travelers stranded might not make it home for Christmas. As planes finally began taking off again, passengers with long-standing reservations filled most of the outbound flights. Bad news it was for those waiting to rebook flights canceled during the storm. Space Shuttle Discovery and its 7 astronauts returned safely to Earth on Friday after a bit of last-minute suspense over which landing site to use, closing out a year in which NASA finally got construction of the International Space Station back on track. Its arrival announced by its signature twin sonic booms. Welcome back to Earth. With 8 Marines charged in connection with the deaths of 24 Iraqi civilians, the Marine Corps sent a clear message to its officers: they're going to be held accountable for the actions of their subordinates. In the biggest U.S. criminal case involving civilian deaths to come out of the Iraq War so far, 4 of the Marines, all enlisted, were charged Thursday with unpremeditated murder. Oh, Kansas Attorney General, a vocal abortion opponent, charged a well-known abortion provider with illegally performing late-term abortions, but a Sedgwick County judge on Friday threw out the charges after less than a day. Judge Paul W. Clark dismissed the charges against Dr. George Tiller at the request of Sedgwick County District Attorney Nola Folston, who said her office had not been consulted by Attorney General Phil Klein. And here's a cute little Christmas story for you. A couple accused of forcing some of their 11 adopted special needs children to sleep in wood and wire cages, oh my God, were convicted Friday, good, of endangerment and abuse. Cheryl Gravel and her husband, Michael, showed no reaction in the courtroom as the guilty verdicts were read. The jury convicted 4 felony counts of child endangering, 7 misdemeanor counts, each acquitted of 13 charges, including 4 felony endangering charges. My God. Santa has lots going against him. He really does, right? Schoolyard rumors, well, that was always true. Older brothers who think they know the deal and tattle to the younger ones, errant price tags, then, of course, the tell-all internet. And so many made-in-China labels, it seems the North Pole has been outsourced to Asia. Hamburgers everywhere. But no worries, it's a wonderful life for Santa, and he will survive for Christmas. More of the world and your calls coming up in a moment. Oh my God. I hope I'm going to be able to make it through this. I had just had a very interesting experience. Because of the way I do the program, I don't use a traditional microphone. I don't like them. I use a microphone headset made by, everybody always asks me, made by the Bayer Company, which is German, and I've used that all my life. That allows me to kind of move around, and be mobile, and that always keeps me the exact same distance from the microphone. But because I use this, there's a microphone obviously always in front of my mouth, and the only way I can drink coffee during the show, one of the last vices that I'm allowing myself is to have a cup with a top on it and a straw in the cup. I just took a big swig of coffee, and I fell on the floor. Then I unscrewed the top of the coffee and looked in and saw that it was still bubbling, as in boiling. So, my tongue right now feels as though, actually, it doesn't feel much of anything. It's kind of like leather. So, I hope I'll be all right. My God, that was hot. Usually I don't do that. Usually I let the coffee just sit there until, the second hour and then begin sipping it a little bit. This time I screwed up. Definitely screwed up. Just one more item before we go to the phones. The evidence is mounting. If you're a ham radio operator, listen up. Even if you're not, listen up. If you're an Ed Dames fan or an Ed Dames hater, listen up. Scientists predict big solar cycle. Dateline December 21st, 2006. Well, you really need your tongue to talk, huh? Evidence is mounting. The next solar cycle is going to be a big one. Solar cycle 24, due to peak in 2010 or 2011. Looks as though it's going to be one of the most intense cycles since record keeping began 400 years ago. All this according to solar physicist David Hathaway of the Marshall Space Flight Center. He and a colleague presented this conclusion last week at the American Geophysical Union meeting in San Francisco. Their forecast is based on historical records of geomagnetic storms. Hathaway explains, when a gust of solar wind hits Earth's magnetic field, the impact causes the magnetic field to shake. If it shakes hard enough, then we call it a geomagnetic storm in the extreme. These storms cause power outages, make compass needles swing in the wrong direction. Auroras are the beautiful side effects. Hathaway and Wilson looked at records of geomagnetic activity stretching back about 150 years and noticed something useful. The amount of geomagnetic activity now tells us what the solar cycle is going to be like 6 to 8 years in the future. A picture is worth 1,000 words. They have one there. I wasn't able to get it up on the website in time for you. They've got a new process. They don't know why it works. The underlying physics, they say, is a mystery, but it does work. According to their analysis, the next solar maximum should peak around 2010 with a sunspot number of 160. That's an average, plus or minus 25. That would make it one of the strongest solar cycles of the past 50 years, which is to say, by the way, one of the strongest in all of recorded history. Astronomers have been counting sunspots since the days of Galileo, watching solar activity rise and fall every 11 years, curiously. 4 of the 5 biggest cycles on record have come in the past 50 years. Cycle 24 should fit right into that pattern, according to Hathaway. These results are just the latest signs pointing to a big cycle 24. Most compelling of all, believes Hathaway, is the work of Masumi Ipati and colleagues at the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado. They have combined observations of the sun's great conveyor belt with a sophisticated computer model of the sun's inner dynamo to produce a physics-based prediction of the next solar cycle. In short, it's going to be really, really intense. Now, the reason that's good for ham operators is that means it's, well, I go back to when I was about 13 years old. Would have been about 1958. There was no single sideband yet, which is an advance of those years since. And people were on AM, kind of like AM radio, just like an AM radio station, far less power. It was so cool that you were able to take 5 or 10 watts of inefficient AM, sorry guys, and talk to anybody anywhere in the world just about any time of day or night. It was so active, the bands that normally close at night didn't even close. They stayed open all night. You could talk to the whole world. And that would be the expectation that would attach itself to a big solar cycle. Now, there's one other thing that possibly attaches. For years now, Ed Dames has been, without the help of any physicists or predictive programs, been talking about what he calls a kill shot. He would have had no way of knowing about what's coming in terms of this solar cycle, this giant solar cycle. There were no predictions years ago when he began talking about it. So look out. She's coming around the bend. And it should be, well, for ham operators, a very, very interesting time. Let us go to the lines, begin open lines. Anthony in California, you're on the air.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Anthony calling from the Santa Cruz Mountains in California.
Right, got it.
Anyway, my aunt knows an osteopath named Bruce. So Bruce came to her house with an EMF meter, and the meter detected a very high level of energy in one of the walls.
Oh.
With just over 217 mgs. So my aunt then called a medical intuitive in Florida. And the intuitive said the energy was very smart and very negative, and had been in the wall since 1988. The medical intuitive described this entity as being 8 feet tall and 10 feet wide. They said,
in her wall?
Yeah. She said
Good Lord.
She said it was like a sophisticated flea. So my aunt then called a feng shui practitioner and told her to have a look at it. So.
Well, at this point, why don't you call a carpenter and tear down the whole wall and get the sophisticated flea out of there?
Well, that's what she said. This feng shui lady said that. So she called the feng shui lady, and but she couldn't really help her much. She just said just what you said. So my aunt tried to clear this energy by burning up some alcohol and Epsom salt. But whenever she came to the wall, the flame blew out. The energy hasn't left the wall. She says it may be causing her to have body aches and is destroying her immune system. Yeah. So and she says her husband's having a really hard time breathing these days, and her animals aren't feeling well either.
Enough is enough already. So tear the wall down.
Yeah. So. But she says whenever she leaves the house, they feel a lot better.
Oh, well, that's a hint, buddy. In other words, if she has aches, she has pains, and there's an electromagnetic pulsing giant flea in the wall, then you tear that sucker down, or you move, or you go to a motel, or you sell the house. Don't forget these days when you have electromagnetic pulsing fleas in the wall, you've got to advise the buyers of that situation. Anyway, we're looking for those of you who would like to describe the very best and the very worst days of your entire life. From Manila, the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. You know, it's interesting. I actually, from about the middle of my tongue down to the tip, it's like it's not even there. I can't even feel it. Yeah, I hope it isn't. Yeah, it's there. But it's got a new coat on it or something. Or I have new skin on the front part of my tongue. Wonder if it will peel. I mean, this really was bad. I looked down into the coffee cup and it was actually still boiling. So it was boiling water. Big mistake. All right, back with your don't forget, we're trying to solicit from you. Talking depends on the tongue, doesn't it? The very best and worst days of your life. If you can only think of one, either the best or the worst, that's fine. And all this comes as inspired by the Dean Koontz book called Life Expectancy, which I heartily recommend. So if you want to recite the best and worst days of your life, we are all ears. This is fairly serious. A small peeling of my tongue is actually in my finger here, on my finger. It never fails. It just absolutely never fails. All right, by the way, I understand from my screener that a disproportionate number of people were calling with the worst days of their life. Don't worry about that. I think they were, at the beginning, being rejected because, well, they didn't want a gloom fest. But well, I specialize in gloom fest, so if all you've got is the worst day of your life, hey, no problem. We'll take it. That's really what the book was about. It wasn't about good days. It was about bad days. I mean, it was amazing. Jimmy Todd, I don't want to give away the whole book, I won't. But Jimmy Todd, who was born on the very day that his grandfather died, his grandfather sat up sort of in the last gasp of his life and demanded that 5 days be written down, 5 horrible days that were going to occur in Jimmy Todd's life. And without giving away any of the book, they were really, really, really horrible days. Just unbelievable. And all of them came true. The rest I will read nothing at all from the book and give you nothing. You will have to go out and get it yourself. It's called Life Expectancy by Dean Koontz. All right, let's go west of the Rockies to Tommy, who apparently had a good and a bad day. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, Art. Wow. I'm overwhelmed to talk to you again. The last time was when you came back from your hiatus, and it was on my birthday, and I was driving truck into Portland. That was many years ago, but thanks. Worst day, when I woke up drug addicted in a cardboard box in the rain in 1977 in San Rafael, California. And that was the end of my drug addiction. I've been 30 years now without.
How long had you been drug addicted?
Oh God, I was a hippie street kid in Haight-Ashbury when I was 15 in 1967.
And you woke up in a cardboard box at what age?
Yeah. 29, 30, something like that.
That would have been the bottom. They say everybody needs to hit bottom, or in your case, I guess, cardboard, yeah.
Yeah, and the best day was on October the 14th when my first child was born, a son. I hope our kids get to play together. You know, incredible synchronicity with my father was born on Friday the 13th in November, and my partner, she went into labor on Friday the 13th. And the Detroit Tigers, my father was a Detroit Tigers diehard fan. And when they made it to the playoffs, he had a heart attack and died from being so jubilant. And here they went again this year.
I guess there are worse ways to go, right?
Yeah.
I mean, than dying because you had a heart attack because you were so happy.
Yeah, and that's how they found him, with a smile on his face in his chair. And
Oh,
here's the
definitely.
kid, you know?
Yeah, definitely worse ways to go than that. I always thought of the best ways you could go, one would be immediately after one of the best sexual experiences of your life. And a number of people do go that way. I don't know about other good ways to go, but there are no doubt many of them out there. What if I should save this little piece of my tongue and put it under the pillow and have the expectation of pesos in the morning? All right, we're going to a worst day. Wildcard line number 4, you have achieved the air. Robert in Burbank High.
Hi, I think this may top your gluing your lips together.
No, but it's right up there.
You're the most human person I've ever heard on the radio. I mean, whatever happens, you let everybody know. It's great.
How can you not? You know, it's not like other programs. When you spend 4 hours on the radio,
Yeah.
you know, stuff happens.
Something's gonna happen. Well, anyway, yeah, God, you're probably gonna get a lot of bummer stories with this bad.
That's all right. No, that's all right. That's what the book was all about. There are days, and by the way, whatever it is that happened to you on this worst day, did you sense that it was going to be a horrible day before it happened?
Actually, you know what? Since you mentioned that, I was in a trance the whole day, and I almost died myself.
There you go.
You're right. You know, I never really put that together. So you just mentioned that. It's weird. But I'll string this together real quick. I've had people. You know, I used to do some undercover work where I was actually, ambushed and tried to kill. This is worse than that. It's actually worse when some of your close to guys and even yourself being threatened. I noticed that.
That's right. Of course, that's correct. Yes.
It weighs on me. I mean, I've had guns drawn on me. People try to kill me at 80, 90 miles an hour on freeways, and this is what weighs on me every day. I had a girlfriend. You know how that is. You have a girlfriend, and she's always talking about marriage and stuff. We've only known each other for like a year. I think so. We got to know longer than that. And I couldn't say any reason why not to. She was perfect. You know, I mean, it's like you got that feeling like you've been with this person your whole life. Everything you do and you like, she likes too. So even working on the car, she'd go out there and help me. It was bizarre. So, but she was a hippie. You know, she was a hippie type, and you know how hippies are. She strays away. You know, I talked about, look, if you don't want to hang around with me, you know. No, I like you, I know this, and then eventually I found her up with my boss. That was it. Yeah, because that was my boss.
Oh, you found her with your boss?
Yeah, but that's not even the worst part. That's not even the worst part.
Maybe she was just trying to get you a raise.
Yeah, right. I could go somewhere that I'm not going to touch that one.
Yeah, don't.
I'm not going to touch that one.
So that was that, right?
Yeah, so I break up with her, right? And then she always talked about, you know, in your 1999, when it goes into 2000, she wanted to get married on that special date, right? So I always thought about that in my mind. I'm watching TV, you know, and it's a year later, and I'm watching TV. And I see this wedding that people just got a horrible tragedy happened on TV where 2 people just got married and they're newlyweds. They're on the beach and his wife walks away near to a mountain and in a landslide buries his new wife. And the first thing I thought, and the first thing that came into my mind, I'm thinking, oh my God, that's something that would happen to her because she used to always tell me how she wanted to be buried. And it's the weirdest thing. She goes, I want to be cremated, okay? I go, why are you talking about this? You're insane. I'm 7 years older than you. Stop talking about this. It's crazy. And then at that point, I swear, I'm not kidding, since then, that was 99, and I stopped watching TV. I haven't watched TV since. I don't know. That's why I'm listening to your show all the time. And so time went by, and a few months go by, and I'm walking.
No, wait a minute. It wasn't her, was it?
No. This is what I'm getting to. The landslide that buried this guy's fiance. Now after this happens, I'm in a trance. This is the day where all hell breaks loose, where everything falls apart. I'm walking down the street, and I'm about 10 miles from my house, roughly about the same 10 miles from her house. okay? And her mother, and she had subdivision in her house, and she lived. So her mother, a car's driving down the street, okay? I'm walking, I'm in a trance. I'm looking down at the ground, and I'm like in a trance. I'm walking, a car nearly kills me. It barely touches my feet, the tires, at 35 miles an hour. And I put my head up and I hold my chest, and I'm hyperventilating. Oh my God, I almost got killed. I'm breathing, real fast, and the car stops, and I go, that person really feels stupid. They almost killed me, And the person getting out of the car was my girlfriend's mother. And she goes, my name is Robert. And I'm looking at her, I thought, Kate? And at that point, I didn't really care if she almost killed me. I was just sort of weird that she's here, in the middle of nowhere. And she runs up to me, and she had the weirdest look on her face, a blank look on her face. I go, what's wrong? She goes, well, my girlfriend was named Sarah. She goes, we lost Sarah. And I go, what do you mean, where is she? She goes, she died. I go, well, you're kidding. And she told me she died in a landslide in Hawaii.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yeah, that qualifies, buddy. Absolutely qualifies to be right in the Dean Koontz book. Wow. That is bizarre. And, when you're going to have one of these days, maybe that's a good question for some of you who have had this horrible day in your life. And that is, the tongue is actually peeling, I think. It is, could you feel it coming on? Could you feel sort of a down, scary, prickly on the back of the neck, hair standing up type feeling before the actual occurrence of the worst day? Let's go here and say, Nick in Ontario, Canada, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
And the worst day in my life would be when I was doing security at military contractor in Canada, and a fellow security officer invited me out to go drinking in Toronto one night, and I got loaded at the nightclub. He drove me to a red light district and flashed a badge. He said he worked for the National Security Agency, told me to pick up a prostitute. So I was so drunk in my mind.
He told you to pick up a prostitute.
Yeah, a certain prostitute. He pointed her out. And I had sex, and a couple of days later, a week later, I thought I had symptoms similar to HIV or AIDS.
Well, it doesn't come on that quickly, of course. Doesn't come on that quickly. HIV and AIDS, it could take years to come on.
I know.
But I can understand you would feel that. No, wait a minute, back up a little bit. Why would you buy his story and not only pick up the prostitute, but then go ahead and have sex with her? Why?
I was kind of being belittled by my brothers. They're calling me names and stuff, and I was being pressured to lose my virginity and stuff. And I was starting to, it was kind of sad, but anyway, the whole point is, like 3 months later, I had the sensitivity to sunlight, hot chills, cold chills, sleep deprivation, rapid weight loss, all these symptoms. I decided to end my life, and I drove my Volkswagen Jetta into a concrete barrier on the Highway 401 in DDP, rolled over several times, and I survived that accident with just a light bruise on my lap. And a week later, I decided to go out to buy some booze to calm my nerves down. And it was raining, and a tractor trailer mounted the curb, the sidewalk, and I turned around. I heard a honking horn. I turned around and I see this tractor trailer barreling down on me, and I just had enough time to throw the umbrella in the air and dive for cover behind the bus shelter. I thought, maybe God's trying to kill me or something, or teach me a lesson, But anyway, to make a long story short, basically I got the new test result was negative, obviously, but the best day of my
Before you move on, wouldn't it? I mean, why was it not prudent before you attempted suicide, thought you had HIV/AIDS, and then almost got killed, to take the test first? And then if it came back positive, then I could understand perhaps your actions. But
the doctor told me to wait 3 months for the antibodies to develop, but all of a sudden I came down with symptoms before that,
And I don't know if in scientific terms, there's scientists are saying that there's what they call ARC, AIDS-related complex, that was happening. They're studying back then, but that's been thrown out the window since. That they say it doesn't exist. But anyway, I tested negative and stuff like that, but I came down with weird symptoms. It was almost demonic in nature, you know. I started looking like a bit like an alien with dark patches underneath my eyes. And 2 years later, when I was working security at another location at Mount Sinai, basically, I was praying in the basement of my family's house, and I felt my spirit, I don't know if it was abducted or what, but I felt my spirit leave my body, and I was traveling through the solar system, and I saw a bright light, and it's just a hand pointing down a finger, and I heard laughter, and it's almost at that point that everything was revealed to me in terms of what's going to happen in the latter days and stuff, and a couple of days later, I think 1 or 2 days later, I was in the basement watching TV, and all of a sudden I started communicating telepathically with the TV, and I was just laughing.
You were communicating telepathically with your television?
Literally, yeah. And with other people in bars and stuff, right? And I'm saying I was sober at the time when I experienced this, but I was like, you can feel the vibes before they even speak on the TV. You know what they're about to say, you know. And it was the most pleasant feeling that I can experience. And when I was driving,
so that was your best day, right?
Well, let me just add a bit to it. The best day was when I was actually driving my car in Woodbridge, and I saw the sun just literally looked like it exploded into a million pieces. And when I was getting out of the vehicle, when I was washing my car, it looked like I was on the moon. Everything was in slow motion, and I thought it was the rapture. I literally thought it was the rapture because it was just amazing. It was an amazing high, you know. And I've never done any drugs or anything like that. The most I've done is alcohol, but I didn't touch any alcohol or anything like that. I didn't do any drugs. And,
all right, well, that kind of thing can happen. It's not common, but there can be a sudden release of endorphins in your brain or something else that gives you that kind of an experience. Now, the AIDS thing is interesting. If you go back to the mid-'80s, I was, of course, on the radio, and I had every AIDS expert in the world, just about, other than Dr. Fauci, I suppose. I don't think I ever had him on. Otherwise, I had all of these AIDS experts on. And even I began to worry that, oh my God, I might have AIDS. Every little tiny mark on my body, every little anomaly of one sort or another. And I did so many shows on AIDS that it just scared the hell out of me. And I began to think over the sexual experiences of my lifetime. And for a while there, I too thought, boy, I hope I don't have it. I mean, they were talking about 10 to maybe 10, 12, 13 years before you would begin to come down with the symptoms. It was a frightening time, a truly, truly frightening time. And you think back, and you think really hard about the experiences you had. And of course, AIDS is, though not as scary as it once was, we thought that a good part of the world would die, and actually, of course, that is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. A high percentage are dying. Here in the West, we have come up with drugs that extend the average life expectancy, to use that phrase, of an AIDS patient quite considerably, and may eventually, come up with some sort of cure. Though, I was told in many interviews that when we come up with an AIDS cure, will be the very same day that we are able to give you an injection and change the color of your eyes. In other words, the AIDS virus is that complicated, that given to mutation, kind of like the cold virus, which is very complex. It's a scary disease, and we're going to continue to get scarier and scarier diseases as time comes on. You know, it's hard to say. Scarier and scarier. When you're missing a small portion of your tongue, scarier is hard to say. In all the years that I've been broadcasting, I must admit, I've had some pretty strange things occur to me. There was all the years ago that glue, and why at the beginning of the show? Well, that's when the coffee was hot, I suppose. That's why it occurred. Believe me when I tell you, I looked down in that cup and it was boiling. Well, it had just come out of the, here in the Far East, we have these little, they're like pitchers, and you throw a little switch, and that's the way you heat water here. Another piece of my tongue. I'm Art Bell. We'll be back in a moment. Talking about the best and, well, it looks like we're getting a lot more of the worst days of your life, inspired by a book, actually, by Dean Koontz called Life Expectancy. Really a cool book. And so I thought it'd make a good topic, the absolute worst day of your life, and if you wish, the best day of your life as well. Otherwise, we're just sort of cruising along with open lines, which really means anything you want to talk about at all is absolutely fair game. More in a moment. Chia Pets. There was just a commercial for Chia Pets. I think I have a Chia tongue. I don't like little things growing on it. Anyway, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it may be, wherever you are, after finding out we're carried on Armed Forces Radio, along with everything else, and for that matter, on shortwave. And of course, the internet. We are completely worldwide, so we're liable to hear from anybody, anywhere. Hopefully that will be you this night. Let's see, where to go? Let's go to the first time caller line. That would be Pat in Redondo Beach, Cal. Hi.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
I'm all right, Pat. What's up?
Good. How's your tongue?
Blistering.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, listen, I wanted to call because I have an item that I thought maybe your listeners might be interested in. It's called the Universal Language Decoder. And I mailed you an email. I know you're busy. You probably didn't have time to go through all of your emails, but I thought this would be something that you would definitely be interested in. And basically what it is it's a little decoder that allows you to take it and decode every language in the world. And
You mean spoken, vocal, or
foreign
what?
language.
No, I understand, but I mean, you speak into it and it decodes it, or what?
No, basically, it teaches you how to, for example, take a spoken foreign language and be able to understand it in your own language using a little decoder. It's just a little ABC decoder. Basically, it demonstrates that there is no such thing as a foreign language. Essentially what it is it's like the Tower of Babel, where God disassembled the entire language and took one language and put it into separate languages. At some point in time, the language evolves back around to where it comes back together, and there is this realization that it really isn't foreign at all. For example, you could take words that didn't exist in our conversation 20 years ago, like email or internet or cyber, that we wouldn't have recognized. And these are incorporated into these languages. So at a certain point in time, the language evolves back so that you realize that the language is entirely
I'm still trying to get an idea. Is this an electronic instrument?
No, basically what it does is you go to the website, it plays a foreign song for you, and then it decodes it and demonstrates to you that the language is universal. In other words, all of the words are in English. They're all words you can understand, but they're slightly morphed together. So it trains you how, it disassembles it back for you and trains you how to understand how it deconstructs so that you can see that it basically is all in English. So basically when you go to this website, it says click here and it brings up the media player and starts to play an Italian song and then shows you the printed, decoded version.
Okay, so it's basically demonstrating that, I see, I've got it, that all language has similar roots of some sort or another. That is very interesting. I can't allow you to give the website out over the air, but that is very interesting. The main language here is Tagalog, and I am I'm making amazing progress in understanding the language, not so much amazing progress in speaking it. There are certain critical words that I've certainly learned and I can use, but in terms of understanding the language, I'm doing very well. And you know what's helping me the most is television. You know, I watch a lot of Philippine television, and I will, of course, ask my wife, what's this word or what's that word? And I get a lot of unsatisfactory answers, words that simply can't be translated. They are what my wife calls helping words. But nevertheless, what I found is I'm beginning to understand probably about half of what I hear. At least I would say half of what I hear. I can sort of follow along and understand what it is. But in terms of speaking it, not so good. All right, to another worse day, the fourth wildcard line in Flint, Michigan. Mel, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Hey, well, my day was basically my worst day and my best day.
All together?
All together.
Mm.
And I've got a problem. I got two people just come on my site. I got to get off.
Really?
I'm a security guard. I'll call back.
Okay. Well, you leave us hanging. I guess that happens. If you're a security guard and you've got a security problem, you definitely have got to go after waiting all that time. What a shame. Okay, well, perhaps we'll hear from him before the program ends. West of the Rockies in Sandpoint, Idaho. Hilda, you're on the air.
Yes, hi, Art.
Hi.
My worst day was when I found out I had cancer.
That's bad, all right.
And it was bad, you know. But I've been doing this for 5 years. But prior to finding out that I even had cancer, I had done this novena. Your wife, I think, is Catholic, and she was...
I very well know what a novena is, yes.
Yes. So I had done this novena and prior to finding out. And anyway, after about 3 years battling this cancer, and it's 5 years now, my novena prayers were answered, or are being answered. So I'm just...
Let me guess, you're cancer-free.
No. I'm terminal. But anyway, my novena is being answered. I realize that I am going to die, you know, with receiving all the sacraments of the church, and I'll be okay. So, isn't that special?
Well, Hilda, we're all terminal.
Yeah. But anyway, that was the worst day of my life, and the best day of my life was finally understanding that my novena was being answered. And so I can go in peace.
Okay, Hilda. Well, thank you very much. I wish you the very best. We are all terminal in this life, all right? Something we probably don't want to think about very much, but we are all, one way or the other, terminal. Unless, of course, science comes up with some way to extend our lives. And by the way, I understand they're getting very close to that now. I wonder how many of you actually would want to live virtually forever? If science suddenly, in our lifetime, a distinct possibility, came up with a way to extend our lives virtually forever, would you partake of it? I am not sure that I would, although when that moment comes, well, who knows? I had a similar day. I was a member of the United States Air Force, and I had a big, the gal I was with at the time found a very large lump on my back, on my shoulder blade. And I was a medic in the Air Force, and I worked in a hospital, a surgical technician. And so I went in, you know, I knew all the doctors. We were all friends. Doctors in the Air Force are not like, they're captains, and they're not like regular officers. You know, they're not all about, I'm a captain, you're an airman first class, salute and respect me. They're not like that. Doctors, in fact, a lot of them, if you remember the movie MASH, it's kind of like that. They don't wear standard uniforms. They don't really consider themselves all that much of the armed services. They're doctors. And so this doctor and I had been friends. And I went to his office, and he said, oh, my God, that's pretty big. We're going to have to do something about that, and scheduled me for surgery. And the surgery itself was interesting. I was on the operating table, not as he had predicted for me. He said, well, you know, just lie down, give you a little local, and we'll pop that sucker out. Well, it didn't quite work out that way. I was on the operating table, I think, 5 hours, and there were 5 or 6 doctors by the time it was all done. I was actually awake during the whole process. They got deep down in my chest where I could feel them going clip, 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 clip. I could actually feel the cuts. They couldn't give me a general anesthetic after they had begun, they said. And at any rate, they took out this, what turned out to be a benign tumor. Thank you very much. But they sent it to Lackland Air Force Base. I was at Amarillo at the time. And they sent it to Lackland, and the report came back. Doctor took me to his office, sat me down, and said, you've got about 6 months. That was a bad day. Not the worst, mind you, but a very, very bad day. And then he watched my reaction, and then began laughing. Started laughing so hard, he damn near fell on the floor, and said, no, you're fine, it's benign. But my entire day was, as you can imagine, ruined. There's nothing like getting the message that you've got about 6 months. Yikes. All right, let's go to the first-time caller line. That would be Tim in Kansas, someplace or another. Hi, Tim.
How's it going?
It's going fine.
Yeah, I heard about your bad day. It is a pretty bad day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my best day happened about 10 years ago. And believe it or not, the first time I ever saw and talked to a ghost.
You consider having a ghost talk to you a good day, okay?
Yeah, who doesn't? Well, I was working down southern Texas, little all-night gas station. And a guy pulled up in an old 50-style Cadillac, a nice car. And I was talking to him, and he looked really familiar. And I finally came to who it was, and I said, if you who I think you are, aren't you supposed to be dead? He said, boy, remember, don't believe everything you hear. And when he pulled away, I called my friend and told him who it was, and he didn't believe me either.
So, you had, in fact, been talking to a ghost. Who was this person? A friend or what?
Well, not really a friend. I didn't really know him, but I knew of him. Remember the old musical group, The Doors?
Of course.
It was Jim Morrison.
Who's Jim Morrison?
Lead singer of The Doors.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Suppose he was killed in France.
You're sure it was Jim Morrison? Yeah, I've been to his gravesite outside Paris, in the suburbs of Paris. Uh-huh. Okay, well, that's I guess a good one. If you get to see somebody like that, Jim Morrison. Of course, how can you really be sure? How can you really be sure? I mean, did he stop? Did he tell you that he really was Jim Morrison? Produce ID showing he was Jim Morrison? Sing you a little song, or what? Okay, let's go to my home state, Nevada, and I think her name is Array?
Array Al.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. All right, this is about my best and worst day, all within the same 24-hour period.
You too.
Anyway, I was moving from Vegas to Phoenix, and I decided to take the scenic route, Route 66, and decided to stop and flag, fill up my gas tank, and then go down South 86. Anyway, I was in an Oldsmobile, which is 98. They're pretty big cars.
Oh, yeah.
And I had my back trunk full of stuff. Anyway, I'm going down the hill. And for some reason, I'm picking up speed, and why am I picking up speed? I'm tapping on my brakes. I'm not really slowing down. And then this voice says, you have to slow down. Put your hands on the steering wheel and put your feet on the brakes and slow down. It didn't help, not at all. But I started going down the hill fast. I was getting really, really scared. And then the voice...
Your brakes were having no effect at all?
No, you'll hear why in a little bit.
Okay.
So anyway, I'm picking up speed, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on? And then this voice says, put your foot on the brake, grab the steering wheel, and turn sharply to the right. And I'm thinking, I don't think I can do that. This car's going too fast. But I tried it, and it didn't work. And by then, I'm going out even faster, and I don't have hardly any control. And the voice says this, you got one more time. No, really, it says this. The voice says, you got one more time. And so I took all the strength that I had, put both my hands on the steering wheel as hard as I could, put my foot on the brake, and just swung it sharply to the right. I fishtailed into this small sandy hill. The back of my car, this long boat of a car, hit the side. Dust was everywhere. It was surrealistic. You know, all this dust was everywhere. And I guess I got a little dazed. So I looked up. I had the lady on the steering wheel. Big semi truck was behind me. The guy's car jumped out. Said, are you okay, lady? I'm like, oh no. I just remembered I still was tank up with gas. So I got to jump out, and I'm dizzy. He said, whoa, whoa. Take it easy. This other guy coming from the opposite direction. It's a small pickup, not pickup, but one of those tow trucks, but you know, small one. He pulls over and stops, and he comes over and he says, well, they don't make cars like this anymore. You don't have anything wrong. You know, wait, I take that back. They said, lady, are you okay? We want you to come and see this. I go to the back that they're telling me. My rear tires are spitting air. So anyway, the tow truck driver says, we're going to get you out. And my truck was pretty much as big as his tow truck. And I didn't think he would do it. But they managed to get me off and back up on the road. And the truck driver, who was really nice, I never got his name or anything, he says, don't worry, lady. I'm going to follow you all the way down. You know, we'll get to Sedona. I got to go in my direction. But I'm going to make sure that you get out okay. So anyway, we start off, and then he flags me to stop. So I stop. He says, park the car, I want you to see this. The tow truck driver had been directing the traffic, so everybody was going around it. So I park the car, and I get out. All behind me, you could see where I had tried to stop. He said, there's your problem. You went through this oil thing where they had been doing construction on the highway and flags.
Right.
And I went through it, and because my tires were kind of worn, I had no tread. It was just oil. Anyway.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so we went past that little sandy hill. On the other side was a sheer drop of at least 200 feet. There was no...
Well, you must have had a little angel on your shoulder telling you what to do.
I agree, but listen to this part. So I finally get to Sedona. I'm really excited because I'm in Eckankar. And they have, at that time, this beautiful place that this lady had donated to the church. And my friend said, you got to see it. It's beautiful. The views are great. Go to the library. So I'm going. I had already called when I got to Sedona. I said, I'm coming up. And the guy's the caretaker. He says, okay, just going up. So I'm going up. And he's coming down, and he meets me. He says, I had to leave, but I left the library door open, so you still here.
Very little time left, dear. Very little time.
Anyway, I park, and I try to go to the library. It's locked. And I'm like, oh, God, how great a day is this? And then I said, go and look at the view. It was beautiful. Green, little silvery water, which is, a creek. And I stepped down to the ledge, and I stepped down further. And this white dog follows me. It's a beautiful dog. Anyway, I see a beautiful crystal city. I mean, it's just plain. It's just beautiful and serene. It's just gorgeous. Anyway, before I know what's going on, I wake up. It's totally dark. I can't see how to get back up. And this white dog spurs, and I follow her out. And I'm able to go.
Okay, we're out of time. I've got to stop it right there. You imagine, I've always had that fear of, like, hitting my brakes, going down a steep, like a 10 or 11% grade in a big vehicle. and having it go right to the floorboard, no breaking at all. Indeed, here I am. Hi, everybody. We're doing the best and worst days of your life, inspired by a book called Life Expectancy by Dean Koontz. Indeed, if you have only a worst day of your life, that's just fine, because really that's what the book was all about. I thought, in the spirit of Christmas, I would add the best days as well. Now, while my tongue is peeling away here, I see somebody who has some help possibly for me on the tongue situation. So if what I'm saying doesn't sound quite right, it's you'd be surprised how much you actually need your tongue to be articulate, to correctly form words and all the rest of it. Amazing. We will be right back. All right, back to it we go. All right, let's do it now. Back to it we go. This is a nurse. How timely is that? I think it is Kathy in Ferndale, California. Hi, Kathy.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Have you on my speaker, so I have to make sure okay, let me take you off speakerphone. Well, I'll tell you, you and I go way, way back, and it's the first time I could ever call you on a first aid call, triage you, but I'm really concerned, and I'm very concerned. Did you read the little email that I sent you?
Not yet, I guess.
Okay, this is what I advise. Now, if you're still in the desert and you have any aloe plants inside or outside the house, and you can take a clipping off the end of it if you already don't have some in the house.
Did you say if I'm still in the desert?
Oh, yeah, where are you? Are you in the Philippines or somewhere?
Yes.
Well, they'll have it down there. They should have an aloe plant very similar to ours up here. But there's several cactus with the same kind of lipopolysaccharides, whatever they are inside there. But if you can talk to somebody that has any knowledge of the plant close by there, or if you have an aloe plant, or can get into a store, I don't know what time it is, where they'll have aloe vera juice, any kind of aloe, pure aloe product without alcohol, without any preservatives. You need to get that in your mouth. You need to rinse with it in your mouth, and then take a stone, clean it really well, cool it off to the refrigerator, and especially if you have a round, small crystal, and that will take the heat right out of your mouth. And then you dip it in cool water again, and just keep that process, and it'll take all the heat out. But the worst thing I'm concerned about is that you've got these blisters and your skin is coming off. And if I had more, if I was a braver person and knew more about what I was doing, I'd say, let me take over and host your show tonight. But the only thing I could talk about would be your show about last night, because you've had so many other people investigating the Mayans, and so many over the years. I've gone back at least 12, 13 years with you, it seems, before Madman Markham and all those people. And
It's been a long time, that's for sure. Well,
yeah?
all of those suggestions are worthy, but I am here by myself. My wife flew her family up from Mindanao, and so they're out at the Manila Zoo right now, and I'm here all by myself. So, little blisters, weird little blisters are forming, and little pieces are coming off my tongue. Wonderful, just wonderful. I appreciate the advice, and I know aloe is good, but I'm afraid it's going to have to wait. All right, let's go to wildcard line. Linda in California, you're on the air, Linda.
Hi, Art. What a pleasure to speak with you. This is such a treat. It's funny you just had a nurse. I was going to tell you to put some cold ice water in your mouth. They usually put ice on a burn.
That sounds good,
So
but again, I'm doing a radio program, and
I know. Well, Anyway, the reason I'm calling is I want to tell you about the worst day of my life, and then I have the best day of my life.
Okay.
The worst day of my life was when my husband committed suicide.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, we were married 7 years and 1 day. I found him in the car, in the garage, carbon monoxide poisoning. He went to Vietnam. He never smoked a cigarette. He was as straight as could be. And he came back a full-fledged heroin addict. And I guess he didn't, back in the 70s, he just didn't know what to do, and I didn't even know he was on it. And
That's remarkable. You really should have noted changes, although this may be immediately when he came back, so I guess you would just think it was part of the change.
Yes, that's what I thought it was. That's what I thought. But it was very sad. A certain kind of depression came over me, lasted for about 8 years, where everything just turned dark. Like my whole soul was dark. Now, I want to tell you about the best day of my life.
Okay.
I was a child performer at 12 years old. My first job was with Jerry Lewis. I started at the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas, recorded for RCA Victor. I was a child performer. I had extremely possessive and parents that were, how can I say, they were stage parents. And after Jeffrey killed himself, they wanted me to go back to sing. I got married to get out of the house, was one of the things. But after that, my father would say she's lost her soul and all of these things, and say, you're absolutely nuts. They wanted me to go back and sing. And I couldn't do anything like that. I could hardly get up.
Right.
And he said, you'll never be anything unless you sing. Okay. Well, this lasted for quite a while, even as a young child. So emotionally abusive he was. Anyway, I was working for him in his store, and I drove to work one day, and every day in front of everybody, he would put me down. I obviously had lost my sense of self because of all the, I don't know, the bad things they would say to me. Anyway, I went to work. My father again started telling me terrible things, embarrassing me in front of everyone. And right at that point, I said, this is it. I said, I quit, and I said everything I wanted to say to him, that I needed to say, that I did deserve, and I was good, and I walked out of the store. I drove home. I came home so angry, and I was breaking dishes, but I was telling myself all the good things. I love you. Nobody's going to ever treat you like this. And I broke my whole set of dishes. But then, about a half hour later, a feeling came over my body. It was like a heat, like an energy that started through my whole body, especially through my heart. It came out. It was like warm and wonderful. And it lasted for about 3 days, and people were drawn to me, children. And I'm telling you, I have looked for this feeling, and it went away just the way it came, but it lasted for 3 days. And
that's odd. It's perhaps very much like the other caller, the caller who called a little while ago. Our brains, in response to some great trauma, and certainly what you described would be great trauma, my God, you know, what our parents tell us, parents need to be more sensitive. The things that our fathers and our mothers tell us when we're young, to a large degree, shape who we are for the rest of our lives. Now, my father, of course, you know, I'm older. I'm 61 years old now. And when I was young, I chose, instead of finishing college right away, to go into the Air Force. And my dad, God rest his soul, he's gone now, told me that I would never be anything, and that I had to go to college. These were These were days when, if you did not go to college, you were considered to have virtually no future in your life. You would be nothing. And he absolutely told me that all the time. And I think that is what, in part, drove me to succeed in the business that I chose to go into. Now, going into radio is a big gamble. It's not a small gamble, it's a giant gamble. And the majority of people in the radio business end up starving to death. Trust me. Or just barely making ends meet and traveling from radio station to radio station, state to state. It's a very gypsy-like existence. And indeed, I was doing that for, well, many, many, many years. Now, my father did live long enough to see me succeed in a pretty big way, and I think it surprised him. And the things our parents say to us stay with us all our lives. I recall my dad telling me that, and he was a very successful man after the Marine Corps. He became vice president of Blue Cross Blue Shield, you know, that big insurance company. And I recall his saying, and we'll never forget, Trey, that was my nickname. Trey, you know, I paid more tax this year than you made all year. In fact, it was 2 or 3 times as much as I had made in that year. And that made me feel terribly small. And it just drove me and drove me and drove me. And so perhaps in a kind of a strange way, it was a good thing because it did drive me so hard. And then I can recall something I should not have done and still kind of feel sorry about later in life. There was a year when I said to my dad, "Hey, Dad, look, I paid more tax than you made last year," which was a pretty ugly thing to say. But the things we say to our children resonate and stay with us all our lives. Remember that. If you're a parent, be very, very careful what you say to your child because it will shape, perhaps drive them or hurt them psychologically. So be very, very careful if you're a parent. Wildcard line, Jay in Los Angeles. You're on the air.
Hi there, Art. How you doing?
I'm okay, sir.
So the worst day of my life was I was driving home in one of those El Nino storms in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And I was stopped at a light and it turned green. And out of nowhere, a guy ran in front of my car, and I ran over him.
Oh my God.
And of course, you know, I stopped. I called 911. The ambulances and the police came and everything, and they took him, they took him to the hospital, and he died a few days later.
Had he just, what happened? Did he just run in front of your car? Was your attention diverted, or what happened?
Well, apparently, based on the police report, the witnesses and everything, he had gotten off the bus and didn't want to wait because it was raining. So he decided just to run across the street against the light.
I see.
And so, of course, you know, the fact that, you know, I figured he probably wasn't going to live. And then I'm also, you know, thinking, you know, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to be charged?
Sure.
Luckily, you know, it wasn't my fault. And if the police report said if he had lived, he would have been charged with jaywalking. But still, you know, it's the gravity of it, taking the life of someone, you know, you had no malice towards, you didn't even know they were there.
No, of course, it will be with you, and I'm sure you already know that all your life. That's the kind of thing that you never, ever forget.
Yeah.
So, have you come to terms with it, finally?
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously I told family and close friends, and not long after that, it actually happened to a relative of mine. Same sort of situation. And it's funny in terms of, you know, dealing with it with the insurance company and lawyers and things. And they say, oh, yeah, well, you know, that happened to my uncle. It's not an unusual occurrence. But, you know, you still...
No, of course it's not. Yeah, it's not an unusual occurrence, but, oh, yes, if you take a life, no matter the circumstance, that will be with you for the rest of your life. Thankfully, that is one thing that has never occurred to me. and I don't ever want it to. It would just be on your conscience, and it would be on your mind forever. So I can easily imagine that would be the worst day of your life. First time caller line, Mike in Idaho, you're on the air.
Hey Art, how you doing?
I'm all right.
It's a pleasure to speak with you after so long listening to you. And before I get to my subject, I wanted to talk about my days back in the Air Force. I was in the Air Force probably a little bit after you. I just heard you say you were 61. I'm 56, so we're pretty close in age.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to say one thing because I was listening to you talk about radio and how you really love radio. And I know you're a ham operator and you really get into that sort of thing. And I just wanted to say that back when I was stationed in Alaska in 1971, and they had the big earthquake in Sylmar in 71, and that's where I was born and raised, and my whole family was there. And I couldn't get a hold of anybody by phone. But we did have a ham operator on the base, and he got through to some people close by. And they told me, don't worry, it's not as bad as the news is saying. You know, your family's probably okay. But the ham operators were so cool to help me get through to my family. It was just amazing to me. And I wanted to throw that at you and let you know that some of us who aren't that into ham radios, we appreciate the service that some of you people provide sometimes.
Boy, is that ever wonderful for you to say, Mike. Thank you very much. Listen, I want to say this again. There have been some very big changes in ham radio in just the last couple of weeks, literally. The CW or Morse code requirement has been dropped to the dismay of many and the pleasure of others. So you no longer have to take a code test to become a ham operator, though you still have to take a technical test. In addition to that, the phone bands, or the voice bands, as it were, have been expanded, giving us more room. Now, that said, the internet has surely hurt ham radio. However, don't let that affect your desire to move into the hobby, because in all the world, there is nothing like ham radio. It is the most amazing, magical hobby you can imagine in the world. It's not carried on wires. It's not a phone system. The signal that you send out on the HF bands is reflected by the ionosphere many times all the way around the world. And there is still a distinct magic associated with sending a signal that travels through the air virtually around the world, never knowing who you're going to talk to. And I can assure you of this, kind of echoing what he said, that when the very worst happens, typhoons, hurricanes, the natural disasters that inevitably occur again and again, ham radio will get through when nothing else will. When the internet has gone down, and it goes down all right, and cell phones no longer work, and telephone lines no longer work, and all other means of communication are absolutely gone or ineffective, amateur radio or ham radio will continue to be the mode that gets the word out, that saves lives. So the hobby end of it aside, don't let the modern day internet and all that's going on dissuade you from looking into ham radio. Ham radio is what led me into broadcasting. Ham radio, I have to thank for many of the jobs that I got. It is a fraternity that is unlike many others in the world. It's just an amazing hobby, so feel free. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Terry from Ohio. Hello, Terry from Ohio.
Hi, can you hear me?
I hear you now. Yes, somebody didn't turn up a pod. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. First note I wanted to say was about your cats. I think that's really cool how they're so close. I've got two myself that are really close in age, and they're the same way. If one leaves the room, the other one cries for the other one.
Oh, it's something.
It is. It's adorable. But this is about my best and worst day. They were both together.
So many like that. Okay.
I worked third shift, and I got home from work on Friday night, well, I guess it was on Saturday morning, and went to bed, and had the weirdest dream that my ex, I considered my soulmate. We were working on getting back together at the time, and I knew that he had cancer.
Hold your story right there. We've got a break coming up, so I'm going to hold you through the break, hon, all right?
Okay.
Okay, stay right where you are. From Manila in the Philippines, during Christmas, which is really quite an affair here, I'm Art Bell. Indeed, Ed in Laredo, Texas, fast blasts me that, hey Art, ham radio is also responsible for your being married today, isn't it? At least the Brotherhood of Ham Operators. No, that's absolutely correct. Some weeks after my beloved Ramona passed, Carl Richardson, my brother-in-law, contacted his fiancée here in the Philippines and said, hey, why don't you have your sister get hold of Art? And that is indeed how it happened. And of course, the early messages that I got from Aaron were, you know, very sorry your wife died and so forth and so on. But here I was getting in my private email these incredible messages from a young Filipino gal on the other side of the world. And I could not understand where these messages were coming from and didn't have the common sense to ask for a couple of weeks. And finally I did ask, and it turned out, of course, that it was Carl Richardson, who is a ham, who I knew as a ham operator, who had asked his fiancée to have his sister write to me. So that's how it all happened. So that is correct, Ed, in Laredo. That's exactly how it happened. And a lot of the jobs that I've had in my life, particularly, by the way, those in radio and cable TV, all came because of the fact that I was a ham operator. Inevitably, you'll run into somebody in the technical trades, and that's how I began in radio, who's also a ham operator, and we tend to give each other jobs and do each other favors. I guess it's kind of like the typical old boy network, right? So ham radio opened a lot of doors for me, and has been a non-stop hobby all my life. So don't hesitate to inquire about ham radio. It is a blast. All right, we're in open lines. Means anything you want to talk about. We are a little bit working on best and worst days of your life, inspired by the Dean Koontz book called Life Expectancy. Back now to Terry in Ohio. Terry, proceed.
Should I pick up where I left off, or?
Recap if you wish.
I met my soulmate about 4 years ago, and we parted in ways about a year and a half ago. And this past August, I found out that he had cancer. We had still stayed in contact with each other, but we were trying to work things out, and I hadn't heard from him. This was 3 Fridays before Thanksgiving. I hadn't heard from him for like 4 days, and I was starting to get worried. I went to bed that Saturday morning, and I had an amazing dream. And he was there, and we were able to say our goodbyes to each other. And when I woke up, I knew something had happened. I just had this weird feeling. Went on to work that day. I was working in Oxford. When I got home from work that night, there was a message that his daughter had called. He had passed on Friday night. And it was kind of a bittersweet day because I was able to, say my last goodbyes to him through my dreams.
Yeah, I think, Terry, that there is some inherent sense in us that tells us when things like this have happened. A lot of people ignore them. They just sort of slough it off as a dream, or it was this or that. But I think it's something we all have to some degree or another.
Right, I've had another dream even since then where him and I went shopping, and he went to Triumphant Plaza and came out in a Big Bird costume. And I think in a way that's his way of contacting me, saying, hey, you need to get out of your rut. You need to start writing back up. Because I've really taken it.
I couldn't agree more, Terry. I think that there is more to us than just a short physical existence in this life. And I guess that's a conclusion that I've come to after all the years of doing this program. You simply can't do a show like this without beginning to form some conclusions based on mountains of evidence. Now, not all of it reliable, and yes, a lot of what you hear on this show is pure speculation or even in the category of BS, but a lot of it isn't. A lot of it is absolutely true from person after person after person, not just guests, but people that call this program. So I have become convinced, not through any organized religion, not through any wise teaching or anything like that, but through the experience of doing this program over the years, that this physical existence that we lead is not all there is. There is indeed something else, and indeed I believe that our consciousness goes on, for whatever that's worth, and that may not be too much to any of you that have not come to the same conclusion. A security guard, Mel, it is, in Flint, Michigan. Hi.
Hi, Art. Sorry about bailing out on you.
That's all right, you're back, so go ahead.
Oh, anyways, make this real short. I was at work one day, and this was 1990, July 31st, at about 8 o'clock in the morning. And I was surveying my 17 acres of property, a rental property, and I was walking around carrying a bucket. And in case I encountered something that should be picked up. And I was walking along, bright, beautiful, sunshiny day, sun shining and clear skies. All of a sudden, I got this pressure in my chest. And I thought, oh, no, what is this? Indigestion? And all of a sudden, the sky got dark. And I realized I was looking like two binoculars. And the field of view kept getting smaller. And I said, the pressure on my chest gets worse. And I said, oh, my. So I set the bucket down and sat down on the bucket. And the light went down to a pinpoint. And the pressure in my chest was worse. And I said, oh, my goodness, I'm dying. I'm having a heart attack.
Sure.
And I said, well, Lord, I guess you're taking me. I guess this is the end of it there. So I just gave up, you know. And all of a sudden, well, you wear earphones. You know how you hear a sound over top of your head? You don't hear them actually in either ear?
Sure.
And I heard this voice. And it was like over top of my head. And it said, get up. Get up and walk to the office, knock on the door, and tell Beverly you're having a heart attack and to call 911. Oh, okay, I can't see, and I can't breathe, and my heart quit beating, so okay, I'll get up. I got up and I started walking towards the office, and it was really weird. It was like I was floating over there and like I was seeing through a haze. I mean, I could see, but it was like picture art or something. And this voice continued to speak, and it says, you're going to be all right. You're going to have a nice long rest. Well, presently I was at the door, feeling no pain or nothing. I knocked on the door, and the door was opened up, and there stood this woman. We had two different ones, never knew which one would be on. I had no idea who was there.
Right.
And it was Beverly, and she said, what's wrong? And I said, I'm having a heart attack, Bev. Call 911. And the lights went out. I didn't know nothing. And presently, I guess, minutes later, I was only 3 miles from the hospital, and I all of a sudden become aware again. I cracked my eyes, and a really bright light I could hardly see. And I heard this rattling noise, and I'm laying down, and I see my partial vision there. I see this metal tray being rolled up beside me, and it's got all kinds of instruments on it. And I see these hands reaching for these paddle-looking things.
Oh, my God.
And I thought, oh, my, they're going to shock me.
Right.
And then I heard this voice says, pulse. And I heard this woman's voice say 0. And then he said something else, and she says 0. I thought, oh, they're going to shock me. I better let them know I'm alive. And so I forced myself, and I sit right straight up. And this doctor was standing there, and his eyes got big around his dinner plates, and he looked at me, and he said, put your head down. We're trying to save your life. So I laid back down, and I said, I'm glad somebody's trying. And then he calls to this nurse again, standing in front of a machine, and he says, pulse. He says, 33. Then he says another number, something else, and she says, 66. And he says, we got him, we got him, we got him back. And
you weren't even supposed to be hearing any of that. That's amazing.
and then he says to me, he looks at me, dumbfounded, and he says, I can't believe this. He says, how long have you been awake? I said, well, I just woke up. And he said, you were DOA. I said, what? He said, you were DOA.
Right.
And I couldn't believe it. And I did have a nice 3 months off and rest and went back to work, and I'm back at work. And one day my boss says to me, he says, the guy outside wants to talk to you. And I walked out, and there was an ambulance driver sitting there. And they come through all the time, sometimes stop and have coffee at our garage. And he looked at me and turned white as a ghost. I said, what's wrong with you? He said, I'm the guy that picked you up dead and took you to the hospital. He said, you was alive. I don't believe it.
That's absolutely an astounding story, and it kind of puts an exclamation point on what I just said. We are not just the physical beings that we are at the moment, those of you listening to me. We are much more than that. There's more to us than all of that, and these are the stories that prove it. And over the 20-plus years that I've been doing, the national show right now, I've proven it to myself. And I wonder how many of the rest of you who are long-term listeners could say the same thing. Listening to this program, listening to people call in with stories like that, and the voice that talked to this man and told him that he would be all right. Individually, they might not mean much. Collectively, they mean everything. Okay, well, let's move to Jim in Lakewood, Ohio. You're on the air, Jim.
Yeah, hi, Art. Boy, I had a bad day 14 years ago. I stupidly mixed alcohol with a Valium-type drug, and I fell asleep while driving, and I crashed my car into a house that was close to my home, and my entire car went inside the living room of the house through some French windows, and my car kept on trying to go. It blew out the tires. All four tires were blown out, and I was trying to, I didn't notice because I had a severe concussion, and so the amnesia kicked in and da-da-da, but I was driving my car like I was still driving while I was in this guy's living room, and he had incredibly nice wood floors, I found out later, that I wrecked, but I was driving, like in his house, I'm driving like I'm still driving on the street, and smoke was coming, billowing out and everything, and he had to come over and turn the keys off so that I wouldn't make any more smoke in the house. And then because of the wheels burning and all the smoke and everything like that, the guy he turned everything off, but it's really weird that a cop came later and my car was so buried into this house that the drapes came down on my car. The drapes came down where I went into the house, and the cop that came later said, "Oh, they must have taken Jim's car to the tow yard or something." I was still in the house. My entire car was in the house. I mean,
it sounds to me, Jim, like you were in shock.
Definitely. You know what? I orchestrated a search because I thought that my fiancée that I was going to pick up that day, I had the cops looking because my mind thought she was with me. They're looking under bushes for her, and she never was in the car.
Gotcha. You were in shock. I hope nobody was hurt in the house.
No. You know, that was the weird. The only person hurt was me. I had a very, very, very severe concussion. I had amnesia for the next 2 weeks. I didn't know what was going on from the next day to the next. And the only good part about it is that I survived. The only bad part about that good part, I had to listen to the judge. And I'm telling you, I paid the price. I mean,
I'm sure you did.
15 days in the Great Bar Motel, to this day I say to myself, I deserved it, but, I mean, yeah, I had a sleep problem and stuff like that, but what a time to take the wrong medicine with alcohol.
I hear you. Well, that's definitely qualifying as a bad day, Jim. Definitely driving into a house. My God. I wonder how many of us get warnings of a bad day. I mean, could we become so sensitive that instead of proceeding into the day, we just decide, no, everything about this day, have you had one of those? Everything about this day feels wrong. I'm just going to stay home, lay on the couch and watch a little TV. I'm not going to expose myself to the possibility. No, most of us don't do that, do we? I wonder how many people have saved themselves. Of course, you'd never really know, would you? Even if you had that feeling and you took it easy and nothing happened, you would say, well, that was, I was kind of dumb, wasn't I? That was dumb. I thought it was going to be a bad day and I stayed home and nothing happened. Well, you'll never know, will you? Whether it would have been an awful day, whether it could have been the day you would die, you wouldn't know. Wildcard line, number 4, I think it is, Christopher in Pueblo, Colorado.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say what an honor it is to speak with you and how much I'm a huge fan of this show since about 1984. I've been listening off and on. But I want to tell you about my worst and best day in that order.
Okay.
First of all, I'm trying to keep myself composed. On 6/6/06, my oldest son passed away. And then shortly thereafter, I lost 11 more friends in the last 6 months.
God, that's a bad year.
Yeah, it's been a bad year. But now I want to switch over to my best day. And I've had some incredible experiences. I could go on and I could do an entire show on.
Well, we don't have that much time. Just quickly.
No, just this one on 11/27. 1997. I was in the presence of the Infinite, or God, or whatever name you wish to put on it, for 7 hours. It actually came on at the last quarter at 11:45 on the 26th and lasted 7 hours into the morning of the 27th, which that year happened to be Thanksgiving. And I had no idea what had happened to me. I mean, first I thought I was dead, and I started making notes to people. But ironically, even though I had lots of family in Los Angeles where I would normally be eating Thanksgiving with one of them, but for some odd reason, me being by myself, and in the area that I was in, I ended up going to a smorgasbord. And then there was a man sitting alone, and I asked if I could share a Thanksgiving meal with him, and he said, sure. I sat down, and of course I'm spilling out about this experience that I had, and it just so happened that he was a Tao priest. And he had, he said, you've had an enlightenment experience, But I also wanted to mention that I think this show is one of the greatest opportunities or tools to help change, and I do believe that we still have the opportunity of change. And I also would like to request of the collective consciousness throughout the show that I'd be able to complete the task that the infinite God gave me shortly after the enlightenment experience.
All right, well, I hope that works out for you, and we don't do those mass experiments here and there, at least I don't anymore. I've learned that we don't really know about the power of collective consciousness yet. We don't know that mistakes cannot be made, and so, as you know, I have an aversion to trying that unless the whole world appears about ready to end, and then, yes, I would muster up all the collective consciousness we could have and try and do something, because what's to lose at that point? It is interesting, isn't it? These worst days that people have. You have to wonder, could they be avoided? Now, as I mentioned a little while ago, if you avoid one, if you stay at home and then nothing happens, you're never going to know for sure that it would have been your worst day. But I still would beseech you, if you wake up in the morning and you think that something is going to go horribly wrong during the day, and yes, you do get those feelings, even if you're about to board a plane and it feels horribly wrong, don't get on. Listen to yourself. We have some inborn, I think it comes frankly from our ancestors, some inborn sense of impending danger. Now, book by Dean Koontz, sorry, the tongue is not working. Life expectancy is definitely going to highlight this for you, but we all have some inborn sense when something is really not right, When something's going to go horribly wrong, you know it. If you're listening to yourself, it might be only a light feeling, but learn to pay attention to it and then learn to act on it. I'm Art Bell. Well, good morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever time of day it is, wherever you are. Yes, of course, this is a time for reflection. Christmas rapidly approaching, and yes, we will do our yearly prediction shows toward the end of the year, next week. And you might want to begin thinking about that right now because our predictions are important. Now, I don't want you to just call up and sort of make an off-the-cuff, I think I'll get on the radio and just talk type prediction. I want you to really think about it a little bit. Think about what you believe is going to occur in the year 2007. Give it a lot of deep thought. You've got lots of time. Begin now. And so, if you would please, use your best psychic sense, and we'll try and have the best. We hit an awful lot of them this year kind of show we ever had. We review the predictions that were done for 2006, and of course do predictions for 2007. This is a yearly event now that's been going on, annual event that's been going on, I think, for the last 10 or 15 years at least. First time caller line, Sean in Las Vegas. You're on the air.
Art, how are you, my friend?
I'm well, sir.
Good. I'm a fellow radio person. I never heard your show before, but I'm hearing it today, and I had to call it with my story.
Okay.
Back when I was 18 years old, I was friends with a news anchor who had relocated to Presque Isle, Maine, which is, for those of you who don't know, the northern tip of Maine.
Yeah.
I was in Boston, Massachusetts, 7 hours away. In my infinite knowledge, it was my worst day ever, by the way. I decided I'm going to go up there to visit her. Now, she's back in Boston to visit her family for, her birthday. I decided, you know what, this Sunday, I'm going to come up and visit you, Marcia. She's like, all right, sure. So I packed my clothes, I packed some music for the road because I'm going to be driving on the sticks, and there's no radio on the sticks. I forget my clothes, I forget my music, so I start driving. Pass through New Hampshire, pass through Maine, get just south of Bangor, and I see a sign for food. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm like, all right, sure, go over there. I'm driving an 89 Volkswagen Cabriolet. Small car, convertible, definitely a girl car, but I was driving well. I get my food, let the car rest for a couple minutes, get back on the road. Now, when you scarf down food, Art, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Get a little gassy. So I got a little gassy on the road, and I felt I'm going 100 miles an hour, and it's a convertible, so no one will smell it. It wasn't gas. In the middle of nowhere.
Oh my God.
Because this is only the tip of the iceberg. So I get off. It gets so much worse.
Okay, well, I don't know if I want to hear about how much worse this gets.
That's as disgusting as it gets. The rest is just hilarious. I have to share this. I have to lighten it up because there's a lot of sad stories. I feel bad for the people, but we need to make it funny here. So
okay.
I get off at the rest area, and I clean up. I'm wearing white shorts. Shows completely. It doesn't count. I clean it up. Get back on the road. Now, around exit 40, I see a sign for the size, Rite Aid or something like that. I'm like, I'll get some Maine shorts or something. They closed at like 4 p.m. on a Sunday because this is the sticks of Maine. They're right back on the road. I see a sign for Walmart. Like, yes, they're always open. I pull off. The Walmart hadn't been built yet. Art, I get back on that road. I accelerate. And I hear, Art, my transmission died on my car with stained shorts. Now, it gets better because not only I don't have AAA, and she's 10 minutes behind me. So this girl I have the crush on has to pick me up.
Oh my God.
Use her AAA car to get my car back down to Portland. And she had to see what had happened about an hour earlier.
I think I would have kept on driving. I don't know what I would have done.
If I would have pushed the car the 5 hours back up to Boston. That was
Yeah, buddy, I hear you.
the most humiliating day. But my friend, as one radio person to another, you've been in it for much longer, and hopefully I will continue to be in it. You're doing a great job. I love it.
All right, thanks, Ron, and good luck to you. And after that, this is where we'll take our break. We'll be back in a moment. You know, it may be that more people tend to remember bad days than good days. Looking at what's lined up for me, almost all of them are the worst days. So off we go east of the Rockies to Rick in Kansas City. Hi, Rick.
Hello, Art. It's been, I think, about 3 years since I talked to you. Last time was on 40 meters.
All right. Well, you know, I think I recognize your voice.
Yeah, remember I was the one that was doing my Ross Mitchell impersonation and you popped in?
I do recall.
Yeah, and anyway, mine is kind of along the same lines as the last fella there. I spent 20 years in broadcasting.
Yeah.
And when I have a bad day, it just seems like several things happen all at once.
Inevitably.
And
Inevitably. In fact, that's the very nature of a bad day.
Yeah.
It's going to be bad. A lot of bad things are going to happen, not necessarily just one.
But this happened to me when I was still in radio, and it's kind of amusing, and it's amusing now. So it's kind of along the same lines as what happened to the previous caller there. I was laughing. That was pretty good, I have to say. But anyway, I at the time, I was living in Atchison, Kansas, and I worked in St. Joseph, Missouri radio, which is 22 miles away. And I woke up, and I had this horrible pain in my neck, and my left-hand side was, I don't know, almost kind of numb. So it was pinching a nerve. Anyway, it took me a while to get up out of bed. And I finally got up, and I got on the phone, and I was trying to find a chiropractor or figure out what was wrong. So anyway, I found one in St. Joe, and I was in so much pain, I had to wrap a towel around my neck to kind of support my head because it hurt so bad. Anyway, I got out to the car, drove all the way to St. Joe, went to a chiropractor, got my neck snapped back into place. He gave me a little neck brace to hold it there. They gave you this massage with kind of an electroshock thing that tenses the muscles up to hold it into place. So anyway, I get this done, and I have a radio shift in the afternoon. So I was thinking, well, you know, I'll just get doctored up, and I'll still go do my shift, because I love radio. So anyway, I get all of that done, and on my way back, there's a small town you pass through on the way back to Atchison. I saw a deer running from the side of the road. So I slowed down almost to a stop. The deer still hit the side of the car anyway, ran right into the car. The head of the deer came through the window, hit me in my face.
Oh, no.
Twisted my neck, threw it out of place again, and this is all true. Anyway, I was in pain again, severely, so I turn around and I go back to St. Joe with deer mucus on my shoulder, my hair, the side of my face. I go back to this place, pay another $50 to get my neck snapped back into place. Anyway, at this point, I decide I'm going to drive, you know, because he's given me a prescription for painkillers, which I haven't filled yet. I thought I'm going to go home, and I'm going to call in today. I am not going in today. This is a bad day. So anyway, I called the station, and the then general manager says, that's the most bizarre lie I've ever heard. He said, if you don't show up for work today, you're fired. So I go back out to the car. I still haven't changed yet, so I got a little bit of blood on my shoulder, deer mucus, and all this stuff in my hair, the whole 9 yards. And there's some blood on the door. It didn't kill the deer. And there's fur stuck on the molding and all that stuff. So I drive all the way up there. I walk in like this, and he's standing there with this stunned look on his face, and I said, I wasn't lying. And I told him the whole story again, and he goes, I've got to see this. So anyway, we go out in the parking lot. He looks at the car door, looks at me, and he goes,
Well, that's the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. I couldn't believe that. So, I'm really sorry. Why don't you go on home there? And that's how it is. I still had a job, but he didn't believe me until I drove again all the way back to St. Joe to show him this.
I see. Well, that's the way radio is. It's kind of like the mail must go through. And no matter what happens, you pretty much got to be there. I recall, actually, I think it was in Las Vegas. I was fired from that job no less than about a half dozen times, and generally rehired within the hour. But I worked for an interesting person. I won't go any further into. Actually, I wrote about it a little bit in the book, The Art of Talk. Describing some of my career. But it's been a very, very, very interesting life, to say the least. Wildcard line, Joe in Oklahoma. You are upon the air.
Hi, Art. How are you doing, sir?
I'm just fine.
Excellent. Hey, my story, real quick, it has a lot to do with what you kept saying about, just having an idea, having a feeling early in the day that, something was going to go wrong.
You've got it.
I live in central Oklahoma, a town called El Reno, just west of Oklahoma City. And as everyone well knows, tornadoes do go through Oklahoma frequently. I drive a delivery route to Wichita, Kansas during the night, and I was due to drive that evening, and I always pay close attention to the weather. So it was a beautiful, clear day, and I saw that, we were going to have some, anticipate some storms that evening, so, I was prepared with my rain gear and so on.
Mm-hmm.
I had this feeling, Art, that I was going to see something that night. It was a gut feeling so much that I went and I got my video camera, I made sure the battery was charged, I had a still camera, packed all that away. As I'm eating dinner with my family, getting ready to leave, I leave about 7 in the evening, and the storm rolled in, and it was pretty treacherous. My wife is from Kansas City. That's where she grew up, and it's not quite as used to the tornado activity as we are as a native Oklahomans, And I asked her as I was about to leave, I said, do you have a plan? If something were to transpire, what's your plan? What are you going to do? She said, well, I'm going to go, get in the hall closet. I said, no, not in Oklahoma. You don't go get in the hall closet. I said, you go find what we call a Frady hole, which would be a storm cellar or a basement of some sort.
Sure.
And she was kind of put out with me that I was, trying to tell her that she needed to have a plan and looking at me like, I know what to do. And I said, no, you need to either go to my mom's, which is down the street. I said, the next door neighbor has a cellar. You can get there. But you need to be prepared. And she kind of blew me off. I kissed my wife and kids goodbye and leave for the evening. And I no sooner than get on the interstate, and as I'm crossing over to get on the eastbound side of Interstate 40, I look back to my right, and there are 2 funnel clouds dropping out of the sky within a quarter mile of my home.
Oh my God.
So I pull over immediately, call her. I said, get the kids together, get outside. I'm going to be coming. I'm turning around to come and get you. And at this point, one of them has already dropped to the ground, and she's in the truck. My cousin.
Uh-oh, you're starting to break up on us.
Have you got me, Art?
I've got you.
My cousin and his 2 daughters who live next door, he is just coming home to get them, his daughters, which are home alone. They all gather together and go to my other cousin, which is his brother's house, who has a cellar. So I realize that they're safe and sound with him and their safety. So I get my video camera out and I'm filming this thing drop out of the sky within a quarter mile of my home. And as I watched it later on, was kind of tickled with myself with just the adrenaline rush, and I'm just laughing to myself thinking, I knew this was going to happen today. I knew it. Fortunately, it went the opposite direction of my home, went through a local airport, destroyed airplanes and hangars and so on. And I ended up chasing the storm for the rest of the day. Got home that night, and my wife was so apologetic for not listening to me. And she said, from now on, if you got a hunch like this, then I'm definitely going to pay attention to what you say.
Okay, well, that's what we call it, a hunch or a feeling in the pit of our stomach. I don't know. Just those whatever words you want to put to it, if you're listening to yourself, you will know that something is going to happen. And in that case, it means get prepared, or, as I said, maybe just stay home. Just cancel whatever plans you had. And it's a wonderful way to avoid what otherwise will turn out to be very tragic indeed. On the international line from Canada, Stan, you're on the air.
Hello there, Art. How are you doing?
Okay, sir.
I think the topic of the program tonight was your best day and your worst day.
I'm getting mostly worse days.
Well, my best day was when I married my wife, and my worst day is when I lost her.
I hear that.
I'm kind of curious. How long were you and Ramona married?
How long?
Yeah, if you don't mind me asking that.
Not at all. Better than 14 years, sir.
Was that right? Did you have any children?
No, I did not.
Yeah, well, my wife and I, I'm sorry to say that we lived together for like maybe 14 years, and then after 10 years, before that, I asked her to marry me. So I had 10 years with a wonderful woman.
Well, that's about all I guess we can ask. I don't know. The Lord has his own way of doing things, and the fact that Ramona was taken from me, there's just no answer for it, and there are no words of consolation when you lose your mate. Many people will try and provide words of consolation, and the only ones that really have any meaning and are true are, number one, that the only thing that's going to help is time, and number two, something that I did not pay attention to myself, and I just got lucky, are don't make any important decisions. If you lose somebody that close to you for that many years, don't make any important decisions right away. And number two, the only thing, no words are going to help. Everybody's going to say something. And it's all going to be meaningless, except that time will help, and time will be the only thing that will help. West of the Rockies in Tucson, Arizona, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Poppy in Tucson, Arizona. I was a young widow, too, at 35, and I've never heard any more true words than those. But I wanted to tell you the best day of my life. It happened when I was 5 years old. I was born in Indiana, grew up in Indiana, and my grandparents, well, one side of them had a house on a lake called Big Lake. And me and my older sister were ice skating, and I fell through the ice. And in the wintertime, we were all bundled up, so it was even worse because you can't move. And my sister kept trying to grab me, and she was screaming, and the ice kept breaking under her feet, and she kept, backing up on her ice skates. It made it very difficult.
Right.
And I remember going under and hearing voices saying, "You're going to be all right. You're going to be all right," which was really weird. Yeah. And I pretty much had almost given up, and she grabbed a hold of my coat or something, and dragged me all the way back to my grandparents' house, which, and they ripped off my clothes and put me in cold water.
Of course, you're the second person to say that you heard a voice telling you you were going to be okay.
Yeah, it was very strange, and I've been pretty intuitive since then.
I'm told that these kinds of experiences can make you intuitive. Perhaps instead of making you intuitive, they just make you wise up and you start listening to yourself. You think that might be true?
Yeah, it might be true. I've had out-of-body experiences when I was younger, and cleared through to when I was a teenager, and and then I stopped listening as an adult, and then I become more aware and start listening. Like you said, when you know something bad or you feel something bad's going to happen, you just follow that voice, that inner voice, and go with it.
All right. Thank you very, very much for the call. And again, the lesson is driven home. Listen to that feeling, that little naggy feeling it's trying to tell you that, hey, something's going to go wrong today. Next time you have a feeling like that, listen to it, act upon it, and let me know what happens. I'm Art Bell. Good day, everybody. It is approaching Christmas. We're on the weekend slide toward Christmas, no doubt about it. I'm Art Bell. Here in the Philippines, Christmas is celebrated plus. It is virtually everywhere. Great to be with you. Open lines. Anything you want to talk about, of course, is fair game. But we're doing best and worst days of your life, inspired by the Dean Koontz book called Life Expectancy, that I highly recommend to all of you out there. In a moment, we continue. Intuition 101. Listen to yourself. You're telling yourself something very, very important. All right, let's go here and say, Mark in California, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, it's been a long time. Getting a hold of you is like winning the lottery.
Good to have you.
Yeah. I've got a best day and worst day story, but I'd like to say that the story about your dad that you told is the best story I've heard. And I've been with you since back in KOPE-FM when I think you had about 100 stations, and every time the one came on, you'd talk about it.
You betcha.
But because it had an important message at the end, just a few short words to a kid can hurt their life, harm them, move their life towards the better or worse.
Or drive them. Yeah, that's absolutely correct, yes.
And so my best and worst story, I won't highlight the worst one much. I killed someone accidentally, a kid. And
I'm sorry.
And it's like the guy with the accident, on the highway.
Right.
And but I will highlight the best one because I think it's quite appropriate for what you're going to go through in the near future here, which is very good. First of all, I should say I'm a Marine Corps Vietnam vet, and I'm kind of desensitized to any highs or lows in my life. Like, if you're in a traumatic situation,
that's right.
I was trained not to get emotional. I have to think, what am I going to do next, and make myself go do it. So I don't feel the big highs and lows. But the biggest, best day of my whole life, which I never had until this day happened, was when my daughter was born. And I had to fight back tears streaming down my cheeks. I know it sounds happy, but it's, just true, the best day of my life. I had to fight those tears back just because I didn't want it to hinder my vision, when her little fingers were grabbing my finger and different things going on. I'm trying to video.
Birth is a miracle.
It was the one best day in my whole life. I could die any moment, and my life is fulfilled just with that moment. And it was such a joy to know that I have that love inside of me.
All right, well, a lot of the audience will, of course, not have experienced this, but I can tell you personally, having seen it, that the closest thing that most of us will ever see in our lives to a true miracle is birth. If you actually get to see it, you will come away with the feeling that you have just experienced a miracle. And I guess in a way it is. It's a regular thing. People are born all the time. It just happens every day, right? But to see it happen, you truly will, if you can stand the experience of being there, you will truly come away with the feeling that you absolutely have experienced a miracle. First time caller line, John in Florida. Worst day, John.
How you doing, Art? How you doing, Art?
Fine.
I would say it was more like a worse morning, man. I was up playing John Madden football late one night of all things. And it got about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I usually go out and have a cigarette before I go to bed. So I turned the TV off, and I went out to the porch, and I sat down and I fired up a cigarette. And I heard this clip-clopping of horse and buggy. Now, this is 3 o'clock in the morning, and I don't live anywhere near a farm. I live on a pavement road. You could hear the hoofs hitting the concrete. Clip-clopping down the road. I'm like, what's going on, So I get up,
and I'm looking around, my house is on like a corner, and I look around the corner, and here comes this horse and buggy around the corner with red lights on it. Like, they look like lanterns, but they were like burning red candles or something else, flickering. And I was astonished, you know, I was like, this is crazy. And I'm sitting here, I watch him come by, and he gets out in front of my house, right in front of where I'm sitting on the porch, and it stops. And this guy gets out, dressed all in black, and you couldn't really see his face, because he had like a hat on that was pulled down, like one of them big cowboy hats, kind of like, I guess, more like a top hat. And he points at me, and I'm like, it freaked me. It was completely silent. The whole neighborhood was dark, completely silent after he stopped, and he points at me, and nothing was said, but it freaked me out. And I stood up, and I was like, I looked back, and there he is. I ran into the house, man. And I got in the house, I got up on the couch, and I kind of pulled the blind back to peek back out here to see what was going on, and he was gone. And
maybe it was death coming to collect your soul.
Well, I don't know if he was coming to collect me because he missed out, but
maybe because you ran into the house.
Well, I took it as a warning.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe because I smoke. Maybe because I'm doing something wrong in life. I don't know. But
did you quit
was a pretty
smoking?
bad day, and it stuck with me.
Yeah. Did you quit smoking after that?
I'm smoking right now while I'm talking to you.
Well, my advice is, John, is to quit while you're still young. And I'm doing my darndest, but I'm not doing as well as I wish I could. What I really need to do is to throw them down. I mean, I'm really down to about 3 or 4 a day, except when I'm on the air. And I should just throw them down and be absolutely done with it. And I know that in every fiber in my body, kind of like the experiences that we're hearing about, that people are having these worse days, and they sort of felt it. They sort of knew it, but they kind of ignored it. And it'll get you. Wildcard line, Jeremy in Mississippi, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, how you doing? Doing, Art?
I'm fine.
Hey, okay. My question, I'm kind of off the topic tonight. I just realized, and I apologize for that. But
There really is no topic. It's open line, so whatever you want to say.
all right. Well, when I'm sitting in my living room at home, I'm getting your show on about 5 different stations, from all different angles. And I was just thinking one night, is it possible that with everybody that's asleep in their beds here in Mississippi getting this strong, strong signal, is it possible at all that somehow subconsciously the signal from your show could be going in somewhere into their body where they don't realize it? And if possible, and like I said, this could be a really dumb question, but if possible, would there be possibly a way to somehow change the world with that technology? Or has there ever been a study or anything like that? And Merry Christmas to you, and I'll just hang up and listen to your reply. And thanks for
All right.
for George.
You're very welcome, Jeremy. Yeah, it's called mass consciousness, Jeremy. And I've done a number of experiments with it, and without burdening everybody again with the results and the testing we did years ago, I don't do it anymore. There may be a way, Jeremy, to change the world with many minds, or with broadcasting, or some other way, some form of mass consciousness, but I'm not going to toy with that again until I have a very serious reason to do so, or science comes to some sort of understanding about what this is all about. It is, I think, one day going to be proven to be one of the most powerful forces in the world, perhaps greater than atomic energy. Carol in Florida, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, how you doing this morning?
Okay.
Good, listen, I was told to tell you that I just got out of the hospital 3 days ago after being on the ventilator for 10 days.
Oh my gosh.
Now, well, I'm going to make this short and sweet because I've been a 13-year listener. And this is actually I'm a conspiracy theorist at heart. But it's my first time call because I can actually tell you something from the other side that really, really happened. Now, as a beloved one of yours, I've had asthma since I was 5 years old. Art. I've been 911 out of here many, 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 many times. Always came back, stabilized, come back, no problem. For some reason, this time when I was my 911 out, I knew I wasn't coming back. In fact, my sister is a nurse. She called the ER and they said, "You better get the family over here. We had to intubate her." They bagged me from the ambulance to the emergency room, and what you hear is true. You can hear. Your hearing is the last thing to go. And let me tell you why, because in the ambulance, now mind you, I had to spend 3 days, Art, with my family, piecing my life together when I got home from the hospital this time, because I remembered nothing but death, which I'm going to get to in a second. But I remember the ambulance driver saying, "Code blue, ETA 10 minutes," or say 5 minutes, to be on the safe side. They intubated me and put me on the respirator when I got to the emergency room, and right to the CCU I went, okay? Now, all I can remember is, this is not nice, but I always, in my 23 years in the healthcare profession, wanted to know if I could ever meet anyone that had been to the other side and can honestly come back and tell me, truly, honestly, what really happened. Well, now I don't have to anymore because it happened to me. And Art, death is a miracle itself. You were talking to the gentleman before about birth being a miracle. Death is also a miracle because it's not scary at all. It can be. Now, let me tell you why I say it can be. Because what happened to me was, you've heard of people going to the light, correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now, I always thought, you're going to go to the light, no problem. I went, Art, through so much darkness to get to that light. I was killing spiders, I was killing monsters, it was unbelievable, unbelievable. But when I finally got to the light, it was like opening the door in The Wizard of Oz when Dorothy walked out of that house after that tornado.
All right. Well, that's yet another story. There you go. As I said a little bit earlier, and it's one of the things that I personally derived from this program. In doing these 20 years or so, and listening to story after story after story, and these are not things that people are making up. There's life after death. There is an existence after death. And I also believe that most times when, people think that you're unconscious or dead, you have no life signs at all. You're not breathing. You have no respiration. You have no heartbeat. You have no blood pressure. But for some reason, inevitably, you're always continuing to hear what's going on around you, which is kind of strange. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being conscious, unable to move, and actually listening to people talk about your death? The fact that you're code blue, you're whatever it is, you're gone. Sorry, we've lost him or her. You're gone. Can you imagine hearing that? I believe that's true. I just got another interesting book that I'll tell you about shortly. West of the Rockies, Jem in Emeryville, California. You're on the air.
Hi, Art. Well, last Sunday I had a real crummy day, but before I tell you, what happened to you last Sunday? You weren't on.
Oh, yes. A little bit under the weather last Sunday.
Oh, okay.
I actually was up the entire night the previous night for reasons that I won't discuss right now.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, except for your tongue. Well, anyway, I'm disabled, and I ride this little disabled scooter. It goes, it's about 1 1/4 horsepower. It goes about 4 or 5 miles an hour. And every year they close the avenue up by the Berkeley University by Berkeley, and they have a street fair. So instead of staying home feeling sorry for myself, every year I go up there and I look at all the arts and crafts, and it cheers me up. So I went up last Saturday. It started on Saturday, and I'd been there a couple hours, and I was going along the sidewalk, and I come upon these two police officers, these ladies, police officers, yelling at these little teenage boys. They've been stealing stuff, and I heard, like, "Don't show your face around here, and I won't take you in this time," yeah. So they let them go, and for a while the boys were in back of me, kind of rowdy, and then they ran past me and around the corner. I didn't think anything of it, and it was getting late, so I started home. Well, all the way home, I keep hearing this clink, clink, and I have this kind of bicycle basket on the back of my seat. And I think, oh, they probably threw their darn soda bottles back there, you know. So I get home, and I look, and it's this beautiful blown glass vase that they obviously ripped off and then stashed in the back of my seat when the cops were coming. So I thought, oh man, you know, it was several miles away. I thought, but wouldn't it be a wonderful Christmas gift to this vendor to show up tomorrow and you know, and give it to them and just see the joy in their eyes that they thought this thing was gone forever. And I thought, instead of staying home feeling sorry for myself, I'll do this good deed. Well, I had a feeling in the pit of my stomach, just like you said, but I completely ignored it. I was all swept up with the joy of the season. But unbeknownst to me, I had been seen with the vase in the back by some of the vendor's friends as I was leaving, and they didn't yet know that it was stolen. Then I guess they found out. So they were kind of lying in wait, and I was all happy. I lovingly wrapped it up in bubble wrap and put it back there, and I was looking for the vendor. All of a sudden, they surround me, him and his friends, and start yelling at me and grabbed it from the basket. Where did you get this? You know, we know who you are. You stole it, blah, 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 blah. And so I tried to explain to them what happened, you know. And the guy finally believed me, and he kind of stalked off with a barely grunted a thank you. And I go about a block later, and I think, well, I can salvage the day. It can still be good. You know, I'll buy myself a trinket or something. And then another one of his friends that didn't know what had just transpired comes marching up to me real aggressive and starts accusing me again. Well, this time I start breaking down sobbing, you know, totally embarrassing myself. I couldn't stop crying. I don't know if you've ever cried so hard you can't stop and you're in front of, like, a whole crowd of people. And I just sort of yelled out, I'll never do a good deed again. Felt like an ass. And that was my crummy day. But
yeah, it's a crummy day, all right. Well, it's also a case point in trying to, you know, she said she had that feeling first. So this program is a definite object lesson in trying to listen to yourself. Try and develop this little talent to just listen to yourself. You get the message. Most of us ignore it, sort of push it to the back of our brain. Sometimes it doesn't even rise to conscious realization. You have to work at it to let that happen. Let's go to Bradley in California. You're on the air.
Hi, Art. I've been a religious listener for, I guess, close to a year now when a friend introduced me to your program, and I listen every night whether I'm awake or asleep. At any rate, as far as best and worst days go, quickly, several best days. I guess I would have to start with the loss of a parent to divorce shortly after, one to suicide on my birthday, both of whom were alcoholics. A brother who I was real close with helped me with. I lost shortly after that to an accident. Those events were in the late 70s and 80s. Recently, a couple of years ago, I lost the last of my siblings to a sudden brain aneurysm. And after relocating a long distance a year ago, I was looking for a particular vehicle for a particular purpose, of which there are some available. And after finding a couple, I was unable to get a ride to look at one I decided on for a couple days in a row.
Okay, we don't have much time.
Okay, it's almost done. And I was led to one I was not going to look at because it was only half the price. And it turned out to be in excellent condition, and I couldn't believe that if I had come across this until I realized it was my recently deceased brother's birthday. And this is a story for those people who would just believe I can offer no more proof, but I know.
Very quick, very quick.
That's it. The story's
okay.
over. Okay.
All right. Thank you very, very much for the call, and take care. We're doing best and worst days. We're doing open lines. Anything you want to talk about is absolutely fair game. In a moment, I'll tell you about the book I'm reading right now. Kind of a little surprise that I got as I was reading it. That kind of stuff happens to me. So stay right where you are. You're listening to Coast AM. From all the way on this side of the world, I'm Art Bell. The current book I'm reading, I picked up, it's called Mephisto Club, and it's by Tess Gerritsen. Remember Remember that book I recommended to you all, I don't know, about a year ago called Gravity? So many of you read it, by Tess Gerritsen. Tess has, since I read that book and fell so in love with it, been on the show a couple of times. Well, she's got a new book. She's a New York Times bestselling author, Tess Gerritsen, called Mephisto Club. And I'm just starting the book. I'm probably an eighth of the way through it. And oh my, what a surprise. In the book, they were talking about how long a person might hear or have cognition, even after something as awful as a beheading. Well, Tess Gerritsen, I can't recall the page number right now, but she said people are able to hear, for example, in the old days when they were guillotined, they're able to actually hear after they're guillotined, perhaps even move their mouth, though no sound would, of course, come out. And in the book, the character said, where did you hear that? And Tess wrote, well, I heard it on the Art Bell show. And I would have fallen off the bed had I not been lying on it. So there you have it. Tess Gerritsen put me in her book. I thought that was kind of cool, and I ran into it totally by accident. We'll be right back. James in Santa Rosa, California says, Art, I thought I should mention one of Kuntz's best books, Odd Thomas. If you like the story of Jimmy and life expectancy, you're going to fall in love with Odd and his gift. Already read it, way ahead of you. I read just about everything Dean does. He's just got a way of writing that I absolutely love. Let's go to our first-time caller line, and Julie, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to everybody out there. I wanted to tell you about the best day of my life that just happened just a few days ago, but in order to explain it, I kind of have to tell you about the worst day. About 11 years ago, I was working as a flight attendant for United Airlines flying in Auckland, New Zealand. And my crew, I don't know, there was about 16 or 18 of us, and most of the crew decided that they wanted to go down and talk to a psychic one night. And I didn't really want to, but I kind of went along, and I sat outside while everybody got their readings. When they were done, the psychic came and he said, I'm waiting for you. And I said, oh, I'm not here for a reading. And he said, no, I'm waiting for you. Come in. So I went in, and he said, do you know you're psychic? And I said, well, I've been told that before. And he said, don't leave New Zealand. And I thought that was just kind of inappropriate to say to somebody who didn't even want a reading. And I didn't say anything, but I thought I had wanted to move to New Zealand. I'd only been flying international for about 3 years, and about 3 months. And I was already thinking about seeing if I could move over there permanently. But, the idea of just not leaving and quitting my job, and I'm going to be fired if I didn't leave the next morning, that was just really
Of course, yes.
So, anyway, the next morning I got up to go to work, and it was just a fantastic day. I remember I got up early, like at 4:30, and I went and did some weightlifting. And I remember as I walked down the jetway, a couple of crew members were teasing me, and they said, God, you look so good. You're just glowing with that smile. I got on the plane, and I went upstairs to the 747, had a sleeping room upstairs, a bunk room for the crew, and I went upstairs to set the bunk room up for us to take a nap. When we were flying over to Australia. And I started getting really sick, and I felt like it was like symptoms of a heart attack. And long story short, is I was taken to the hospital and diagnosed with a severe toxic exposure to pesticides.
Wow.
They used on the airplane. And I was disabled by it, and in the last 11 years, I got to be one of those chemically sensitive people that goes state to state living outside because we can't go on buildings and such like that, and it was tough. But this year I finally found a house that was, I could breathe in and non-toxic outside of Santa Fe, New Mexico. I found it in about March. And backtrack just a little bit. had lived in Colorado and I was flying, and I had, at the same, a couple months before I got sick on the airplane, I had bought a Samoyed puppy to use to do avalanche search and rescue work. And when I got sick, she ended up, I trained her to be my service dog, and she's just been great, been through a lot of stuff and been the best service dog. So anyway, found this fabulous place to live in Santa Fe where I can breathe, and I was healing and just doing great. And bought the house, I guess, in March. And in July, I came home one night and opened the car door and literally fell on the ground. I felt like I was being poisoned, which made no sense since I owned my house and I owned my property, and none of my neighbors used anything toxic. We all did organic gardening. Well, what happened is mistakenly an exterminator had treated my house. They were supposed to be at somebody else's house. So I got really sick from that. It was the same chemical that I had run into on the airplane. You know, what a fluke. And both myself and my service dog got really sick. And I ended up not being able to be in buildings again and living outside for the last 5 months. And we had a couple nights, it was like 10 degrees below zero. And it was really, really tough. And my service dog, Kush, she had diabetes, came down with diabetes last year. She had cataracts. And when she got sick from the incident that happened at our house this summer, she just went totally blind. And
Well, it's odd that you and your dog would have the same sensitivity.
yeah. To bring you up to the best day is after almost 5 months of not being able to find a place, I finally found a place that I could rent it. I was non-toxic, and they had sprayed pesticides, and it didn't have new paint, and it worked for me. It was just a huge miracle. And Kush needed to go in to get her surgery for the cataracts, which I guess on dogs they actually have to replace the lenses. And the eye doctor said, we're really running out of time, but we couldn't do the surgery while I was homeless. So last week we went in to do the surgery, and it turned out that we waited perhaps a little bit too long, and there were some difficulties in the surgery, and I think he almost lost her under the anesthesia. Pulled her out of it, and he had been able to work on one eye, and he said she might have partial vision in this one eye. And when she started recovering from the surgery, they say dogs don't have the vision right away, but she had it right away. And it was the coolest thing. She looked at me, and her eyes just opened, and she realized that she could see me. And I don't have kids, but that must be what it's like when someone sees their newborn baby and looks at them the first time. And she looked at me, and she put her nose in my face and gave me a kiss. And it just, it made all of the stuff just melt away. And it just thought, oh my gosh.
No, animals give you unconditional love, and that's the great thing about animals. They don't ask anything back. They just give you unconditional love. I've heard of that before. I've heard of people who develop extreme sensitivities to anything, even things that wouldn't even bother the rest of us, the smell of a perfume or the spray of something or another, and just get extreme sensitivity to these toxic things in the air. West of the Rockies, Dan, you're on the air.
Yeah, how are you today, Art?
I'm okay, sir.
You can call it a good day and a bad day at the same time.
Okay.
A little over 3 years ago, and I don't know how I did it, but it seems I passed out, but I called 911 to get me to the hospital.
Right.
And turned out that I ended up, had water around my heart and in my lungs. They put me on a resuscitator, and I was in a coma for at least 3 months. And I'm getting better each day now. I'm blind, but I'm in a nursing home. But I don't even remember making a phone call or anything. They found me on the floor
That's like a lot of the rest of the callers.
Huh?
I'm sorry, that's like a lot of the rest of the callers who don't remember calling 911 or don't remember a lot, or the opposite, and they hear everything that's going on around them, even though they're supposedly out or even dead.
Are you still there?
I'm still here.
I can't out hear you.
You could not hear me?
There, now I hear you.
Okay, good. I don't know what's going on.
It's probably the sunspots. But anyway, I found out from a friend of mine what exactly happened. I thought I'd driven my car to the hospital, but it was still in front of my trailer where I lived. And I've gradually gotten better. Each day is better as it goes along.
All right, well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that you're better. And it is interesting that so many people have either one experience or the other. They don't remember calling 911. They don't remember soliciting help, or the exact opposite, and they remember everything. They're out, or they're even clinically dead, and they remember hearing everything. Isn't that odd? I don't really want that experience. Thank you very much. Let's go to the wildcard line and Scott in California.
Hi. Hello, Art. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I guess would be good afternoon there, huh?
Yes.
Yes. Well, you know, I was thinking back to September 11, 2001, and I was remembering how there was all this uncertainty about what was going on and who was crashing these airliners and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was this news report that an FBI agent had found a passport belonging to a Saudi Arabian hijacker in one of the airplanes. And, you know, that helped to focus the mind of the American people towards the origin of the atrocity. And it occurs to me now that, you know, there's no memorial, there's no notice of that. Doesn't it seem like you would expect a memorial to have been placed at that site by now?
You mean at the site of the World Trade Towers?
No. This guy found his passport a couple blocks away. So this airplane crashes into World Trade Centers. World Trade Centers fall down in their own footprint, and he finds his passport a couple blocks away. And you know, doesn't it seem like there ought to be a little memorial? You know, like you go to Gettysburg or something, they got little memorials all over the place.
Well, of course, there is of course a memorial at the World Trade Center point. I guess it was such a tragic, gigantic mess that you can't have memorials everywhere for every part of that event. Or I think there probably is one in Pennsylvania where that flight went down. I would imagine so. You know, I don't know that for sure. And perhaps something at the Pentagon. I don't know. Let's go to Chuck in Illinois. Hi, Chuck.
Hi, Art. I'm glad I got through to you, and I consider it a huge privilege listening to you for quite some time.
Thank you.
A little reluctant as to where to start, quite frankly, without sounding like I'm a lunatic, but I spoke with George Norrie a few months back, and to give you a quick example, we were talking about a completely different subject, and the minute he picked up the phone, he said, "Are those ghosts back there?" Now, that's in your library. But as far as good times and bad times, one of the worst times, and I've noticed that I don't recognize them immediately. In other words, when I think it's bad, it's really good and so forth. But one of the worst times is when I asked for a little too much information and got it. And the best times are when I didn't have enough information and I received help. I guess what I'm saying is that sometimes it's difficult if you're very close to a situation to recognize what's really good for you or bad for you.
Okay, I'm trying to understand, Chuck, but you're being kind of general here, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
In other words, for example, I ran across a book called Z. It's an encyclopedia of ancient and forbidden knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And I've listened to you throughout the years, and I dare say that I have almost perfected reverse speech. And I was encouraged by listening to your program. And it's really, it's wonderful. It's a little bit difficult to express because it's so much. And I've also have a lot of documents that indicate some other experiences with regard to spiritual natures and other things that I run across.
Okay, Chuck. Well, thank you very much for the call. Reverse speech was indeed an interesting, a very, very interesting, what would you call it anyway, phenomena, I suppose. And it seems as though there really is something to reverse speech. I mean, we say something in the forward mode, and then later we review it as reverse speech, and you find some odd things. Now, how many of them really are actual thoughts that person is having, some conscious thoughts, I suppose, that person is having as they're saying something else in the forward speech? We'll have to look more into that. Alex in Austin, Texas, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. Thank you very much for taking my call. Earlier you mentioned about your problems with your smoking habit, and that distressed me to hear it. So I just wanted to offer you a suggestion to hopefully help you kick the habit. And I would suggest trying sunflower seeds.
Sunflower seeds. You mean to keep yourself busy? Well, I'm using, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm using the gum right now, and that is, I don't know what happened there. That is helping quite a bit. The gum is helping quite a bit, but a number of people have sent me emails about a new product that's on the market. I doubt very much it's available here, but there is some new product on the market that apparently changes something in your brain, you know, the receptors in your brain that want nicotine. So I'm stretching, and I'll try and give that a shot. Let's go to Bill in Arizona. Bill, you're on the air.
Well, first of all, Art, let me tell you that you may have burnt your tongue, but you saved mine. Because just as you said it, I was about to take a drink out of a hot cup of coffee. So,
well, I guess it's an ill wind that
I'm
doesn't.
listening to you, and I looked at the coffee, and I thought, ooh, that was close.
Well, it's an ill wind that doesn't help somebody out, I guess.
And I want to commend you because you've done very well with it. When you have done that, it sounds like I'm holding my tongue and trying to talk. So you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Worst thing, losing your fiance. I lost my fiance on my 20th birthday.
Oh boy.
She was going to get my present, and she was killed by a drunk driver.
Oh my God.
And as cruel as this may sound, the best day of my life was when my stepfather, my abusive, drunken stepfather, died a cold and lonely, miserable death. I know that sounds pretty bad, but
it does.
You reap what you sow. And
I guess that's true.
You know, he got it all right. But
well, as you get older, I predict that you will retract that feeling. Bad as he may have been. Well, maybe not. Who knows? Very quickly, Melanie in Oklahoma. You don't have a lot of time, Melanie. It's going to have to be real quick.
Okay. I was put in with an abusive family when I was a kid. It was really, I have places I don't even remember. Well, the worst thing that ever happened, my foster mother told me in front of all the kids not to ever ask her to help me again because I wasn't worth it.
Oh, you see, that's kind of like what was said to me. And again, parents, remember this, will you please, if there's no other lesson you take from tonight's program, and that is, what you tell your children in a moment of anger or thoughtlessness can stay with them, shape their lives, for good or bad, forever. So be very, very, very careful what you say to your children. And with that thought, after all, it is Christmas. Everybody have a wonderful... I'll be back tomorrow night and the next night. I'm Art Bell from Manila in the Philippines, where it's really warm. Good night.
And the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be. Welcome to another edition of the Best in Live Overnight Talk Radio. This is Coast to Coast AM from the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands and west eastward to the Caribbean, the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to Sam Country at the pole, and worldwide on the internet. Thank you, broadcast.com. Soon with new stuff to come. I'll tell you, guys. Listen, everybody is slamming my website right now, downloading these new Majestic 12 documents, the MJ12 documents. If everybody, they are there, but they're in the PDF format, and if everybody will hold off a little bit, we're going to try to get documents up in a different form, which will make it much easier for you to download. I understand the urgency to get them, and if you really need them, they are there, but this is really taking up a lot of bandwidth. People are downloading like crazy. And now I'm going to add to the problem because I have perfected the night vision cam, and I just took a night vision shot that I am so proud of. I am so proud of about 10 minutes ago. I took, we have a very clear desert sky here. Of course, you can see a lot of stars. And I got a shot that is framed by a cloud. That's right, a cloud at night. You can see the cloud moving in. And so I left it up there. I took it, I think it was 21:49:44 Pacific time. And it's on my webcam right now. So go take a look at that. It is so neat. You can see a deep field of stars, and you can see this cloud beginning to move in. And this is in utter absolute darkness out here in the desert. So it's pretty cool. Take a look at that. I'm so proud of that shot. I took that about 10 minutes ago. If you can get to my website, because so many people are downloading the Majestic 12 documents, that was the subject of the show yesterday. I'm going to try and get Whitley Strieber on. Whitley, if you're out there. Perhaps Thursday night, Friday morning. Whitley, what do you think about Thursday night, Friday morning? Because we've got to talk more about these MJ12 documents. I've got a full set of documents on the way to me tonight. What's coming up is going to blow you away because it blew me away. Now, I always take my friend Richard C. Hoagland, one-time advisor to NASA, advisor to Walter Cronkite, Engstrom Science Award winner. I take Richard with a little grain of salt. I've always taken Richard, he's my good friend, with a little grain of salt. But I'm telling you folks, this man is onto something really, really big. Remember the deal with Arizona, December 6th, December 7th? Well, there have been, I'm a believer in coincidence to some degree, but Richard, days and days ahead of time, actually, more like a month, I guess, ahead of time, said, watch Central Arizona. Then days ahead of time said, no, watch specifically Turret Mountain. And the damnedest thing has happened on Turret Mountain, and credit where credit is due. He hit that one right on the noggin. Just wait till you hear the case laid out. Now, what I would suggest you do is don't go to my website, because my website can't handle it. Go to Richard's website. That would be www.enterprisemission.com, and click on the, I think it's the second item down. It's an animated weather photograph of the Phoenix Weather Radar during the time this massive, incredibly unusual storm was smashing central Arizona. And if you look very carefully at that, you will see a ring in the center photograph. It's a moving GIF photograph. You'll see very heavy storm cells. I mean, you'll see red there. And then you'll see a ring that forms precisely around Turret Mountain. And that's exactly where Turret Mountain is. Now, that's too coincidental to even have a discussion about, in my opinion. It precisely forms around Turret Mountain at the time of this ELF signal. That's the weather radar. That's the proof of this strange occurrence. And then we have this incredibly strong ELF signal that blasts at that precise moment. Now, even for me, this becomes way beyond even the possibility of a coincidence. So in a moment, Richard will tell you all about it, and we'll go beyond that. We have got an eyewitness to what occurred at Turret Mountain, because he was on a four-wheel drive vehicle on top of Turret Mountain, at that exact moment in Arizona. And I've got to admit, this whole situation is getting in my opinion, way beyond weird. So that's coming up next hour. Dr. Albert Taylor, who now has, by the way, the Los Angeles #1 bestseller entitled Soul Traveler. So a lot to do. It's going to be a fascinating night. The Wreath 3-3 for just $48. The International Star Registry will name a star for anyone on your holiday gift list. They'll send a beautiful full-color parchment certificate of record, sky chart so they can locate the star, and a booklet on astronomy. The new star name is recorded in the registry's book and entered at the U.S. Copyright Office. The International Star Registry has named over 500,000 stars as gifts. This year, send the gift that is truly out of this world. For more information, call 800-282-3333. That's 1-800-282-3333. Well, all right, I am not frequently moved to see the same things that Richard sees.